A1C and a last chance 1D Turbo attract more players into the tournament room than we've possibly ever seen. The buzz and fun of the Irish Open was well and truly at a peak, as these tournament players put everything into their arsenal of making it to day 2. Satellites for the main were still going strong in the upstairs tournament room for the ultimate last chance to make it through for just €115. The live streaming commentary kept viewers informed, and it was Stuart McNally who made it through as day 1C chip leader on 299,500 chips. 820 entries were counted just for day 1C, 313 of which made it through, and Guy Johnson leads the Turbo 1D field, meaning that 724 players remain going into day 2. With a last chance to buy in on day 2, this could mean we see entries break records and go past 2,000. Another monster field here in Dublin as players fight for the all-important title of 2022 Irish Open champion. Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I am here with Ross Boatman. Sadly, it is no longer in the tournament.
Just busted, just literally 5 minutes ago. But that's okay. I busted before. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. It's a shame because I love this tournament so much. And it's the first tournament I played for 3 years because I've been busy doing EastEnders.
Yeah. Well, I was leading on to that. We see your face, not just on EastEnders, we've seen your face on loads of different TV stuff lately.
Yeah, it seems to be popping up all over the place at the moment, which is great. I did a thing for Netflix, series for Netflix, and series of Grantchester, and something for Sky, all sorts of stuff. I've been very lucky.
Yeah, so obviously you used to do London's Burning, right?
I did.
And then did you sort of just go dry for a little while and then it all just happened again?
Well, I never really stopped at it. I've been working all, maybe stuff that wasn't quite so high profile or wasn't, didn't have such an impact as London's Burning did, because right back then there was only 4 channels, so we had a bit of a captive audience, But no, I never stopped working, but poker really kind of took over for a long time with the Hendon mob and stuff. And I was busy travelling the world playing, and my agent would call me up and say, episode of the bill, 1,500 quid, and I'll be in the final of a tournament that was sort of for 2 million first prize. Nah, I don't think I'll bother with that. But about 7 years ago, I sort of put the cards down, really, and started to focus on acting again, which is my first love. I mean, I love poker, obviously. But, fortunately, it's been really good to me, the acting over the last 7 years, and I haven't stopped, really.
No. Can you tell us any secrets from the set of Albert Square?
No.
There must be some dirt.
There's plenty of dirt, but I can't give you any of it. More than my job's worth.
Who's your favourite actor to work with?
Me? Oh, my favourite actor to work with? Well, I'm working with Lacey at the moment quite a lot, who plays Stacey, and Gilly, who plays Jean Slater. And they're both amazing. But, I mean, they're all really, everybody in there is great to work with, everybody that I've worked with so far. There's still a couple that I haven't. I've been there a year, but still waiting to work with my old mate Steve McFadden, who plays Phil Mitchell.
Yeah.
We go back about 40 years. We know each other very well. I've never crossed paths on the set yet. But, yeah, but everyone's wonderful and good to work with.
They're all pretty down to earth on EastEnders because it's like a full-time job, essentially, isn't it? Like, they're in every day.
It's not like it is a full-time.
Yeah,
I mean, when you're in the thick of it, when you've got heavy storylines, which I have had over the last sort of 8 months, it's non-stop. It's relentless. You're on the set 12 hours a day, and there's an hour each way travelling. I get home, I've got to look after the kids, wash their clothes for school, and cook their dinner, learn my lines, and then, get 3 hours sleep and back to work. So it's busy. It's
full on, yeah. And back to the poker, obviously your bro Barney is in as well.
Yes, yeah. What's
the sibling rivalry like there with the poker? Who's the better player?
Oh, he is, absolutely. We both had our share of success, I suppose, over the years. Barney's continued to play when I sort of really, about 10 years ago, I stopped playing internationally. And Barney's continued with a lot of success. So he's always my hero. He's the best player in our house, that's for sure.
That's nice to hear. Are you going to jump into anything now?
I'm going to give it a little break. It's hard when you come out of the main event to go into something smaller, but so I'm just going to go and kick out my room for a bit and watch a bit of TV, watch a bit of EastEnders maybe.
I mean, you're not doing the Irish credit. You're drinking a coffee. You should be on the booze by now.
There's a whiskey in that.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. That's all right. That's allowed. Hopefully, we'll see you back on the felt soon, winning something big.
For sure.
Thank you so much for chatting with us.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I'm with a man that needs no introduction. It's Mr. Emmett Kennedy. How's it going?
Let me just get the COVID gut in there. Let me just try and get the chin in the right position. No, I'm good. I'm good. It's fantastic to be back. Great to be working with you again, by the way, Laura. Laurie Corrie, as it was saying, for the first day and a half on the Chiron. But no, to be honest about it, I missed doing it. And when Paul got in touch with me about Paul O'Reilly and JP are the main men behind the Irish Open now, when they got in touch about, do you want to do it, which was last year originally because of bloody Rona, I was like, yeah, let's go back. And it's great to be here. Finton's an absolute legend. The field size that we got and the quality of the players is amazing. It's great because you were with me when the kind of UK interest and the American interest kind of died off just a little bit, and the numbers started to die off as well. So to see the Irish Open bounce right back up to such a huge amount, 2,040 players, my mouth words, 2,040 players in the main event, the ladies' main event, which was of the highest standard. That was like, that's not like woke feminism bull. Like, that was the highest caliber, and I still butcher.
And I wasn't in it.
And for some reason, Laura Cornelius bubbled the final table. I don't know how. But when you've got two sisters making that final table, and one sister takes the other one out, and when I genuinely asked her during the break, Gracie, like, was that tough? Ah, sure, someone had to go. But then the next day, she's like, oh God, I took my sister out, I killed her. But the girl who won it, Groshenikova, Fina.
Yeah, don't ask me to say her name again.
She just burst out laughing when I pronounced her name. Like, she was amazing, like super aggro, but at the same time, she could just pull the handbrake up. We had the high roller main event, which was excellent. Alex Peffley. His wife is not impressed with me for the pronunciation of his name. And then we got to do high stakes poker as well last night too. So it's been brilliant on the live stream. Coverage has been fantastic. But I mean, can you do me a favor and just do a quick swing around the room? Because it's never been like this, Laura. You've done loads of Irish Opens with me. We've never had this amount of tech. The flop cams are obviously massively important for us, the fact we get to see that. And the largest LED screen, indoor LED screen in the country is there over the final table as well. So
is it? Wow.
Fantastic. Brilliant.
Yeah, the tech is pretty special. Everywhere you look, there's a screen. Sometimes with my face on, it's a bit scary.
Mostly your face.
Or something else, or other things going on. But yeah, everywhere you look, there's a screen with something different on. It's pretty impressive, isn't it? The TV stream has been fun to work on so far? Yeah,
very much so. No, I really enjoyed it. We had the last partner in crime that I did the Irish Open with, David Lapin, and yourself. So David came in last night. David's always an interesting character, never afraid to just drop a few truth bombs. William Kassouf, if you're watching this, you mightn't want to watch that YouTube video. You definitely don't want to watch that one back. Finton, as I said, is 90% of the time he's just nailing it. I mean, Finton is a great character and he's very well known on the Irish poker scene, but his commentary analysis is just superb. He's fantastic. We've had Dara Kearney in, Andy Black's coming in later on, and the standard of players who were left in the main event, like Dan Wilson is a top-class player, Dermot Blaine, Clicky, Patrick Clark, shout out to Patrick. Patrick won the Irish Open in 2014. Mouthwords.
I'm so mean.
But I do remember the next year playing closest to the wall with the coins, and we were doing this for fun with Jenny and Bex, and the next thing he walks up, and it's like an Irish Open champion going, yeah, I'll buy into this for 50 quid. Yeah, let's go. Massive pot. So the atmosphere has been fantastic. I will say that on day 3, which is day 17 for us, feels like, love you, team, is the atmosphere is very different now. Yesterday was very light. It was very buzzy. You know, the bubble cracked a lot earlier than I think either of us expected. It was super fast. And while, as we're recording, we're down to 30, you can just feel that tension in the air because people are getting closer to the final table. They're getting closer to the big money jumps, and you can say what you want about the money, but guys like Dermot Blaine, guys like Clicky, obviously, Wilson, they want that trophy. They want to be Irish Open champion, and this is the first one for 820 days, so let's go.
Who are you putting your money on?
Let's go Blaine. Blaine to take it down. Blaine to do his magic.
Yes,
put all his opponents in the box and make them disappear.
That would be special. Well, thank you so much, Emmett, for chatting with us.
Pleasure as always. Pleasure as always, Laura. Superstar.
And looking forward to the final table tomorrow. It's going to be exciting.
As long as we're not up until 4 a.m. trying to break the final table.
They want to do it quick. They want to get to the bar.
Yeah, well, don't we all? Who's on the vodka shots first? Your round or mine? Excellent, let's go.
The Irish Open is now in full swing as 4 champions were crowned on the starting day, and day 2's action was fast and furious as we saw the 5k high roller, the heads up and the Hendon Mob Championship all get underway. Bellarmino de Souza officially leads the 41 survivors into day 2 of the 5k high roller, although registration remains open until the end of level 10. Notable names still in the field include former Irish Open champion Ian Simpson, who scooped a satellite seat, Mark McDonnell and John Duthie. The winner will be crowned very shortly. The €250 Hendon Mob Championship also reached a strong 332-player field and are now down to just 5 players. Play will conclude with the winner taking €13,900 for first. The €350 heads-up championship event also got well underway, which will continue to day 2. 64 players have been whittled down to 8, with some very familiar names in the field from day 1's 6max championship being sent to the rail, including David Lapin, Dara Davey and winner Leo Lombardosi. With satellites still going on throughout the next few days, there's plenty of time to get involved in the main event, which kicks off shortly, and the poker room looks set to get busier and busier as we heat up for all the action of the Irish Open here in Dublin. Day 4 at the Irish Open 2022 saw hordes of players flood through the doors to try their hand at Day 1B's €1 million guaranteed main event, many of which had won seats in satellites for just €115. The €250 Poker League of Nations ladies event also took place, which saw some lovely ladies from all over the world take their seat to battle it out on the felt. The live stream and commentary got well underway, with familiar faces having their hands analysed and their fates sealed, as Sandro Pizzandi ended the day chip leader with an astounding 420,000 chips. Day 1B fetched a whopping field of 461 players, with which 126 made it through to day 2. The ladies' final table was fast and furious, which went on the live stream to end the evening. We witnessed Lithuania's Miguel Krikščionait battle through a 51-player-strong field, beating Grace Hessian heads up for €3,345 and their prestigious trophy. And with that, it was time to party. Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick-off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5k high roller also concluded hosts Fintan Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament, The heads-up crowned Anthony Blano as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship.
Where this is it. The Irish Poker Open main event final table after 820 plus days of no Irish Open because of that thing that no one wants to talk about, Rona. We have got an elite final 9. Dara Carney, Fintan Gavin and Emmett Kennedy bringing you all of the action until we crown the champion tonight. This is currently level 32 where the blinds are at 80 and 160,000. And Fintan, talk me through this final table because this is the elite of the elite.
We were blown away last night when it was down to 2 tables. It was just like a who's who of Irish and UK poker especially. We'd like Seamus Cahill still in the mix. We'd Frank Lillis still in the mix. It was just incredible. Then we had like 11 players left. Lucky Mo, big stack at one stage. And Lucky Mo, a.k.a. Tommy, the crowd here were disappointed when Tommy went bust in 11th. And then we had it was just the table we had. It was the best poker content I'd seen in years, Dara.
Yeah, it was for sure. It was an amazing 2 final tables, and I think I actually said to a few guys, this is the strongest final table I've seen, not just at the Irish Open, but at an EPT or a WSOP. The quality is just amazing. There are no weak links in this final table. There are some real world-class players.
That is quite the compliment, by the way.
Yeah, it's just a phenomenal final table.
For me, now I wouldn't be as familiar with high-level tables probably as Dara would be. My buy-in level's a bit lower.
Stop doing yourself down. 1.6 million in tournament earnings. Oh my!
No, but even for streaming, like I would be streaming kind of like 300 to 500 buy-in levels, and you would get like some real high-level players that make it through consistently. But I was enthralled last night. Every single hand. It was such a the story was O'Dwyer with all the chips, and he's the highest, he's the classiest player, not in Ireland. He's probably up there in the top 10 in the world. And then you have all these other real top rakes. This young guy, Roos, aka Speedy, he was quality. But you had Clicky, you had Dan Wilson, and they're all just any opportunity they could get, they made a move. But Steve was up to the task, I have to say. I was impressed with how well Steve played.
Yeah, no, Steve just played so well. And he was always going to cruise to the final table, I think, with the chip lead once he got the wind at his back. He has a very low variance style, so he doesn't take these huge risks.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take you through the final 9, and there's going to be an intro. So it's going to be a little bit like the UFC. Fighting out of the red corner. So in seat 1 is the aforementioned Steve O'Dwyer, once an American, but always Irish at heart, and now has the Irish passport, so he's definitely repping Ireland. Not at all that Dara, Fintan, or I would be biased. 14.4 million in chips, and he's in seat 1. Gary Spinks, 8.2 million, is in seat 2. In 3, Matthew Bushell, who we've seen quite a bit of, on 5.5 million. Clicky, Patrick Clark, he's done it before. Irish Open champion back in the day, and it's just continued to level all up. Over 2 million in chips. Daniel Wilson, again, former Irish Open champion in 2016, 1.9 million. Justin Boyle, 8.4. Mikola Rus, 3.7. Chris Williams, 2.7. And Kyle Maguire, who was really impressive yesterday, is your second in chips, 13 million for him. So, Fintan, I'll start with you. When you and I were commentating, and then Andy Black came in with his AK-47 jokes and how he's going to go insane if the Irish Open doesn't fall his way one of these days, which is great fun, by the way. It was a bit of a mid-stack for Steve. He had to bide his time, but once he got there, wow, did he get there.
He was actually low. I was thinking to myself, what the hell are they talking about, this Steve O'Dwyer guy? he hasn't played a hand in an hour. This is what a nit. He must be gone broke or something, you know? But you know what the hand was? That hand that he stole, he mugged Seamus Cahill on that hand, and he read the temperature perfectly. That's his skill. That's his skill. He just has this live read. He knows what's going on every street, and no one wanted the hand, and he moved in. He stole the hand, and for me, that was a game changer.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that was the moment where he basically stepped. One of the few times he stepped out of line, but he recognized it was a great situation. The ace on the river was a better card for him than his 2 opponents. He probably wasn't expecting to get an ace to fold. He was just hoping to get better nothings to fold, but he basically hit the jackpot. on that hand by convincing Seamus that he probably had a better ace or two pair.
He is, as Fintan said, one of the most recognized faces in poker. He's one of the best in the game. How difficult is it going to be for his opponents, given the fact that he's got the chip lead?
It's going to be super difficult. In this spot, there's a huge advantage to being the chip leader, because you can basically apply a lot of ICM pressure to a lot of the players at the table. More so the medium stacks than the big stacks. The medium stacks basically want the shorter stacks to bust, so they ladder a few spots and they get to the business end. Whereas the short stacks will be just looking for decent spots to get it in and get the early double. But Steve is so experienced, he's going to know all this stuff. He's going to know who the people he can pressurize, who the people he shouldn't maybe go after. And I think we're going to see more of the same from Steve. We're going to see this low variance style where he'll hope just to cruise to heads up, presumably with a big chip lead.
So our delay has been extended to half an hour. It was 15 minutes. As far as I understand, players are not going to be allowed to have phones at the table, but they will still be able to glance over half an hour later to us here in the commentary booth where we are in the City West.
That's a good call, I think, Dara. Remember, there was a hand last
night.
night. It was crazy. It was Jose who actually bubbled in the end.
Yeah.
But do you remember this?
I do, yeah. It was the hand which basically broke the final table bubble. Jose moved in from the small blind and the big blind woke up with nines, and he tanked for so long it almost felt like 15 minutes. I don't know whether it was 15 minutes or not, but
it did feel like that, though.
Yeah, this is always a concern in these spots. I mean, Twitch streamers know this. It's the technical term for the sniping. If your delay is too short, people can use their time banks. They can time, and by the time they have to make their decision, the start of the hand has appeared on the thing,
they can
and
see
they know
your
the whole
cards,
cards. And this is always a concern. So yeah, I think it's 30 minutes is pretty standard in the industry.
And it's been agreed upon. Everybody's happy with that as well. There is also already, considering the fact that we're starting earlier than we have done, it's 1:40 in Dublin, Ireland. There's quite a significant rail starting to build up, even though the players are only just sitting down, which is great to see, Fintan.
Yeah, I mean, you have some top Irish regs there, and then you have like the likes of Kyle and even Bushwell, who I actually know from Kings. He plays with his brother. The two of them are on the circuit. They're from Brighton, and a shout out to his brother Daniel if he's listening. But yeah, no, it's cool. It really is cool. The first when I came in this morning, the first supporter for one of the final table players was Kelsey, Clicky's daughter. And I thought it was really cool to see that. So I hope for Kelsey's sake that Clicky gets a real deep run here.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think Clicky and Dan Wilson will be the local favourites here. Dan also has a very, very big rail, most of whom are very close friends of mine. So Dan is very much part of our group, and we're all hoping that Dan gets the early double. Clicky and Dan are both kind of in the spot where they need the early double. They won't be. Neither of them are the kind of guys who'll just be trying to outlast the other one and get the first ladder. Both of them will be prepared to go from it from the start.
As we start to see the first hand play. So in terms of strategy then, Fintan, how do you think this is going to play out in terms of who are you expecting to be the most active? In what way do you expect Steve O'Dwyer and for that matter Kyle as well? And we should kind of mention this is Ireland versus Britain here, by the way, in the way this final table has worked out.
We actually didn't get to see Kyle last night, and he was, well, I mean, from what I know of Kyle, he's been a reg for like 15 plus years, and he was just bossing the outer table. He ended up as the big stack. Well, he did. He had 7 million when he was on the stream earlier,
right.
But he ended up with something. He's second in chips, I believe, with 13 million. But I think it's this is a final table of a really major event. And I think there's an element of like, okay, let's just have a feel. Let's just, like, the strategy for some of these guys is, well, let's see what happens. Let's see what unfolds before they actually commit themselves to an exact strategy. What do you think, Dara?
Yeah, absolutely. There will be a feeling out period. A lot of them, the more technical players will also have run sims overnight to see what kind of hands they should be opening from what seats, given the payouts and the stack distribution. And we've seen an example of that already. Dan Wilson opened ace-4 suited under the gun. +2. A lot of players might be surprised that as the shortest stack he's opening a rag ace, but the suited aces are absolutely standard opens. It's just going to work so much, and having that ace is huge because it blocks a lot of the hands behind you that would give you action. the blind steal is going to get through quite a lot. Sometimes one of the blinds will call and you have a pretty playable hand. So good start for Dan there, winning the first hand and effectively adding 2.5 big blinds to his stack.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Dan Wilson, probably more so than any other player on last night's stream. The way he played the small stack, instead of locking up and putting on the handbrake, and just waiting for a premium hand or, an almost perfect opportunity. He he was open, I seen him open with suited queen, on the cutoff.
Yeah.
And out of 17, 18 bigs, he was min raising, and could get away and still preserve his whatever blinds he'd left.
And that stopped him from blinding down too much, basically, even though he didn't get cards. He picked his spots very well. And we can see Kyle has opened the suited ace. Now, Kyle is second in chips, so he can have a much wider opening range than most of the guys. He has a bad seat because he's out of position immediately to Steve, but I don't think Steve is the kind of player who's just going to go after him from the start either.
So ace 10 for Spinks. Maguire with ace 5 suited. The flop comes down 7-3 jack. 2 diamonds there. The jack of hearts.
This is a donk lead, right? From
this is
Spinks.
an unusual play. It's small blind versus big blind. A small blind versus open, which is a bit different from big blind versus open because the small blind does have a tighter range. But on this case, occasionally it gets through. So
you can see the chip count there, where both former champions at this table, Patrick Clark and Dan Wilson, who've been here before and know exactly what to do, are on 16 bigs and 18 bigs respectively. In terms of how they're going to approach the final table, the fact that they've been here, done that, bought the t-shirt, that's a huge advantage to them. But one thing Fintan was saying to me before we came in is the WSOP would be freaking out if they got a table of this caliber for the final table. So we are going to see some really high-level poker. Aside from Steve, obviously Dan and Clicky, if they're able to get the double up, are going to be very significant. But just who do you expect to be the second big danger to Steve, we'll say?
I think all of these players are dangerous. This is a really cool representation of Irish and UK poker. There's not much better out there, And this guy Kyle is super impressive. This young guy, Roos, I only found out Speedy online. He's a real high level player. In the Winter Scoop or the Winter Stars Festival, I think he was 5th for 70,000 just a couple of months ago. So even though there mightn't be big household names, these guys have played at a really high level, every single one of them. Even Justin here on the very left, another very decent reg, and we see him opening here, 250, super standard, of course, ace-jack suited.
Yeah. We haven't talked about
Maguire in the hijack position has decided to 3-bet his queen-6 suited.
Yeah.
So if you're a Boyle, what do you do with the ace-jack suited?
If I'm Boyle, I call.
Flat call.
Flat call, yeah.
Okay, well, this could be a very, very interesting flop then.
Kyle, this is a real.
This is a pressure play.
Boyle has probably average stack here, right? About 8 million. So he's trying to establish himself on the table, and Kyle is just knocking him back here. But Justin, very decent player. He went so short yesterday. A real battle to get back in it, and now very deserving, of course, to make his place here.
He's got the wheel draw as well. 2-4-3 hits the flop.
It's an interesting
1.9 million there.
Yeah. Kyle has a big piece of this.
Kyle has a big piece, and he's not really supposed to because he's a 3-better, and the low card board shouldn't really favour him. This is a kind of a neutral board. It doesn't really favour either player. They both should be really have pairs.
And you're saying that, Dara, because it was 3-bet pre, right?
It was 3-bet pre.
So they shouldn't have these rag kind of cards.
Exactly. Whoever was ahead pre-flop should still be ahead. But having said that, even if Justin thinks he's behind, he does have a backdoor flush draw. He does have a bad gut shot, which would actually be very disastrous if he hit it. But I don't think he can give up to a single bet here, and it's a pretty small bet.
Was this a bit loose from Maguire?
I think. It's certainly loose, but when you have the stack that he has, the stack that Steve have, suited kings, suited queens, and Boyle decides he doesn't really like this. He knows his gut shot is bad. He only has his overs might not be good as well. I mean, Kyle has all the stronger aces in his range. He could hit his ace and not be good. He could hit his jack and not be good. So he's decided to just give up there. And
always a possibility he's up against a premium hand.
And that's why when you are Kyle, you can 3-bet those types of hands, because you're just going to get more folds than normal because of the ICM of the situation, because it's a final table. It's just super profitable. If the other guy misses, you're nearly always going to win the pot.
Kyle has really impressed me from all that we've seen him on the feature table. We got to see a lot of them yesterday, by the way. Again, we're on a 30-minute delay, so you're hearing a reaction there. That'll come in a little bit, so we'll find out a little bit more about that. But the way he set that up, essentially, I was saying it was loose, but he had a plan in mind, and the plan came out to perfection.
Yeah, if you're going to use bad hands, let's say, in those spots, you're better off picking like suited kings, suited queens, because if, as happened there, you get called, you're going to flop equity enough at the time that you can bet, and you'll occasionally hit a very, very surprising monster.
Vincent, for you, who's the second biggest danger to Steve O'Dwyer?
Well, I'm just looking forward to seeing how this develops, because who knows what can happen. I mean, we have a 9-handed table that's just like stacked with really decent players. I mean, we haven't even mentioned Chris Williams or Gary Spinks here. And now Clicky is moved in here in the small blind versus Dan in the big blind. This is an interesting spot, blind and blind. Clicky and Wilson both with similar stack sizes.
Yeah, I spoke to Dan this morning. We spoke about how he should approach the start with 16 big blinds, and without giving too much away, he did think that Patrick was going to be doing this quite a lot. So
it is his style, to be fair.
It is his style. Patrick's not the kind of guy who's going to hang back. And I mean, he did fold ace-9 in early position, very first hand, which was also interesting because it's absolutely a fold. But previous iterations of Clicky would have opened that hand, irrespective of the stack that he has. He's a much more mature player these days, much more measured, but he still has that aggressive impulse.
Well, I got the opportunity to talk to him a couple of days ago, and he was saying that during lockdown, he just, and this is a guy who's obviously done tremendously well since he won the Irish Open, he just did so much research. He read books. I'm sure your books were involved in that, Dara. He watched countless hours of videos, and that seems to be. Oh wow! By the way, here comes
really
Steve
surprises me that Clicky did that.
Yeah, no, he decided that you wanted to look at his game.
Yeah, I remember Clicky a few years ago in Vegas talking to us about like how you would go about studying poker. So even after his Irish Open success, he kind of recognized that he was still very raw, and he maybe needed to add a bit more technical stuff to his game. And he's a much better player now than he was when he won back in 2015 or whenever it was.
I think it was 2013.
This
could be a problem for Clicky.
I mean, Steve, chip leader.
Yeah.
If I'm Clicky, I probably go with this. And it's
shoved.
disaster.
Top lane, and that's
Absolute
standard.
disaster for Clicky, who moves all in here with ace jack.
And
He's
Steve is going to snap call,
off,
and does indeed snap call. So Kings, we're off to the races. Kings against ace jack.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal really here for Clicky.
Yeah,
He also has a massive rail supporting him too, online and here as well. So
he's going to Steve. How the hell did you wake up with Kings in that spot?
exactly.
Yeah, this is horrible for him.
Do you know what is amazing,
Darragh?
Darragh? Right, look at this equity. Like,
Yeah.
Kings versus Ace Jack. I mean, it always surprises me, but that's pretty
That
much
makes
end of
sense.
story.
Yeah, King hits
Running
there.
clubs for a chop or a running straight, and now he's dead.
And that's a real shame to see Clicky, the local hero.
Yeah.
A shout out to Kelsey, who's supporting him.
Yeah, I was talking to Kelsey last night, and nice to see her railing him as much as she is. But that's a blow to the room. You can actually feel the atmosphere change a little bit, and it's a blow to the table as well, because Patrick is such a terrific player. Look, it's tournament poker. We're going to lose high class players, but it's the rich getting richer in terms of Steve O'Dwyer. And in Clicky and Patrick Clark, that's a really exceptionally talented player, and he's gone 9th in the Irish Open. 26,630. It's another significant addition to his CV in the Hendon mob, but it's a real shame he's gone so quick.
Yeah, I mean, he came in short, and he found a spot, and he just had to go with it. Very, very unlucky to get cooler there. And as you say, huge support for him here, so it does sort of suck some of the atmosphere out. I can tell you one Irishman though who won't be too unhappy that he's gone is Dan Wilson.
Absolutely.
Because Dan said to me this morning, Clicky's going to be opening. He's going to be stealing a lot of my spots. He gets to act just ahead of me. So I think Dan is going to be very relieved, not so much to have laddered, but now he has that's one very aggressive player less that he has to worry about.
So the next player who goes out will get 36k. The top 4 are guaranteed minimum of 100,000. Fourth is 103,000. Runner-up will get 195. The winner 318,700. And Fintan, you and I have done Irish Opens in the past. Obviously, Dara has been a big part of the commentary team as well. It's great to see the prize money back so much and such a deep field as well at the start, beginning with 2,040 players.
For a 1,000 buy-in, this is pretty much unheard of outside, like maybe EPT Prague or Barcelona, or some massive tour that's been established for like 15 plus years. This is just a crazy size field for a 1K.
Yeah.
I think that was the first hand that Steve opened, right?
It was the first hand. And as I said, like Steve, even though he's chip leader, he doesn't take the mad approach to chip leading that a lot of players do, and it's an incredibly effective approach because if you're opening any 2 cards in this spot, it's very easy to play against. You know exactly what the guy's range is. It was the first hand he opened. Now, Clicky has to go with his hand anyway. Ace Jack is still ahead of a tighter than normal chip leader. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure when Clicky looked at that, he probably had a sinking feeling that, like, this is a spot I have to take, but it's not the best spot ever because Dwyer is not just opening any 2.
It was...
But too big a hand to
too big a hand to let go for sure, yeah.
Now, interesting blind versus blind, and we see Speedy here. Well, there was a limp from Justin, a raise from Speedy with the big slick end of hand.
Yeah, you see that dynamic much more these days than you used to, the limp from the small blind with pretty much most of your range. And it depends on the stack depth, depends on the ICM considerations. And then the big blind should be raising all of his really strong hands and raising some trash as well. And on this occasion, it gets through.
So Patrick Clark, first player gone. We're 8-handed. This is it, the main event, final table of the Irish Poker Open in association with Party Poker. Dara Kearney, Fintan Gavin, my new partner in crime, and Emmett Kennedy alongside you as we bring you wall-to-wall coverage of an elite, truly elite final table. For some of the mid-stacks, so for Roos, for example, Dan is in a similar spot to where Clicky was. What exactly are you expecting these guys to do, Fintan?
Yeah, I mean, Dan has to generate something pretty soon. He's like short.
This could help.
I guess this is the hand to do it. Big blind is 120. Actually, we're coming close to the end of this 120k big blind level. So this is definitely an opportunity for Dan Wilson.
Yeah, I expect Dan to move in here.
Yeah, the shove is just the right move, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not really deep enough to just call. Yeah, Dan moves all in. I mean, Dan knows these spots inside out. It might look like he was tanking there, but I think because he would have some other hands that he has to think about, he has to think about when he has a fairly standard hand as well. Because if you move in quickly, they kind of know, well, you had an easy decision.
And he gets it through. So
nice pickup.
1.9 million pot stack becomes 2.6 million, which just goes to show how important these blinds and the big blind ante is. And I'll ask both of you again, so if you're just joining us, if you've missed the previous 5 days, the big blind ante has been a massive piece of action, Fintan.
Yeah, I mean, it's standard now, Emmett, in all the established tours. It's standard even in your local card room. You go down to and play your €25 buy-in. Even the local card room is introduced to because it's so effective, it's so easy, cuts out all the messing. And I think there would be a problem if you didn't have the big blind ante. I think the players would go, well, that's just crazy,
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's industry norm now, which is great. And I'm buzzing with this table. I really am.
It's hard not to be super excited about because we know we're going to see carnage, but we also know we're going to see just elite level play.
Yeah, we have 2 big stacks who have contrasting styles. Let's say Steve is more the careful approach to it. Kyle will be going for, we've seen already, the light 3 bets with the Queen 6 suited. Dan is the other player that if he gets a spin going, it will get super interesting. Right now he's playing his stack perfectly. He's handcuffed by the number of blinds he has and the ICM of the situation. But he will pick all the right spots. He won't shy away. And if he does get the double up, it's going to be a completely different game for him.
But one of the unique things about the standard of player that we have at this final table is money is cash is king. All right, money obviously matters. Laddering up obviously matters. They all now know they're guaranteed 36K. But make no mistake, the 8 remaining players, they want this trophy.
Yeah, I mean, particularly for the Irish players, like winning the Irish Open is just about the best thing you can do in poker if you're an Irish player. For Dan, it's an interesting one because he's won it before. He could become a 2-time winner in the era in which it gets more than 1,000 runners, and that's pretty incredible.
I mean, for us to be highlighting Ian Simpson, who we just got to chat to beforehand, he's blown away by the standard of play. But
yeah, I was just thinking there, Dara, like, say my local casino, I go in and I play the £50 game or maybe the 100 game, which is the biggest game in the week, and every week there seems to be a donkey or two at the table, and I go to myself, how the hell do they get there, like, you know? But in this, tell us why that really doesn't happen in such a tournament like this. That, like, the week, like, from yesterday, say, they're just, I mean, it was all elite players, like, you know?
Yeah, it really has, it's a testament to the structure, essentially. The fact that it's re-entry is also a factor, because a lot of these players, if it was a freeze out, they would have been gone on day one, and you don't get the chance. But because the better players can re-enter, you can fire up to 9 bullets in this tournament, they are going to keep firing, and that gives them more chances to get deep. But once they get deep, they're going to be making all the right moves, all the right plays. You tend to get that in these tournaments. It doesn't really matter how the field starts out. By the end, the cream rises to the top. The quality players get through, provided that the structure is very good. And the structure of this tournament is amazing. So that's really the two factors, the re-entry and how good the structure is.
But it's a really good point that Fintan makes, because almost every final table that you and I have commentated on, the same goes for you, Fintan, there's an online qualifier, there's a satellite player, there's a recreational casino tournament player, an online player who just doesn't have that skill set but has managed to get to the final table. There may even be 2 or 3 of them, and that's not the case. We've ended up with, and it starts to go back to us talking to the final table of the ladies' main event, and just how few of them were going to play in the main. And the reason being, they looked out at the field and thought, I don't think I have a chance. And that's not, I mean, we all were highly impressed, particularly by Rachel, Grace, and by Fina, the top 3. But their attitude was, and the attitude from a lot of players this week seems to have been, despite the huge field, no, even Andy Black talking about one of the players he fears most, for the first time ever comes to Dublin, first time ever plays the Irish Open, and who sits beside him? That exact player. He's like, for God's sakes.
It didn't stop punters from firing bullets. I know I had some friends that came down, and they had commitments on Sunday and Monday, and they still fired, because they didn't want to miss out. They were actually paying 1,000 for the experience. Even though they realistically, their chances of, I mean, what we seen last night, everything is going to be exposed. Exactly what type of player you are. There was no hiding there. You just don't have a chance in that situation, like, you know.
Yeah, it is a very good point. I mean, the Irish Open is such a special occasion that people, even if they think they don't have a great chance, they still want the experience of it. WSOP main event is a similar thing. People want to say that this is a tournament that they played once in their life, even if their chances are very, very slim. And to answer Emmett's original point, I think the difference now between now and, say, 10 years ago in the Irish Open is 10 years ago it wasn't re-entry. And that meant that it was harder for the really good players to get through. But now they keep firing bullets, and you see that in other tournaments as well. If you look at the difference between, say, the WSOP, where typically the tournaments aren't re-entry, and something like the Party Millions, where you can fire as many bullets as you want, final tables of Party Millions tend to be much higher quality than the WSOP.
That's a really good shout as well. But it is, like, the place was buzzing today with excitement about the quality that we're going to see. Obviously, a little bit of a downer seeing Clicky go, but it's tournament poker. Someone had to go in seat 9 early, and it was Patrick Clark, former Irish Open champion, who walks away with 26,630. Steve O'Dwyer on the massive chip stack of over 15 million now at this point. If you're sitting down, Fintan, and some of the lads come over to you and say, right, what's my strategy? Give me some advice. What am I doing against Steve? What am I doing? Do I play my own game? Do I have to? Because these players know each other so well, but they're going to want that little bit of extra incentive. Like during breakfast, you could hear them talking about what went on last night. They were referencing the live stream and how players have played certain hands. What's the recommendation that you'd be throwing out to each individual?
I mean, it's really interesting because, like, all of these guys would be familiar with each other, and they would all respect each other. So, I mean, the advice for me is, look, just run good. That would be my advice.
Give good, run good.
That's pretty much what it is when it comes to this kind of level.
Yeah.
You know, whoever runs good, I mean, they have a serious. That's what it's about. You know.
And for you, Darren?
Yeah, absolutely. Just play your own game for sure. You don't really want to try and play a new game when you get into this situation. Even if the other game is better than your game, you won't play it as well as your normal game. But I think all of these guys are experienced enough to know that nobody's going to really do anything mad or step out of line.
Yeah, because we've seen that in Irish Opens in the past, but there's just unless someone for some reason completely loses their mind, which there's no logic to that at all, we're not going to see that. So we had a raise from Bushel, and that was pre-flop to 325 with the ace-jack offsuit. He's called by the snowman. There are 2 overcards on the board, which...
Yeah,
does
Speedy
Roos
could
still
have
think...
Speedy could have 3-bet this, Dara.
He could have 3-betted, but his stack size, I think, made it somewhat awkward. If he 3-bet and got shoved on, he wouldn't really be able to call off. So he's taking the low variance approach, just calling. He will think his hand is usually good, but there's still no reason to really bet
This is a great turn for Speedy
it
here
is,
at the
yeah.
second turn.
Yeah. This board favoured him much more as the caller. Anytime a lot of high cards come, the guy who's opened will have hit that board more. But anytime this type of board comes, the guy who's called, because he'll have more sets, he'll have more top pairs, and yeah, Bushel's waving the white flag here because he basically recognises this is just not a good board for him to fire off on. Now Roos has a choice between betting to try and deny equity to win the hand right now, not give him a chance to hit 2 overcards, or check and hope to get to showdown. It looks like he's going for the bet option, which I like.
Yeah, I was just going to say I would prefer that because you
and
don't want to give him the
and
opportunity to...
And look at the sizing as well. This is tiny, 300k into 1.4 million, but this should get the job done against this type of hand.
So is this essentially saying to you then, Finton, that Roos knows he's ahead? He's trying to induce?
Well, he's going to find out for sure when he gets a fold here. I think it's really interesting, his decision there, just to flash. Dara gave the point that he didn't want to be faced with a 4-bet and have to fold the 8s. I think it was pretty much player dependent as well.
It is very much player dependent, yeah. I don't know how much he knows about Bushel. I don't know how much they play together again. But certainly 8s is the type of hand that you hate if you 3-bet and get shoved on and have to fold, particularly when you're in position. Because as will happen, you'll get a lot of boards that are good for you. In the old days, people used to auto-c-bet and you had to make decisions. But now, players are a lot more savvy. When they get a bad board like the 10-9-4 board as the raiser, they will just give up.
And that sort of goes to one of the points that we were alluding to earlier on. It's just the standard of play has increased so much since I started commentating on the Irish Open in 2009. And an awful lot of that is, if you've been watching for the last 6 days, I have no problem in repeating this, with the amount of information that is out there, whether you're buying a book by Dara Carney, it's 20% for you and I. There, Finton, thanks very much. But the free information as well, like in your podcast, the amount of tutorials that are available on YouTube. And again, like Clicky was saying to me about going and watching so much content, watching himself back, which he was a bit uncomfortable about, but just to see, was there any weaknesses in his game that he could improve upon, or any tells that he was involuntarily giving out that he could then fake. That because right well that players like Steve are going to be studying those left, right, and centre.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. And access to solvers now is so big. Some of these guys will definitely have maybe not run solves themselves, but got somebody to do it overnight, so that they know exactly what to do in certain spots, what they should open from every seat, what they should defend from the blinds, and that.
Has it really come down to this, Dara?
It really has come down to this, yeah. Because they all know the stacks at the start, they know the payout structures, they know the seats. You can literally solve every spot for the first hand.
Do you want to expand on solvers for newbies?
Yeah, the idea of a solver is that if everybody is playing perfectly, the solver tells you what you should do in every single spot. and they first came on the scene 7 or 8 years ago, but now pretty much all the top players work with solvers. 10, 12 years ago they didn't exist. We were all flying by the seat of our pants. It was folded around to us in the cutoff. We looked down at ace-9. We weren't sure whether it was an open or not. We had to think about it. Now you can run a solve and it'll tell you, yes, you have to open ace-9. You have to actually open ace-8. You can get that sort of exactitude now that just wasn't there in the past.
And these are apps?
These are programs, apps, etc.
Instapoker, various different things like that.
Yeah.
So cumulative winnings, this is one of the new toys that we have at this year's Irish Open. And Fintan, I'd love you to expand on it again, because just getting to see there how this has been working out so far for some.
Yeah, it's a great graphic. It basically displays exactly what the story is. It tells you your win and loss rate. And of course, after Steve O'Dwyer busted out Clicky there with the Kings versus the Ace Jack, it's Steve comfortably up on top there. He's the one that has gained the most chips so far. But it's again, I'm getting the feeling, just the atmosphere, like every day the atmosphere kind of, changed. And even today you can feel, another difference. It's kind of,
yeah.
You can feel the tension there and people feeling each other out. And I don't think all the players are kind of in the flow yet.
No, I think the start is very difficult. You've had the whole night to think about it. The sort of magnitude of the occasion can sink in. And it's interesting that actually, it was interesting to me that Steve is the player who's picked up the most, because he's played one hand, I think. But
yeah,
this is very much Steve's approach. He's not going to go mad. He's going to wait for very good spots, accumulate chips. And he looks interested here.
Yeah, we don't exactly know what he has yet. That will come on screen in a second, but he's certainly interested. And it's King 10 he has, so...
Yeah, and... He's on the button. Yeah, this is a pretty standard call when you're the chip leader.
He's 3-bet.
Yeah. Or he's 3-bet.
He's
sorry.
3-bet.
Yeah. He was doing a lot of this yesterday. The small 3-bets. They didn't always work, but he's put in 700,000 to win 700,000.
So it's a low risk.
It's a very low risk.
So when it gets shoved back in his face,
he's going to find. He's going to find out now whether Chris has a hand or not.
Now, if you're Williams, do you shove?
It's auto.
You don't even have to think about this. He has to pretend to think about it, because he can't make it obvious that he has a very easy decision. If you insta shove here, you're pretty much saying I have ace king or jacks plus,
and you're going to get even a hand as strong as ace jack suited, maybe even ace queen to fold.
Yeah, he does shove and
snap fold. I liked one of the aspects of this feature table we've been watching for the last few days. Even though we had hands that lasted as long as 5 and 6 minutes, they were all totally legitimate decisions.
Yeah,
there's no time wasting really.
Yeah. No, you love to see it when a guy has a hand that he just has to fold. He just folds. All good players are supposed to have hands that they raise and they fold to a re-raise. So it's not. People used to think you had to save face or something. There was some weird thing that somehow you were a coward. If
I'm making a big fold here now. I can't believe I'm folding this.
Which actually is terrible information.
It's King 10.
People will start picking on you then if they start thinking, oh well, this guy's afraid.
And then show the ace, flash the ace when you're folding.
But it's funny because it's true, and I suppose that's one of the things that really grinds people's gears about. I mean, even Andy was saying it last night on the live stream about William Kassouf, and how he said his interview is available on andyblack.com, and he said, stay till the end. There may or may not be a lecture. Now, Maguire, with 14 million in chips, has woken up with the ladies in the hijack position.
And Maguire has been the most active player so far. And if the players have somebody watching the stream, this information may be getting back to them that Maguire's doing stuff like 3-betting Queen 6 suited.
Ooh, Spinks is ace Queen suited.
Yeah.
8.2 million in his stack.
He's pretty deep, Spinks. He's approximately average stack, but he's going to go in here with looks like $1 million he's counting out there.
Yeah, this is either a flat and try to win it post-flop because you're in position, or a 3-bet, but you're going to have to fold to a 4-bet.
It looks like it is a re-raise. Yeah, it is a 3-bet to $1 million.
Yeah, he's made it a big size. And
now, does Maguire flat call and hope for a low board, or does he have to just come back in with the 4-bet?
No, I think when you have queens, you in this spot, it's much better 4-betting, because even getting a hand like ace queen to fold is a pretty good result. I mean, Dan is still in the hand, but he's going to fold. So yeah, getting a hand that has 30-35% equity against you to fold is a very big result, and it also sets up the situation in future where people will see that you 4-bet the first time you were 3-bet, and they'll be much less likely to 3-bet you.
Finton for you?
Yeah, he's out of position, and
Dan is called.
no,
That had to be if I was. What is going on?
I don't think Dan
It
was
did come up called. Jeez.
Yeah.
So, action back to Colin Maguire.
Oh, he did
and
decide to call in the end.
Yeah, he has flat.
So he's going to board. He's going to board mine. We call this. He's hoping to see no ace or king. He'll be far more scared by an ace than a king. So the king high board isn't as scary.
3 king 10, 2 clubs, and the 3 diamonds.
we did see a couple of jacks folded pre,
We did.
but a jack works.
Yeah, jack
for
works.
Spinks.
An ace also works, obviously, and he has the backdoor diamonds as well. So he has a lot of turn cards he can barrel on here, which is why he's going for the bet. He probably recognizes he doesn't have the best hand very much, but he can get Maguire to fold better hands. Maybe not on this street, but on later streets.
Yeah, if the diamond was to fall on the turn, obviously the outs would improve. But right now it's just 3 outs because, as Finton pointed out, we saw jacks folded.
Yeah.
So the million bet here, Maguire's not going anywhere, and he has called.
Yeah.
These two guys would have been on the same table last night, so pretty familiar with each other. My feel, and I'm not 100% about this, is Gary's playing pretty snug. He seems to be playing fairly straightforward, and I think that could be one of the reasons why Kyle is just, proceeding with a lot of caution here with his queens. Obviously, that king is a huge concern. I don't think this second 10 is going to be a problem.
No, the 10 doesn't really change too much, and the turn went check, which you would expect a lot. Spinks didn't improve. He could have bet maybe against on a diamond, and he was obviously going to bet a jack if that came, but this doesn't improve him in any way, so he checks.
Yeah, river is the 5 of diamonds.
And
the only way Spinks can win this is to bet, but if he does, can he get Maguire off the hand, and what size bet would it have to be?
yeah, it's very hard to rep anything now. I mean, maybe a king checks the turn for pot control. He shouldn't really have the 10. Nothing gets there, so
Checked it back.
yeah, he checked it back. He kind of recognized that once he gets called on the flop, there are not too many hands that will fold on this run out. On different run outs, it's different, but on this specific run out, if the flush had got there, perhaps he could have fired again. But 10-5 is a very, very clean run out. It doesn't change anything about the hand.
And Finton, that was a big pot, 4.4 million.
The flat call pre just it earned an additional 1 million for Kyle.
Yeah.
And now you can see he's actually top of that chart. Interesting.
In terms of cumulative
two
winnings.
big stacks are the two players making the progress.
Yeah, and you'll often get that. That's why it's such an advantage to come into a final table with a big stack. So often you'll see the big stacks just continue to gradually improve their position.
And it's not that Steve has just decided, I'm going to play this quietly. It's just he hasn't really picked anything up that he can.
He hasn't
go
picked
with
up anything.
yet.
I mean, he did
Aside
3-bet
from the kings.
He did 3-bet the king 10, so he is willing to go fairly wide if he picks up something decent in a good spot. But so far he's been pretty much card dead apart from the kings.
Which just, unfortunately, for Patrick Clark, happened to bump into his ace-jack at the wrong time. But on the button, queen 6 off for Bushel. 4.2 million for him.
Yeah, this is not an open, so it looks like he's standardizing his time. So if he takes that amount of time over a close decision, okay, what does Dan have here?
King 10 suited, diamonds.
How many blinds?
With 2.3 million left.
Under 20 big blinds.
And the chip average in the room is 7.5 million right now.
Yeah, this is a standard all-in. You just want the big blind to fold most of the time, but you're going to be in decent shape. Oh, Justin has oh my goodness. Justin has a lot more chips than Dan, so this is a very, very close decision now for Justin. This
ace 4 suited, and you make the call. Obviously, you're doubling up a dangerous player if it doesn't go through, but on the small blind, you're not really putting Dan on too many aces.
Justin, very strong. He understands what's happening here.
Yeah.
He knows the range. I mean, this is not bottom of Dan's range by any means. This king 10.
Absolutely not. No, Dan goes wider, and And the thing is, Dan doesn't do this with aces or kings or the really, really strong hands. They will do something else to try and get the money in. So the technical term for that is the range is capped.
He's called.
It's called.
Yeah, he has called.
Here we go.
That's the correct call. Justin Boyle.
Brave, a very brave
This
call.
is strong because he knows even when he calls, even if he's ahead, he's probably flipping.
Yeah, you can see he's actually got 57% equity here. And
well, this is going to be fascinating. So Wilson all in with the King 10. We've already lost one Irish Open champion in Clicky. Wilson the second at this table. Boyle currently ahead after making the call with Ace 4 suited. And let's find out what happens on the flop, because Dan Wilson's tournament life is on the line. And he needs some help. Queen 2-7. The Ace 4 still holds to 4th Street. Jack. And that does give him a straight draw. So he's picked up 11 outs now for Dan.
oh, that's
And on the river, it's the king! Oh, listen to that reaction. Listen to that rail. Somebody going, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? And look, you need to get lucky. You were saying beforehand, Dara, that it was a standard all-in move there.
It was a standard all-in because even when he's called, he's got 43% chance. And there's so much out there, he can't let his stack dwindle down. It's completely standard shove. Justin made a very, very brave call. Got unlucky, but like it's not really that unlucky because he's a 57% favorite. He's supposed to lose that 4 times out of 9, and this just happens to be one of the 4 times out of 9. It was also a chance for him to eliminate a really dangerous player.
Yeah.
And so it's a double whammy of pain for Justin now, because he obviously takes the hit to his stack, but he doubles up a very dangerous player.
And Fintan, he started the day with 8.4 million, but now they're both him and Dan on 4.5.
Yeah, I like the call. I think if he's going to fold a suited ace to a shove, blind on blind versus Dan, well then that's going to be exploited big time. At what stage does he start calling? Ace king, ace queen? I mean, it's tough, it's horrible. And like when you're in that spot, you just know, you go, oh my God, is it better to wait and just pick a better spot? Well, then you just know you have to call. If you don't, you're going to get exploited down the road.
Yeah, you do. Sometimes people think ICM means just fold everything, but it doesn't. It just means you have to call a bit tighter. He probably needs to be about 55% there. And we saw that with the hand he had against the hand that Dan had, he was 57%. That will be fairly average or typical for that spot. So it was very close. I think he needs 55%. He had 57%. So he made the correct decision. But and he didn't really have that much ICM on him because his tournament wasn't at risk. In fact, he only lost 1/3 of his stack. He still covers Dan. And it was a chance to eliminate a very dangerous player as well.
Yeah, and accumulate those chips. But as both of you have pointed out, the opportunity to take out Dan couldn't really be passed up by Justin Boyle, but it does take him down to 4.5 million. So he was above the chip average, which is currently 7.5 million. He's now down to the same chip stack as 2016 Irish Open champion Daniel Wilson. And lads, I don't know about you, but for me, it's absolutely flown by so far and has been just captivating stuff at the Irish Poker Open final table.
Yeah, it's been really high quality play, as you'd expect. I mean, not to belabor the point, but all of the players knew what the starting stacks were. They knew what all the seats were. They knew what the blinds were. So they can have done their work overnight and worked out what their strategy should be. It'll change as the day goes on because the stacks will move. Dan has doubled up now. He's in a very, very different situation. He won't necessarily have prepared for this situation. He certainly won't have prepared for this situation with Clicky being the player that's gone and Justin being the player that he's doubled up through. There's just too many permutations. So they're going to get it. They're like chess players. You can play the first 5-10 moves standard because you've done all the study. But once you get past that, there are too many permutations.
Queen 10 raised by Dan with his newfound wealth.
This is a new Dan now. He can open hands like Queen 10 offsuit now in the cutoff because he has more blinds.
And of course he knows how valuable these blinds are, which are going to go up in about 20 minutes time. So we'll be switching to 100, 200,000 with the 200,000 big blind ante as well. But that's some Look, you got to get lucky in tournament poker.
Oh, you have to win your flips, as they say, and that was pretty much a flip. I mean, I know Justin was ahead, but it's 57-43. It's the same as Ace King against Queens, almost.
So early impressions, Finton.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit rigid. That's the feel I'm getting. So, I mean, it's a huge opportunity. At the build-up to the table, just before the players were introduced and all that, I was like kind of feeling the tingles and the hair standing up the back of my neck, and looking at the players taking their chips out of their bags, and I was saying, oh, I'd love to be there. I mean, it was just a cool situation, brilliant opportunity. And all of these guys, they want to maximize their opportunity. And that's the cool thing about like these final tables. You have like all these guys trying to outwit each other, and different styles, different approaches, but each and every one pretty highly rated elite players.
Yeah, we have an interesting spot here. Dan has opened the second hand in a row, so already the other players would be thinking, okay, here we go. Dan's doubled up, and now he's
Dan being Dan.
Dan is going to do Dan things, but so Roos has picked up an A7 off, which is obviously a terrible hand, but he has an ace, and he can 3-bet this hand and try and get Dan to fold.
With the 3-bet, we'll find out exactly what the size is. He's raised it to 880,000.
Yeah, it's a good sizing. This would clear out a lot of hands.
Williams has shoved all in with similar hand to Wilson. King, Queen, just different suit. So
20 big blinds, yeah.
That's going to get Dan out of the way. And this would effectively be...
No, you can't call here.
Yeah, it's his tournament live. You can shove, but you can't call.
Yeah, you're just going to be dominated so much. I mean, this is best case scenario, and you're still not a massive. Oh, well, you're a bigger favourite because the king and the queen are gone. But yeah, you're going to be dominated so much. He's going to have all the better aces. He's going to have pairs higher than sevens. You're just going to be a 2-1 dog a lot of the time there.
And one of the things during breakfast that I was picking up on was players talking to people like yourself, Dara, and they have these are elite players, but they have their own coaches, they have their own people. Like Andy was talking about motivational, how much the mental aspect of the game is important. And as I was having breakfast with a very well-known player, I made the comparison between an elite athlete and an elite poker player, and Porrick Harrington came to mind. Yeah. A guy who wins 3 majors in a very quick succession, back-to-back British Opens, and then starts messing with his swing. And ever since he did that, that was basically the end of Porrick Harrington. Yeah. Now, everything was working for him, but mentally something must have gone, do I deserve this? Am I good enough? What do I have to do to improve my game? And that can happen to players as well, to poker players.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, most of these guys are sort of at their peak. Like someone like Dan, for example, Dan doesn't need a mental coach. Dan is so mentally strong, he knows exactly. And a lot of that just comes from his expertise. When you know that you know all the spots, you understand the spots, all you really have to think about is executing. But when players are not sure what to do, that's where they can start to second guess themselves. They don't know whether they're making mistakes or not. So the new generation of players, of which Dan is part, they very much focus on the technical stuff. They get that down, and once they have that down, that gives them the confidence that I know what to do in every spot. And as you said, overnight they will have had their backroom teams, because they will have had to go straight from playing to sleep and try and maximize that. But they can get their friends to run the sims, they can get their friends to send them the same output, and then they'll prepare in the morning. So they go in. So this start here of play is pretty much like everybody has a prepared script. They know what they're supposed to be doing with their stack, and until we have a few eliminations and a lot of stack movements, and they get out of their preparation, then we'll start to see more uneasiness, let's say.
There is one player at this feature table, I'm not going to say who it is at the final table, who 2 of his friends just did profiles on type of players that each individual is and what to expect in certain spots. This is very interesting. So Boyle raised to King with King Jack to 330. There's a 3-bet from Roos with Ace 9 to 875, and now Maguire with 16 million has woken up with Queens.
This is a cold 4-bet for sure. There's no reason to flat this hand. The last one you could go either way with, but I think this is definitely a cold 4-bet.
Size?
Cold 4-bets tend to be small sizes, so the 3-bet is 795. there's not really much reason to go more than. I'm looking at the other stacks.
4.4 and 2.7.
I mean, he might go really small here and make it look like he's not necessarily committed against Boyle.
Well, we're about to find out exactly what Kyle has elected to do. He has bet to 2.6 million.
Yeah, this makes sense because he can't really bet a size that if he gets shoved on. Oh my goodness!
Steve in the big blind with ace queen.
I think he's going to fold this. I think he's going to fold. It's not really in Steve's style to go on a mad one with a hand like this. It's a very strong hand, obviously, but against a cold 4-bet, it shrivels up in value. I mean, what he could do is he could make a really tiny raise and then fold to a shove. I think flatting is out of the question here.
It's like the one person at the table that has him covered. So
yeah.
I'm guessing this. Why take the risk, Dara? He's no investment.
It's a huge risk. Now, there is 4.1 million out there, and if he shoved and got this through, he'd obviously add that 4.1 million to his stack. But this is a very, very difficult spot. He could go for a very strange, tiny raise and then just fold if he gets shoved on. Yeah, I'm not surprised by the fold. He took his time there, but I think once he thought it through, he was always going to fold there. And this is another reason why Steve is so good. There are lots of players who would look down at ace queen and go, well, Kyle's doing all sorts here. I'm just going to go with this hand, and they get it in as a 2-to-1 dog.
And ace queen looks pretty, but
it's in terrible shape against what we call the value range. If he has a legitimate hand, we're behind for sure.
Particularly on the 4-bet.
Yeah, and that's why the only other option was to make a really small 5-bet. So Kyle gets even richer now. Kyle has really come out of the gate strong. Now he's got very good hands, but he's also been prepared to mix it with stuff like Queen 6 suited, which is no surprise given who he hangs around with, Feraldo and Ludo.
Yeah, exactly. But again, that cumulative winnings chart, the toys that we've been given, Fintan, has just been it's been extraordinary over the last 5 days to be able to have access to the amount of information that we have. We've brought you the ladies main event final table. We brought you the high roller final table. We did high stakes poker, and then it's been Irish Poker Open as well. But as has been pointed out by Dara and indeed yourself, the structure of the rebuy system of day either 1A to 1D has even allowed, as McGuire. Now,
great situation.
The fact that McGuire has been so busy.
Queens and kings back
this
to
is
back.
unbelievable.
The fact that he's been so busy, does this mean that someone, if they pick up anything these guys are going to think, this guy's at it?
And they know, they'll have heard by now that he 3-bet Queen 6 suited earlier, and that he's been.
Yeah.
He hasn't just been waiting for premiums. Whereas, a player like Steve is slightly different. He's going to get way less respect here. The 9-6 really should just be folding. But if he calls here, it's because it's Kyle.
This is where the 30-minute delay is, it's so different to the 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So 15 minutes, not that long. You can wait, find out what happened, but half an hour, it's a full orbit and a half.
Yeah. You could also
before
be stuck
you get the information back.
You could also be stuck in a hand half an hour later and not have that opportunity. That decision, Fintan, was a big one that went back and forth in the production meeting this morning, but the right one to move the delay from 15 to 30.
Yeah.
And for exactly the reason you said, also no phones at the table, you're noticing too. So while they do have a rail, and while they can look up at the commentary position and see 30 minutes later exactly what went down, Stan Wilson wakes up with ace-king of hearts. The fact is that yesterday they were able to find out relatively quickly, Dara. Today they've got to wait.
They've got to wait 30 minutes, yeah. But they will. They should all know already that Kyle is playing the most aggressive of the players at the table, and now we saw there the guy tagged with 9-6 in the big blind, and that was purely because it was Kyle.
Now Steve on the button with ace queen. Fintan, what are you doing here?
This is a big spot for Dan Wilson. I think Steve is going to 3-bet here. It's too big a hand. The table's really active. Steve has folded ace queen to a 4-bet. He almost went with it. Well, he's flat called here, it looks like.
Yeah, the flat call doesn't surprise me, even though Dan is one of the more aggressive players. Ace queen is the type of hand that if you 3-bet and get shoved on, you're really sad at having to fold. Also, when you 3-bet, you do just flush out all the worst hands. He's in position. If he was out of position, it would be a lot different. He would almost certainly have gone for the 3-bet. But in position, he gets to play in position against Dan. He can lean on Dan. If they both miss, he's going to win a lot of the time.
And it's Steve who takes the lead. Now there is obviously the gut shot, straight draw, but Dan has gone behind with the ace king, ace queen for Steve, so top pair, top kicker.
Yeah.
Dan has that backdoor heart draw.
Good shout.
When you're the chip leader, calling in position is a really, really powerful tool because the other player is going to miss the flop most of the time. They're out of position to you then. And now this is a pretty good flop for Dan because he has the 2 overs, the backdoor flush draw, and the gut shot. So he's going to continue here. But if Steve calls, he's probably going to have to raise the white flag unless he improves on the turn. Steve might also raise and put him to a decision now.
What do you deem more likely, the raise or the flat call?
To be honest, you can really go either way here. It's a question of, it really comes down to the player you're up against. If you think he's capable of bluffing with a worse hand, getting in a worse hand, then the raise makes a lot of sense. Try and get that in. If you don't think he's going to do that, but you do think he might keep firing on later streets, then calling makes a lot of sense. So I think that's what Steve is sizing up here.
And Finton, for you?
This is a real tough spot. Dan, I mean, as Dara pointed out, it's a really good board for the ace king. The 2 overs, backdoor hearts, the good shot, and Steve has smashed it, top pair, top kicker. And there's the raise, and this is tough. This is tough.
Yeah. I mean, Steve would do this with a lot of draws as well. If Steve had a draw here, he would raise for exactly the same reason. Dan is going to suspect larceny here, but I don't think he's able to go with his hand. His outs aren't clean here.
I love that phrase.
If he hits the ace, he might not be good. If he hits the king, he might not be good. The only really good turn card for him is a non-club jack.
Yeah.
And there are only 3 of those in the deck. So this is a horrible spot. And this is why the call pre-flop is so powerful. Because even when the guy flops well and bets into you, you're in position. You have all the options. You can call, you can raise, you can fold.
And he has decided to call.
He has decided to call 1. This is basically what we call a call 1 spot. He's hoping to improve, obviously. He does have some...
That's horrible.
Oh, no.
Absolutely horrible.
No. Oh, Dan.
This is trouble.
Trouble on turn street.
Yeah.
Now...
It's also hard to put Steve on ace-queen here.
Yeah, particularly on the button and how things played out. The fact that he flat called beforehand. So, Finton, if you're Steve O'Dwyer and you've now just made...
Yeah,
I mean,
what
are you doing?
Steve has a lock on this hand. If I'm Dan, I think I've hit my card here. I think I got rewarded for sticking around on the flop. That's what I think. But I'm not going to go crazy. Ace Queen, I think, is a concern now at this stage. But Dan checking, and now Steve is going to apply pressure. 3.1 million in the pot.
Yeah.
I think he's going to go something around 1.9, 1.8, 1.9.
Dan only has 3.5 behind, so you can stick it in here and get called, or you can bet maybe 1/3 of Dan's stack and try and get the rest in on the river.
It's a 1.4 million
yeah,
bet.
so he's gone for roughly 1/3 of Dan's stack.
Can Dan get away from this?
No, I don't think so.
Finton?
It's tough, really tough.
I mean, when you call you don't, like I said, you do have the problem from the start that your outs aren't clean, and he's hit one of his dirty outs. But I don't think he can fold. But Dan's a great player. Maybe he can smell this one out.
But you're right, though. What he wanted really was the non-club jack.
Essentially, he was drawing mostly to a jack or drawing to a check. He wanted it to go check on the turn.
He could be putting Steve on king queen.
King queen is possible, yeah. Although maybe king queen just tries to get the showdown now. And doesn't bet the turn. Dan is now basically trying to go to what are the hands that bet. Steve has bluffs here. Steve would barrel with some of his bluffs, but King Jack has got there, and that's one of the big bluffs on the flop. Clubs are the only missed. Clubs and Jack 9 suited, which he probably doesn't even have, to be honest. So
would he raise with a club draw in position on the flop, Dara?
Yeah, I think he would. I think he would apply the pressure and just try and get a lot of better hands to fold, and still be happy to know that he has the right price to get it in if Dan chooses that way. Dan's in a horrible spot.
This
now.
is torture.
Yeah, this is absolute torture for Dan.
And the fact that he's got 3.5 behind, 1.4 to call. What exactly is your move here? First of all, Finton, and then you Dara.
Have to sorry, yeah, Finton.
Yeah, well, I mean, my money's in. That's I'm just blown away with how good this guy Dan Wilson is. I haven't seen too much of him in the past, but I mentioned even yesterday that was the best table I ever seen, mainly because of Wilson, what he did with his stack. He really fought hard. He didn't let go any opportunity. And, I mean, if he can make a fold here, it's going to be unbelievable.
The fact he's thinking about this so long is incredible. I think 99% of players are in already thinking, well, I've hit my ace, I can't fold. But Dan really doesn't like this. And the ICM is extreme as well. This is for Dan's tournament life now. He basically has to decide now whether his hand is good or not. He can't call again and check fold river. That's not really an option. So he's in a horrible spot now, and he's giving it a lot of thought, as you'd expect.
And this is by no means Hollywooding. This is genuinely.
No, this is.
He's running all through the permutations.
Yeah. Oh my God, that is such a good fold.
Can't believe that.
Is next level.
What an incredible fold.
That is next level.
That's incredible.
Stuff.
I just see Dave there, and Dave was watching that hand on the TV behind us, and I'm just going to invite Dave into the booth.
David Lapin, former partner in crime at the Irish Poker Open in 2015 when we both hosted it together. So it's the Chip Race boys, Dara Kearney, David Lapin, and Emmett Kennedy.
That was an unbelievable fold, Dave.
That fold there, that's extraordinary stuff.
Yeah, somehow Dan pieced it together. He had to have been worried about the 8-9 of clubs, 7-8 of clubs, the Jack-9 maybe that was at it. But obviously the King-Jack got there. There were some two-pair combos. He may have discounted Ace-Queen as a hand that maybe O'Dwyer would have been happy to 3-bet, get it in. So that's a really difficult situation Dan was put in. And clearly with the ICM as well, it put him to the test. And he found the right decision. Extraordinary stuff.
I think that was the best decision we've seen so far on the final table. Absolutely incredible.
Definitely. But your point, Dara, like you've made the call, you're hoping to hit there. You've hit the ace.
Yeah.
And I know you were saying,
but you are drawing to a jack or a check, essentially.
Yeah.
You're either hoping to hit your jack non-club and you're definitely good, or you're hoping no matter what the other card is, it goes check. You know that the ace and king are not clean.
Yeah.
Remember, from Steve's point of view, that's Dan's board. So Dan's thinking the other side of that and going, well, this is my board. I'm all over this board. Yet he's betting into me again, and he's certainly going to leverage this sort of not even that big a river bet, if I call here. So Dan sort of deciding to make his decision on the turn. Extraordinary stuff. A mark of the man, former champion. You see why these guys, they know how to get through tournaments, and sometimes you have to get through the minefield like that.
Well, those folds, big call, big hero calls, big bluffs, they're eye-catching, but that fold kept him in the tournament. I mean, obviously he had a chance to hit the river, but 8 times out of 10 or whatever it was, that fold kept him in the tournament.
But 10 years ago, that's a call.
I mean, even today, that's a call for 99% of players. Dan's one of the few players who's capable of getting away there.
That really was extraordinary stuff, and of course they'll have seen it back now as well.
Yeah, and when Steve O'Dwyer sees it back...
Gareth Chandler, by the way, who has been doing some sterling work in terms of the Irish Poker Open blog, and also was my co-commentator alongside the two buccos here, Dara and David, at the Full Tilt Galway Festival. Gareth had just said that is the play of the final table so far, that fold.
Yeah.
Oh, no question about it. Extraordinary decision by Dan.
Now, both players have hit a 10. Of course, Spinks is the king kicker. But Maguire may very well think that his 10 is good, so he's decided with the 17 million and chips to bet 425.
Yeah.
Is this a flat call?
This is a flat call, I think, yeah. Your hand isn't really strong enough to raise for value.
Well, no, it was Maguire who actually put the bet in here, guys. And
Yeah, no,
Spinks
but
called.
the king 10 is the call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8 of clubs changes nothing.
No, Maguire's now deciding can he actually get value from worse. He's hit 3 pair, which is no good to him.
Yeah, exactly.
He might throw out a small blocker here.
They're just
But
check
it
it
goes
down.
check. Yeah, he really couldn't get called by worse hands there. I mean, maybe a very sticky 9, but the flop went check, so that makes the 9 unlikely.
So, David, we haven't had the chance to talk to you about our final table. Obviously, disappointing to lose Patrick Clark as quickly as we did, but seat 1 now, Steve O'Dwyer, 2, Gary Spinks, 3, Matthew Bushell, Daniel Wilson in 4, Justin Boyle in 5, Mikro Roos in 6, Chris Williams in 7, and then Kyle Maguire in seat 8, and there you get to see the chip count as well. Look, we know how good Steve is. Kyle is really impressed. You've been in the booth getting to see him as well. They're both on 105 big blinds. How are you expecting this now to play out?
Look, 2 runaway chip leaders here. Squire Maguire is a phenomenal poker player. He has been grinding hard for about a decade, I think, or maybe more. Fantastic player, has loads of experience. Maybe hasn't hit a really big one. He doesn't have that sort of marquee result yet, but it may well come tonight. Interesting to reflect back on that hand as well. Obviously, Steve could definitely 3-bet the ace-queen and get it in. But obviously opted to take the more passive route, maybe feeling like Dan wouldn't 4-bet light and wanted to take the value of his ace-queen.
I think if you 3-bet ace-queen, you just flush out all the worst hands, and you're not going to be in amazing shape getting it in.
No.
And Steve's style is all about avoiding those spots where he has to get a lot of chips in a not great, in a profitable but not very, very profitable spot. He much prefers taking it to the streets and using his post-flop equity, post-flop edge.
Yeah, and 4 or 5 of these guys are in an ICM coffin right now. It's so difficult when you have to sort of outlast. They're all eyeing up 4th place at some level. Even the guys with like 2-3 million are thinking, well, actually, reasonable shot at getting into the top 4 here. 2 runaway chip leaders, 1 guy with 7 million, and everyone else battling at the back.
Yeah, the 2 runaway chip leaders changes things for sure, because it makes it much less likely that these guys are actually going to get 1st or 2nd. So when there are 2 runaway chip leaders, you're kind of playing for 3rd, and then you're hoping obviously to get lucky. If the stacks were more evenly spread, then there's a lot to be said for going for the high places, going for the win. But it's very hard to go for the win when you have 2 players who have way more chips than you have.
Can you just expand on ICM for newbies?
Well, come on, you're asking me to expand. Look who I'm sitting beside.
Yeah, but you see, it's too easy for Darren to do, having written a book on it. No, either one of you can do it, but David, it is something that you've both talked about quite a lot on the chip race. We were chatting about it in 2015, but just for those who are tuning in, Easter Monday, ICM for
Sure.
table.
Look, the value of the chips are not exactly proportionate to the amount of dollar value that they're equivalent to. So that will usually be at its highest point or its biggest difference around the final table bubble, and 9-handed and 8-handed on the final table. It will incrementally get less and less as the final table goes on, as we get closer to heads up, which is effectively chip for chip. So in the meantime, these guys, particularly when you have this dynamic of runaway chip leaders who can all leverage pressure on the medium stacks, and well, look, everyone's sort of a small stack relative to these guys. They're all in hell. They basically need a big premium on their hand. Their hand value has to actually be higher for them to justify getting in their last remaining chips.
And Darren, anything to add to that?
No, that's an excellent explanation of ICM by David. He thankfully avoided some of the phrases he tends to use too, like handcuffs and coffins.
Yeah, we only got
kinky red handcuffs are out. He's strapped to the bed now. There's no chance of avoiding.
We only got 1 coffin mentioned there. But you are right though. For some of these players, look, they're on the final table of the Irish Poker Open. I mean, they're living the dream, but they are in hell.
Look, it makes for high pressure situations. It's what really does show how brilliant that decision was from Dan. Again, on reflection, we really can understate that. He is under the most extreme ICM pressure. Remember, he started that hand with about 5 million. He was kind of getting to the top of the chasing pack, which is pretty much the worst ICM effect on his stack. And he knew that Steve is the kind of guy who could lean into that, yet he still found the right decision. He still decided he was behind more often than not and made, one of his career best folds, certainly on a live stream.
That's going to be going out on the YouTube highlight package for the Irish Poker Open for certain. So Steve has raised with King 3 suited, King 3 of spades. Steve obviously not only hugely popular, but just a deadly player. And this was another thing we didn't get to properly talk to you about beforehand, David, the quality of this final table. Like Finton was saying to me off air beforehand in the production meeting that the WSOP would just give a limb for this final table.
Oh yeah, no, this is high quality. You look at the field going into day 3 and you think there's a way for this to be a great final table. There's also a way for it to be not as exciting a final table, frankly. Maybe some lesser known people. Not that it wouldn't be amazing for them and their friends and family watching, and we all would have railed it just as enthusiastically. But for the cream to actually rise to the top in the way that it has certainly means we're going to have excitement, but we're going to have top class poker on show.
Yeah, this is the place to be.
Now, this is the other side of the coin here. We talked about ICM and the pressure it puts on those middling stacks. On the flip side of that, Squire Maguire, Steve O'Dwyer, they're the ones who have chips to play with. They're the ones who can now open more loose than they would normally, because they basically get to swallow up all that equity that the other guys have to concede. The other guys need a tighter range, so they can use a looser range to try and attack that. And we see it there beautifully done by Steve with the suited king.
Yeah,
and this is also what Dara just said there, which is that Steve is so masterful at picking up the dead chips now. He's just going to nerdle and nudge his way. He's going to try and avoid big confrontations, particularly against the other very good players at the table, and he's going to try and just nerdle his way into a 20 million stack, a 25 million stack by the time we go 6 and 4-handed.
And Steve and Kyle have both impressed. They're obviously both very different players. There's no single right way to play poker. Each player has their individual style. But one of the things that I was talking to Darren Finton about earlier on was during breakfast, you could overhear some of the conversations. You've coached players. You'll rail if Dara's made a final table. The two of you will talk it out. So Dara was making the point that it was 2 a.m. before the final table was finally cracked. So the boys had to get to bed. They weren't staying up all night doing studying, but they will have people who I'm not going to say who it is, but there is a player at this final table who has been given a bio by 2 fellow professional pros of exactly what to expect from certain players in certain positions.
Look, this is what everyone should be doing. You're exactly right. They break at 2 a.m. You've got maybe a 12-hour turnaround. You need your sleep. You probably need a good 8 hours. It might be a butterfly-filled sleep, but you still need to get your rest in. So if you have your pals on the rail, your guys with the solvers, your guys with the ranges, your guys with maybe a copy of Dara's ICM book, it's very, very useful to get them to, maybe offer a bit of support and then get in here a little bit early, sit over breakfast and maybe talk about shoving ranges with 13 big blinds, reshoving ranges with 18 big blinds. What if this player opens? What if that player opens? At least try and figure out some of the early stage of the tournament game tree, because you're going to be feeling it out after that. So if you can sort of, partially solve the first couple of orbits, it helps you settle down as well.
And I'm sure the one player that I am aware of that has that bio, I'm pretty damn certain that the rest of them have got something similar. But also, most of these players are going to be very familiar with each other, either from their experience of facing one another on outer tables or indeed the feature table, where we've seen a lot of these players mix it up today, but also they will know each other's games so well. And what makes it fascinating for me is that it's like you against Dara. You're saying, David Lapin is sitting there saying, I know that he knows how I play, and I know that he knows what I'm going to do in certain situations, which allows you to mix it up.
Yeah, for sure. And I suppose the thing we would say here is, like, players as experienced and as skillful as Dan Wilson, Steve O'Dwyer, they will have their ranges fairly nailed on in a sort of a normal situation mid stages of a tournament. They're going to be pretty confident that they can navigate that. But when you throw ICM into the equation, suddenly the maths gets a bit skewy and you have to make very different decisions. We look down here at a very interesting hand here. Steve's obviously opened up the suited ace as he's going
he's shoved.
And
he just shoved. Yeah,
he's petrified of being put in the bin here by Steve and having to face really difficult decisions down the streets. He just decides, look, if you got better than aces or kings, I've been coolered, or better than queens, I've been coolered.
It would be 6.9 million to call.
Yeah, no decision there for Steve.
Instant fold.
And he shows as well. Yeah, he didn't want to, I mean, yeah, he just, exactly as Dave said, he didn't want to be in a horrible situation where he 3-bets and gets shoved on. And it's for his tournament life, so he just took the chips that were out there.
Yeah.
At a final table, though, do you like him showing there? Like, do you like him giving off that free info to a player of the
I guess
caliber?
the info's coming in 20 minutes, so it's limited how bad it is to do that, but probably won't bother. I probably wouldn't show in that situation.
It's also very limited info because it's a very big hand, obviously.
Now, given the wealth gap here, with two players way out in front, how fast do you think this is going to go, particularly with the structure? The blinds have now hit 100,000, 200,000 with 200,000 big blind ante as well. So just how much speed and aggression are you expecting here, David?
For final tables, it's always a sort of a how long is a piece of string situation, but you're absolutely right to point to it because on average now, with two runaway chip leaders, this shouldn't take as long as it would do if the chips were evenly spread.
And Dara, for you, the chip average is 8.6 million, but there's a lot of players way behind that.
Yeah. I mean, they all have kind of different objectives now. The guys at the top are trying to just kind of keep the pressure up and accumulate their stacks. The guys in the middle are really just hoping the short stacks would politely leave the building and make their life easier. And the guys at the bottom are obviously they're trying to double, but they're also trying to outlast each other.
So Maguire is considering ace-5 off here in the small blind.
Yeah, as he absolutely should. It's a late enough position raise from the hijack here. He might even be considering a 3-bet here where he can really put pressure on one of the guys he can most put pressure on here. Now, we see here, obviously, he only has 20 bigs. He might be going for one of those little small clicky back 3-bets here.
Yeah, Justin hasn't.
He actually does let it go, though.
He does let it go. I think if he's in the big blind, he was definitely playing the hand. But he has Steve O'Dwyer lurking behind as well, who will wake up in the hand some of the time as well.
It's a terrible seat draw for Maguire. It's
it's the absolute worst, and he's done so well to accumulate the chips, given how bad his seat is.
Out of position against Steve O'Dwyer.
Yeah, it's the worst seat. It's the worst seat by far on the table.
You can actually make an argument here that opening this Queen 10 suited is a little loose into the blinds of Squire Maguire and Steve O'Dwyer. Obviously, Queen 10 suited an absolutely standard open in most situations from the hijack, but into these guys who can put you in the bin like they can and maybe will and maybe are about to. We're going to have to see how this hand plays out.
Yeah,
I actually don't love this open.
I think it's a standard open in a vacuum, but maybe into these two particular players, no. Maybe you should shave off the bottom of your raise fold range. But it is the kind of hand that it performs very well against a flat as well. Steve, although we have seen a lot of clicky, small 3-bets from him, he's not really the type of player who's going to go after every open either. Justin has not opened very many hands at all on this final table, so he's going to get more respect because of that. Steve's style is more about taking it to the streets post-flop, as I said earlier. So that, I think, makes the open fine.
Do we like this c-bet, Terry? He's gone kind of a 20% sizing on monotone board here. He's obviously completely whiffed himself.
I think this is a one-and-done spot.
One and done, yeah.
By the way, we don't know what O'Dwyer has. For some reason, there's a slight technical glitch. Our Estonian team are fantastic, but there's a slight glitch here.
I kind of like that we don't know for this hand. It makes it a bit more exciting. We have
it's
to
a
sort
mystery.
of let's try and range O'Dwyer and see how he proceeds.
Yeah.
So I'll start with you, David. What are you putting O'Dwyer on as he checks the turn?
Well, like Dara said there, it's sort of a one-and-done spot. It's as bad a board as we could find, so I think I'm probably going to check back here and maybe wave the white flag. Doesn't look like that's what he's going to do, though.
No, he's keeping the pressure up. I mean, the 2 on the turn is a complete brick, so he's basically saying, I have a hand here. Now, this will work if Steve has a very weak hand. Maybe just some sort of spade draw or ace high, but... Yeah, Steve is going to be a bit suspicious here. This is a strange bet.
He's kind of playing it like an overpair with the spade right now. That's sort of the line that Justin Boyle is telling. Whether he will be believed or whether indeed does Steve O'Dwyer have him beat right now, we don't know. It looks like he has enough to call this street anyway.
Yeah. Now Boyle's in a real horror spot.
Yeah.
He's got a pot-size bet behind. Does he go for it on the river and just pray he gets the fold? That's a good card for him.
Yeah, so it's now 2 pair with the queen kicker.
Some of his Jack X he has more jack X, I think, than Steve.
Oi, oi, oi.
Steve
This
has
could
checked.
This.
be a...
Lads, what are you putting Steve on here?
He could absolutely have a
Oh,
jack.
he could have anything. He could have a
could
jack. He
absolutely
could have
have
a
a jack.
flush. He could have a deuce. He has all the strong hands here still. So Justin is going to have to just decide. He's not going to fold. He's not going to get those hands to fold, obviously.
And I don't think Justin's ever going to bet his overpairs anymore. He's going to check back his
Look what
overpairs.
he's done here. He's gone for a really tiny bet. And he's basically trying to make this look like a value bet, obviously. But if he gets shoved on, he can get away.
Yeah, his tournament life will still be alive, but he's
It's
now.
a tiny bet, though. I mean, maybe even ace high calls now.
We're not entirely certain, of course.
It's such a strong line from Boyle, I've got to say. Like, he has conveyed a lot of strength. We know he doesn't have strength, but he has conveyed strength.
He has. Yeah.
Yeah, but
So-
again, like if he has the jack, does he really make this small bet?
It feels like this bet is designed, Dara. Tell me if you like this idea. Designed to get Steve off ace high and king high. You're probably the king high flush draw, or
I
maybe the
think
queen high flush.
you can get king high to fold for sure.
You can maybe get him off a chop with
but-
the queen high flush draw.
Yeah.
Ugh, though this is high
I
wire.
don't think ace high folds here. So yeah, it's a very interesting line. I'm going to have to think about it.
Well, given how the betting pattern went, the fact that Boyle raised pre-flop, O'Dwyer.
O'Dwyer makes the call.
Oh, we're gonna see. We're gonna get to see.
Yeah.
He can't be. He
What
can't
did
be
he
bad.
have?
O'Dwyer's not calling with worse.
There's paint. There is paint in that hand.
He may have flopped the flush. He did
King,
flop the
queen.
flush.
Oh my goodness!
It was a disaster run out for O'Dwyer, but he wasn't going to let go of king high flush in that situation. Obviously, getting such a compelling price, Dara.
Yeah, the bet was so small. I think if he'd shoved the river, he could have very well have got the fold. But I mean, it was certainly inventive and creative, and David said it looked like a lot of strength. But players as good as Steve, when you make tiny bets, they're not going to fold very much because they know that opens them up to exploitation. They know that if you fold to a small bet, then people can start doing those small bets, and if they can get you to fold even 25% of your range, they're exploiting you. So that's why it didn't work there, even though he obviously hated it, and it is just a pure bluff catcher. He just said, look, Thierry says call, I'm going to call.
And the reason why he only called and didn't re-raise is because there were too many. There was the
nothing-
possibility of the ace, but
nothing-
also the fact that the board had paired.
Well, nothing
It could have
worse.
been a both.
Yeah, nothing worse calls the raise. So
Because people will be watching and going, what?
it was almost
Why did they go
immaterial that he had
more?
the flush there. His hand had about the same strength as king high, because he was behind all of the bluffs. Sorry, he was ahead of all of the bluffs, but behind all the value.
Well,
Would have been a sick value bet with
oh,
with
The ace high flush.
the ace high flush. Yeah.
Sure would. Steve O'Dwyer right back on the horse here, 10-9 suited.
Interesting as well, the flat pre. It really does show that Steve is taking it to the streets.
yeah.
And that paid off for him. He won a much bigger pot than if he had just shoved pre and hand over, or and Justin basically decided to keep bluffing.
And how he disguised it as well, just calling, just a flat
he-
call.
Absolutely right. He played possum the whole way through the hand. Now, a horrible run out as it turned out, but he was basically deciding on the flop, I'm just going to call three streets here.
Yeah, and that's a great spot. That's actually a very good result for Dan Wilson as well. Dan suddenly finds himself, even though he only has 15 big blinds, he covers two of the other two Irish players at the table. Not counting Steve as Irish, obviously.
He's Irish now. He's ours now.
Irish residents, Steve O'Dwyer.
Yeah, has an Irish passport. So
And it must be said here, Justin Boyle, a horror show of a final table for him so far.
Oh.
He came in with over 8 million, now down to 2 million.
Yeah,
He's one of the shorties.
He got very unlucky against Dan. Well, not very unlucky, but he got unlucky against Dan. That was inventive, innovative play. I personally wouldn't recommend it against somebody as good as Steve O'Dwyer. A lot of weaker players,
David, by the way, shaking his head here. He's just like, nah.
if you have a weaker player who's looking at the small bet on the river and going, okay, well that must be a value bet, then yeah, it'll work. But he put a lot of chips in there with no equity.
So Jack 2 is into the muck in the small blind, and Bushel with 7-6. Look, it's been tremendous stuff so far, Dara. You and I have done countless Irish poker opens together. There's something a little bit extra special about the fact that it's 820 plus days since we had a live Irish Open, not taken away from the online events. You know, it was great that the guys that JP and Paul managed to get them online, but we're back in the City West. It's the Irish Poker Open. When Tower was here the other day, he was saying all the UK players were coming. They did. The amount of Americans and Canadians who made their way over here, South Americans as well. The Scandies, of course, are going to make their trip over here as well. It's just been so well repped.
Yeah, absolutely. This was always going to be a special one. There was so much pent-up demand for live poker. The few live tournaments that we've had in Ireland since got great numbers, but everybody, this is the premier event on the Irish calendar. This was always going to be the one that was going to get people excited and get the crowds out. And the Irish have really played this in their vast numbers. We have 5 Irish at the final table as a result. But we also have the international mix. A lot of the players came over from the UK. A lot of players travel from further seas too. So it's a very international occasion as well as a very Irish occasion.
And there was a point in time around 2014, 2015 where you and I were having the conversation about how there was a lack of UK representation and a serious lack of American representation. It had sort of died off. So it's a lot of credit to Paul and to JP that they've managed to rebuild it, and they've really put their heart and soul into the Irish Poker Open, because it's too big a brand for that to have been happening to it, and it was happening.
Yeah, I do remember the year, I think it was the year the Clicky won. It was just, there were so few non-Irish in the field, and I mean, obviously it's great that Irish people played the Irish Open, and you'd love to see Irish guys doing well, but to make it a real sort of big, prestigious occasion, you need people who are prepared to travel as well. And, the Irish Open traditionally has been Europe's premier live tournament, and if people aren't traveling for it, you can't make that claim anymore.
Yeah, something's not right then. So we can, first of all, it's the oldest, but secondly, it's the most prestigious.
Okay, so Kyle's opened here. This is the type of hand that Steve could turn into a light 3-bet. The suited kings make good candidates in this spot, and he covers Kyle again, which is very significant. Kyle really won't want to tango with Steve, but Steve decides to let this one go.
He did consider it, though.
He definitely considered it, yeah. I think if his hand was a little bit stronger, maybe King 7 suited.
So Boyle now down to 1.9 million. Oh, King 10. Is this an all-in?
He has less than 10 big blinds. Oh, you hate this. You hate this. It's coming from a relatively early position. You don't really have full equity. I think I like the call here. Yeah, you're trying to basically flop something and go with it.
1.2 million in the pot. 4s for Maguire. King 10 for Boyle. And he hits the 10.
Yeah, the queen shouldn't worry him too much. He just has to think he has the best hand now. Enough at the time that he can't fold, because there's 1.2 million out there. He only has 1.6 behind. Middle pair is very strong in this spot. I think Kyle checked back there.
Yeah, it was a no. He's about to bet.
Yeah, I thought he was check. Yeah, this is basically just designed to fold out 2 overcards that have good equity against your 4s. If he gets shoved on, I'm pretty sure he's folding here.
And Boyle is essentially just trying to induce the bet.
Yeah, he's trying to get a little bit more chips into the pot before he moves all in, I think.
So 1.5 million.
I mean, you don't love it, obviously, because Kyle absolutely can have the queen. He can have a better 10. Probably doesn't have Jack 9, but yeah, you don't always have the best hand here, but you have it enough of the time that I think you just have to close your eyes and put the chips in.
The one thing that's
he's done
he's done exactly that. Yeah, I was just going to say
snap fold from Kyle.
Insta fold.
Kyle just basically found out that his 4s weren't good anymore.
What I was going to say to you is, Maguire has been so active that players are just. It's not that they're not going to give him credit, but they're going to say, "Come on, man, you can't have it the whole time."
Yeah, and he knows that Kyle is going to fire out his c-bet a lot of the time there. So a lot of players would just shove there, but Justin won more chips by allowing Kyle the chance to bet the flop there. He's always going to put the chips in, but that's a better way to get them in. The check raise all in rather than the open, than shove all in yourself.
Dara Carney and Demis Kennedy, along with Fintan Gavin, David Lapin, and Laura Cornelius, at the final table of Europe's oldest and most prestigious poker tournament. This is the Irish Poker Open in association with Party Poker, and we have a stellar 8-handed cast at our final table. Steve and Kyle have been the most busy. It's fair to say that level 33 hasn't exactly been the kindest to Boyle, but with added information now available to you, Dara, obviously Steve's been impressive, Kyle's been impressive. Who else has stood out for you?
Dan Wilson played. I think Dan Wilson's probably played the best of anyone so far. That ace king fold was just world class.
That's magic.
That was the hand of the tournament. Dan hasn't put a foot wrong. He hasn't made a mistake. You can also say the same of Steve and obviously Kyle as well. But yeah, for me, they're the three standout players so far. Justin's been very unlucky, and he played that last hand perfectly. A lot of people would fold the king 10 there, going, I don't like it. But when you're that short, you kind of have to call, and if you hit something, just go with it.
Well, it's an all-in from Bushel, and Wilson looks down at king 7, so
yeah,
he's not going to have any interest in that.
That's going in the muck. Bushel has
Boyle
just over 20 big
folds.
blinds here, so he decided he didn't want to raise fold.
Now, ace 3.
Ooh, this is close because Russ has less chips, but it's only 9 big blinds. I think he'll get let it go in the end because he'll just decide he's. He shows the ace ruefully.
This is what Finton was talking about earlier on. Look, I'm going to show the one card. I'm going to show the ace. Oh, look at it. Look at this tricky spot here, but not showing the kicker, of course, which was utter muck. As Finton rejoins us, I like to your call about showing the ace. Look at him folding here.
Yeah, that's.
But not showing the muck.
It's always ace rag when you flash the ace.
Yeah, you're not showing the other one. The S5 suited there shove, which was a perfectly fine shove. He didn't want to raise fold it, and he certainly didn't want to raise call it, and he got the S3 to fold.
I would just very briefly like to give a mention to Alex, who is from Ukraine. She's an absolute superstar. Her brother is currently fighting over there. He's not a soldier, but every man of fighting age is doing just that. She wants to go back and fight herself, but she's working very closely with our good friend Fergal Nealon. Event 1, which was a championship event at the Irish Poker Open 5 days ago, all of the registration money Paul and JP donated to Rapid Response Ukraine, which is what Fergal set up. That was €7,500 from Paul Riley and JP McCann. The dealers gave all their tips from that day as well. It was €2,000, and since then they've averaged donations of 1,500 per day, so it's 15 grand in total, and the medical costs each week for them are 15 grand. So
That's
they're
massive.
covered for next week.
That's something. I'm so pleased. For what Fergal's doing, because I seen the bits and pieces, and Ferg texted me what he was doing, but it was only when I seen the interview on Facebook with the Claire Byrne show.
Yeah.
And it was Claire Byrne herself interviewing him, and that's brilliant. Anyone didn't see it, go on Facebook, have a look.
That's our version of News Night in Ireland.
Gives you the exact, what's going on there with the rapid response. Brilliant work. I'm really pleased that the poker community are so generous.
Yeah, Ian Simpson's been incredibly generous, but the reason I bring it up is because Dan actually has one of the chips. There's the yellow and blue one. There's the blue and yellow chip as well, and Dan has committed a percentage of his
Brilliant.
winnings to it. So
how much will he win? That's the question.
That's the question, yeah.
Yeah, good question.
He had a spot there, ace 10, which is a hand he would normally shove over Steve O'Dwyer's raise. But because of the ICM, because he's now the third shortest stack, not the shortest, he decided to let the ace 10 go this time.
So give good to run good, I believe, was the phrase that Fergal was using. And that has certainly been working out so far. So they're buying much needed medical equipment where the Red Cross and the UN can't get in. They're getting it over there as fast as they can. In fact, an entire shipment of medication was sent over today. You showed me a picture of it. And you know one of the things they've done? Slapped Irish Poker Open labels on all the boxes. And the lads weren't asking for that. He just wants the people to know that he's been away from poker for 5 years, and the generosity has been so huge that he wants everyone to know that the Irish Poker Open and the Irish and poker community in general has supported so much. So quite remarkable stuff. Buying much needed meds and equipment, and they can't do it without you. So check out Rapid Response Ukraine, Google it, DuckDuckGo it, whatever it is you choose to do. Alex and Fergal doing remarkable work. Alex, as I said, from Ukraine, and genuinely wants to go back and fight. Her brother is doing that, and she's a lot of family there too. Right, King 9 offsuit for
Yeah.
Steve O'Dwyer, he's raised to 400k.
Yeah.
It's
This is a
Jack 10 suited, which is called by Williams
Yeah.
to 3k, and there's value here with the 9-7 from Maguire to call.
Yeah, he's very deep against Dwyer, so he can just call here, even though he's going to usually lose the hand. But very occasionally he'll hit a monster, and he's now lost interest in the hand.
Yep.
But Williams is still very interested. This is a chip leader open from Steve O'Dwyer. Obviously, King 9 offsuit under the gun wouldn't normally be an open, but you know, Steve has played very snug so far. But he's still, when he gets a spot like this, he's going to take it.
And Williams checking top pair.
Yeah, you can't really come out betting anything here, I don't think, into two players.
Especially with their chip sizes. 21 million for Dwyer now.
Yeah, Dwyer makes a tiny bet here. This, actually no, sorry, he's gone quite big. He has some backdoors. This is also a very hard board to hit. There's really only one card you're worried about on that board, the jack.
Yeah.
Because most hands that have a deuce or a 4 will fold pre-flop.
And Williams has indeed hit. So
yeah, I think Williams probably will just check raise all in now. He wants to end the hand.
yeah, because it's only 3.5 million back.
3.5 million back. Yeah, he can't really call. There's a lot of scary turn cards, which even if they don't make his hand worse, will make it harder to get the chips in.
I mean, there's little point in flat calling here. You need to protect your hand.
Yeah, particularly against two players.
So is it going to be the shove, Fenton?
I mean, he's called here in the small blind with Jack 10. I was kind of surprised given his stack size and that. And given that Steve, from what I've seen, he's been playing super snug, Steve. So I was kind of surprised, but he's after getting, I mean, this is bingo. He knows he's ahead here. And I think he has to go with it. If you're going to call with Jack 10 pre and hit your Jack, I mean, you're going to put your money in.
Why did you call?
Yeah, what was your point in calling? If
Absolutely.
Do something?
Has he let that go?
Well, this
Whoa!
makes sense.
Whoa!
That's very unorthodox. Let's put it like that.
3.5 million with 2.4 in the pot.
Yeah, you just have to go with your hand. It obviously sucks because it's an under the gun raise, and he can have a better jack. He can have all the over pairs, etc., etc. But yeah, I mean, you call with Jack 10, you get the Jack 4 deuce flop. You can't check fold, I don't think.
Wow, that is a huge swing, and the rich get richer at the Irish Poker Open. Steve O'Dwyer, your chip leader, 21 million.
So we're doing another rotation. We have David Lapin.
Musical chairs.
David on my left and Dara on my right. I mean, it's just...
You're in a chip race
It's
sandwich.
pretty much the worst seat I've been in for this entire festival.
So Bushell has, wow, he's folded the King Jack suited. That is tight.
I really don't know what was going on with Chris with that Jack 10.
Yeah, we saw a bit of this in the run up to the final table last night. He just seemed to be playing a bit too cautiously, not taking spots. Now he's got Ace King though, so he's not going to back down this time.
Given the ICM, Dara, is this a shove or is this an induce? I think it's probably a shove.
I'm trying to think where he is in relation to the stacks now. Yeah, I think it is a shove. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
shove he does, and
There
it
are a
gets
couple of shorter stacks at the table, which increases your ICM. It's very, very close. I mean, raise calling wouldn't be terrible either. And you know, when you raise, you do allow worse aces and kings to shove. So it's very close. Without actually looking at the solver, I couldn't tell you which it is. But this has been an amazing occasion for Irish poker. And Fenton, you've been involved in Irish poker for a long time now. What was it that got you into running tournaments?
Well, actually, it was when I started playing online. I started playing Play Money online. I just couldn't believe you could play online. And then it changed to Real Money. And it was like, it was limit hold'em. Sit and go was limit hold'em. But it was brilliant. And then I was on holidays. I think it was 2003. I was on holidays in Cambridge. And I went to Luton card room for a tournament, and it was 100 pot limit. And I mean, there's loads of regs I met that are still playing today, And I played and I cashed and I absolutely loved it. I couldn't believe this. People come and I kept asking, what did the casino get out of this? I just couldn't believe that they'd put this on like a competition on and let people bang away, you know.
Yeah.
So that's how I started, and then I wanted to replicate that in Ireland, and I just simply love the game there. I love live poker.
Yeah.
That's where it's at for me.
Yeah.
And I think I'm getting the feeling, the vibe, like over the last, just before the pandemic, the vibe wasn't great at a lot of festivals. You kind of get the, well, we're seeing all in here from
Dan
Wilson
moved all
with the
in.
jacks.
This is standard again. Again, if ICM wasn't a thing, maybe you would think about race calling this, but ICM is very much a thing for Dan with just over 10 big blinds, and he shoves it all in, and he's hoping. Well, he doesn't mind actually if this gets through, and it's not getting through. Kyle is going to get involved with the same hand on the button.
This is. We seen this yesterday, Jacks versus Jacks, but
Yeah.
we had a winner, and it was actually Chris, I think. Chris against Dan.
Right.
Jacks v Jacks.
That's right. Yeah.
But this is pretty straightforward. We're going to see a call and we're going to see a chop pot, unless we're going to see some kind of funky board that gives one of these guys a flush.
Yeah.
Yeah, in this spot, the big decision for Maguire is, does he
call or raise.
call or does he isolate? I think flatting is fine. Dan is shoving 11 bigs. You'd sort of balance your range there by just flatting aces as well, so you're protected. Therefore, you can do this with jacks and maybe find a fold if Steve O'Dwyer, the one man who can take you out of this tournament,
That'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
found
If
something.
Steve did wake up with something, but Queen 6 suited goes into the dustbin, and we're going to see.
Jacks against Jacks.
It's always
Everybody's favorite hand.
a chop,
Yeah.
unless.
Dan is obviously the one at risk.
Dan Wilson is our at-risk player with Jack of Hearts, Jack of Clubs. He's up against Kyle Maguire, who shows Jack of Diamonds, Jack of Spades.
No free rolls.
No free rolls. It's over. Nothing to see here. And Dan, I think, will be secretly relieved
Dan picked up the flush draw on the river.
on the river. Yeah. If it was
So
enough-
yeah, the vibe, I felt the vibe kind of before the pandemic, like the atmosphere was not great, like, you know, at a lot
Yep.
of events.
I
I
agree.
wasn't,
Yep.
you know, it seemed to be kind of a money grabbing exercise from a lot of operators and just not putting on, you know, not putting their heart and soul into it and making
Yeah.
it comfortable, making it exciting and making it player friendly. But like since, you know, post lockdown, it's absolutely, yeah, a different scenario. Like, I mean, the buzz, any event I've played in the last 6 months or so has been really special.
It has been yeah. No, it's been I played a lot of events since Live Poker came back, and you could just feel that people really wanted, oh, Dan has another spot here.
Yeah, another easy decision, as you say, Dara. Knowing Dan, he's going to take his usual 30, 40 seconds just to, you know, balance
Yeah.
out the times where he really needs 40 seconds to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, you say easy decision, but to be honest, this is close-ish. Like, you definitely don't love eights in this spot.
No,
with
sevens
all-
and
with-
eights are
with all
a
the
little
ICM.
trickier.
Nines is a shove, and I think we are going to see Dan go in with the nines.
Oh, he's
Actually,
actually
no, he's
gonna-
gone for something. He's gone for the raise. This is
Ooh, very
this
interesting
is,
poker
This
here
is
from
very
Dan Wilson.
interesting. Yeah.
Oh, would you look what's behind?
Lord.
This is incredible. This guy Dan Wilson. I mean, how does? Players won't get away with nines in this spot. 12 big blinds. It's all in. They run into queens and it's game over. But it's a situation where Wilson could possibly get away.
Absolutely, and he's given himself that chance, picked up there by Dara a moment ago.
Yeah.
By deciding to open this hand, he's essentially allowed himself to find out if anyone's strong behind. It is quite low down in your range.
And he is
under
going
the
to get
gun.
away because
Yeah.
look at this.
Yeah.
Oh my
Steve
goodness me.
O'Dwyer with
Yeah.
the ace king.
This is it. Like when you find yourself at a hand that you're not thrilled about shoving, and nines falls into the category. You can also do this, and it looks very strong. The min raise under the gun, and if somebody comes over the top, because you look so strong, you can get away from your nines now.
And I guess if a big stack that's bullying the table does
Yeah.
3-bet you and put you all in, then you can kind of reevaluate, right?
Absolutely, it's not always a raise fold. It'll be a raise call sometimes. If you had somebody like, say, Kyle was running with chip leader and he was 3-betting queen 4 suited and all these other hands, then you could definitely get it in against him.
This is real deliberation from Steve O'Dwyer. Ace King, we all know, is a great hand. It's the best drawing hand possible. But in reality here, against Dan's under the gun open
he's all in.
and a shove, which shows a lot of strength, he does feel like he's probably up against a lot of flips.
Yeah, he's all in. And
Dan gets away quickly, I
Dan
feel.
just snapped folds.
That's
Dan
brilliant.
knew immediately what he was doing.
That is brilliant, that is.
Yeah. No tank needed. Another great fold from Dan. Another spot where most other players in the tournament are now probably walking out the door, unless we're going to see a 9, obviously. But
King of Spades. Here comes the flop.
Justin Boyle with the queens. Queens are good on this board.
Flop is 10-5-5.
Well, it has been
So
Steve
Justin
O'Dwyer's
Ryan
world, and the other
is
players have been living in it.
this time.
Is that going to continue? Yes, it is!
Turn to king.
It's pretty sick.
Justin has
I feel for
9-5.
Justin.
yeah, that's
What a performance.
He's been so unlucky this final table.
1 out.
And
Doesn't happen.
6 of diamonds.
Dave, I was
Elimination.
going to ask you, if you're one of the other short stacks, are you rooting for Justin or are you rooting for Stephen in that spot?
I'm definitely rooting for Steve O'Dwyer. I think it is a ladder jump you want to lock up. I'm going to guess it's probably more than 10k at this point.
Yeah, very likely.
Yeah.
And again, Dan Wilson saved himself.
Oh, Dan Wilson,
That's it.
again, some heroics there with the
Yeah.
decision not to jam the 9s, in fact, open the 9s and give himself a chance to get away in exactly that cooler scenario that took place right after he put his chips in the pot.
Yeah,
It's pretty much 10k spot on, the difference
yeah.
between 8th and 7th.
and a lot of smiling faces at the table, I think, reveals the answer to your question, Darren O'Kearney.
Yeah, they were all definitely rooting for the king or the ace there, in a very discreet way until Justin was gone. But again, so far it's the Dan Wilson show. He only has 9 big blinds, but he's in this tournament where almost everybody else in his seat has exited the building already. Gone. They were just standard coolers, and he got away in spots where other players wouldn't get away. And as that great philosopher Kenny Rogers said once, you got to know when to hold them, but also know when to fold them.
That is the voice of Darren O'Kearney quoting the famous country singer. Kyle missed his hand. Dealer puts his whole cards in the dustbin. 7
Do we
remain.
get to see them in the reader? No, they didn't even make it to the reader. That's probably a good thing, not to upset him. Steve O'Dwyer with a commanding chip lead and a pretty much a stranglehold over this table. Almost half the chips in play now, Darren.
Yeah, Kyle is the one flying the ointment as far as he's concerned. The other players are basically eyeing up third spot now.
And now that he's pushed his way comfortably past Squire Maguire's stack now, he becomes the real target for Steve. He's the guy who Steve can put absolute misery upon.
Yeah, and we've already seen a light 3-bet from him with the King 10, targeting Maguire in that way. But he's also, he's not. There are players who have a much more aggressive style, let's say, than Steve, who would go after every single spot. Steve has been much more selective about his spots.
Absolutely, there is a reason that Steve O'Dwyer not just picking up premium hands more often than not.
He's
but
actually been pretty card dead for this table, and I think a lot of chip leaders taking a more aggressive style would have spewed off a lot of chips by now.
yeah, there's a very good reason why he has been among the upper echelons of high stakes poker for a decade now.
And he just moves all in there. That's a big shove given the.
So he's putting Spinks in the bin there, who's the one stack he definitely doesn't want to find a call, and then everyone else is very short.
Everybody else is very short. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
was that I got a flash of an ace king there. I don't know if that's real. Dan Wilson does call with ace king.
Oh,
Great
wow.
spot.
This is a great spot for Dan to double now.
Well, Dan Wilson, 3.3 million, 3.6 million in fact,
Again.
if he can get this double up.
Just note the speed of the call there. Dan knew exactly that this is a call. He didn't have to think about it. He knows that Steve doesn't shove better hands than ace king. He'll do something else with them. Can he find the hold here?
Dan's family on the rail. Very interested parties. There are some opportunities now.
And he holds a huge hold for Dan.
So instead of going bust with 12 bigs with pocket 9s,
Yeah.
Now he's sitting on 3.6 million. He's back to what, 17, 18 big blinds.
Yeah, yeah.
And he is the one player in Steve's league at this table. Like Steve O'Dwyer maybe is in a league of his own. He is in the upper echelons. He has been playing $1 million buy-ins, $250,000 buy-ins. But the next best player at this table is Dan Wilson, unquestionably. And that will be, the one person that Steve won't have wanted to double up.
Yeah, no, I mean, not to disrespect the other players. Obviously, Misha, by all accounts, is a top online reg as well, and he has been hamstrung by his stack so far. And Kyle, obviously, has been around the block and has played exceptionally well all tournament. But yeah, I mean, Dan is also, in my opinion, the second best player on this table.
Yeah, Dan is elite.
7 players remain. All of these players have locked up 46k.
So Dan is right back in it now. The dream is still alive for Dan of becoming the first 2-time winner in the modern era.
Just as a little aside there, guys, you can hear in the background here the 20,000 big mystery bounty has been drawn by somebody on the outer tables. Obviously, the mystery bounty tournament is taking place, and actually, that's a tournament format I think we're going to see a lot of in the coming years, Dara.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think they're going to take off like wildfire, not just live but online as well.
Yeah.
And I actually got a text from Nick Newport saying he was still in that, but he was very sad that the big bounty was gone. It's a huge factor because once they know the big bounty is gone, it really changes the maths of what you should do with that 20k bounty out there. And I mean, you played that tournament. What was first prize in that, Dave?
There's 23k up top and 20k just to knock one out person.
Yeah. Yeah, and as you get fewer and fewer players, if you get down to the last 5 and that's still out there, that's a huge consideration. Then I could call here and win that bounty.
Yeah, they're a fun format. The lottery aspect does inject some fun as well. It's got to be said, there's a lady going around with a bucket of envelopes, and when you win it, you can choose to not open your envelope if you want, but everybody has been opening it. And when someone draws out a 1k, which is the lowest one, great cheers all around the room.
All the lads are still on for the bigger ones. So that had like about 160 runners or something like that.
Yeah, 181 runners.
181.
Actually, to be precise. It was
and then how many came back then for day 2?
28 of us came back. I was the first to go, sadly. 24 made the money, but making the money in that tournament actually not that significant. You're basically getting your buy-in back because, of course, half the pool has gone into that bounty pool.
So the bounty was a monkey per person. Is that right?
So a monkey of your buy-in goes into the bounty pool. Everyone who made day 2 is eligible to try and win those. The 28 players who came back all had a bounty
so
attached.
28 out of what did you say, 60?
181.
So 90k.
So about 3,300 was the average bounty going to be drawn. So you had to factor in the average one, I suppose, to your calculations.
Okay, I think Russ is just going to shove here. He's down to 6 big blinds. He has ace-2 suited on the button. This is a very, very standard shove.
Yeah, he can be called by weaker hands here. He can be called by
and it's just
better
an amazing
hands here.
results for him if it gets through and he adds 500k to his 1.2 million.
It really is. So Maguire likely to look him up somewhat light. That's right on the line.
I think this is a call. He's getting... What does he need here? Less than 40%?
He needs about 38, I think, Dara. Yeah,
38 is right, yeah.
And as we see there, 47 is what he has in this instance.
Yeah, he probably has roughly 45% against the range, so only needing 38. This is a call.
So we could be down another player here.
Yeah, he's ahead, but it's essentially a flip.
Action on our final table in the main event. 8 players remaining. Our all-in player is Mercy Roos from Ireland against Kyle Maguire from Scotland. Mercy is all in pre-flop at 800,000, showing ace of clubs, 2 of clubs, against Kyle's Jack 10 offsuit. Jack of clubs, 10 of spades. Here comes the flop.
Interesting flop.
Ace, Queen 4. Mercy Roos has a head with a pair of aces.
No spade, so just a king now.
Mercy needs to draw and divide a king.
And he does. His patience has been rewarded. He's been pretty much card dead this table and final table, and sometimes there's just nothing he can do in those spots. He's laddered a couple of spots, but he has let himself get very short. But now he's doubled up.
Yeah, the other short stacks will be a little sad to see that outcome, but Roos will battle on.
Yeah, very, very minor flesh wound for Kyle there. Just about 1 million out of his stack.
I guess there's a break coming up in about 15 minutes. And that will be the end of this 100k, 200k level. And then we move to the 120, 240.
That sounds right.
No. 100, 250 even.
A 100, 250 because they've taken some chips out of play, perhaps. Yes, that would make sense.
100, 250. I'm loving these cool levels they're putting in. It's still super deep, isn't it? Like you consider the stack that O'Dwyer and Kyle have.
Oh, I'm going to be on my plane home to Malta, and you guys could be watching a 5.5 hour heads-up game.
You could be in Malta, get home, and turn on the stream, and we're still 3-way.
It could go that way for sure. Battle of the blinds, battle of the big stacks, battle of the King X hands as well. Steve O'Dwyer probably raises this one, I guess, for value, and just to again lean that little bit of extra ICM pressure. One of the great things in Darrow Carney's book on Endgame is talking about, it's probably my favourite chapter, is talking about the post-flop implications of ICM. We're sort of au fait with the pre-flop ones. We've gotten quite good as a poker population at understanding those ones. The post-flop stuff's really complicated.
Yeah, it's really complicated, and it's something which we only recently have been able to check our work essentially with solvers. We all had kind of a rough idea of what we thought we should be doing in those spots, but now the post-flop solvers are ICM aware, so you can. And essentially, what happens is when you have very big stacks playing against each other, they just play much more cautiously.
Yeah, and speaking of playing cautiously, Kyle Maguire obviously had a pretty standard limp call hand here. He's called it with the King 5 suited. We see that he's dominated, but there's some chops out there, and he is suited. Doesn't connect here, though, so one would assume with that King of Diamonds in his hand, Steve O'Dwyer will find a way to win this one post-flop. In fact, I think it could be a very quick end to this hand. I would predict Steve O'Dwyer to just fire out maybe 600k c-bet and get the job done right here, right now. Let's see what happens. He's gone for a bigger sizing there, 1.1. I guess with all the back doors, he probably feels as though when he picks up some equity on the turn, if called, he can really drop the hammer on the turn and win a bigger pot. So applying max pressure there gets the job done.
That is Steve O'Dwyer. I'm guessing he's like 13, 14, 15 million in live tournament earnings.
It could be more, Finton. It is a big number, though. You're absolutely right. He has been on the high roller circuit for many years. He's won EPTs. He's won EPT high rollers. He has
super high rollers.
Results in Macau, I know, as well. He's been one of the crushers. Obviously, a good friend, I think, of Ike Haxton and Justin Bonomo and those kind of guys. He's in that gang of guys who are, you know, the world's elite, let's be honest, and some of the greatest poker minds there has ever been. So, yeah, part of that brain trust, a contributing member, I'm sure, to that brain trust as well down the years.
Pocket eights folded around to Kyle on the button position. Pretty standard open incoming here.
Yeah, there's nothing really else to do here other than just open. Obviously, you don't like having to open into Steve O'Dwyer all that often, but Steve, again, you know, he's not the kind of guy who's going to do anything crazy with Jack 3 off, and he's going to have those kind of hands a lot, so.
Absolutely, Darren. He's finding the right kind of hands to do it with. He is sort of prioritizing having the blocker, having the suitedness, or whatever it is to lean in.
If he had a King 4 suited there, we might have seen a 3-bet for sure. But with the Jack 3 off, he's not going to do anything.
You hear there the voice of Nick O'Hara in the background. Nick O'Hara is a man who has an awful lot of experience presiding over these types of events. I saddled up to Nick at the last break, and he turned to me and he said, "See that Steve O'Dwyer fella? I don't think I ever see his stack go down." And he is absolutely right about that. Steve has, his progress, his line would be sort of a very steady line upwards throughout this tournament. I'm sure he took a body blow once or twice along the way, but it is just a very steady pattern of his stack climbing all the time. And it is sort of a measure of what Darragh O'Carney said earlier on as well about him just, not bloating the wrong pots, just finding a way to nerdle his way.
Yeah, it's very much his style, and it's what we technically call a low variance style. It's going to work most of the time, a much higher percentage of the time than a more swingy wild style. There are other players who would come out with the chip lead swinging for the fences, and it's either over very quickly or they're back in the pack. With Steve, that's just not going to happen. He's going to have to get cooler really to not get to the business end at this point.
And a tip for anyone out there, whether it's in your home game or in your local casino, if you are the best player in the field, low variance is your friend. You want to play more hands, you want to play more small pots against opponents when you feel like you have the skill edge. That's sort of the way to do it.
Yeah, I called it yesterday the slowly catchy monkey approach. It's very much based on, I'm the best player here, I'm definitely the best player post flop. It's in my interest to play as many flops, turns and rivers against these guys, and not to take even profitable spots, like not give them the 45% or 40% chance to get the double up, to just try and do it in installments essentially. And you can see he's opened the 6-4 suited. This is just him applying the pressure. He's going to open anything that's remotely playable.
Dan's got a suited king here. Darragh, I'm sure he wishes that too was a slightly better kicker, but it is still suited and it is still king high.
He is suited, yeah, it is king high. I'm trying to remember my Munker charts for these spots. I think this is right on the line. I think king 4 suited is definitely a defend. I'm not sure about king 2 suited. It's probably just about okay to call here.
Dan is reaching for calling chips.
He does make the call.
So Dan Wilson, a battle of probably the two finest poker players at this table now.
Oh, that's a good flop for him. I mean, it doesn't look like this looks like Steve's flop more, but Dan is open-ended and he has a backdoor flush draw as well.
Yes.
And his king high is good a lot of the time, as it is in this case.
Exactly. Steve O'Dwyer can have ace king, crucially, and
yeah,
Dan
well,
Wilson
if he
cannot.
if he has ace king, it's a cooler. I mean, when you're this shallow, I think you're not too worried about the absolute nuts. Any strong one per hand is the effective nuts.
So with open-ended here, Darragh, the overcard, and of course the backdoor club draw, is Dan ever considering anything other than call? I don't think he is.
Yeah, the fact that Steve still has a lot of very strong hands on this board.
He's actually let it go.
Well, yeah, I don't mind that at all.
Very interesting.
He's not going to see two cards. He's going to have to hit his draw on the turn, and it might not be good. He could be up against ace king. He could be chopping a lot of the time against another king.
So when Dan Wilson flats the king deuce of clubs in that spot, it's, as you said there, right at the line of what sort of qualifies in that situation, he's looking for something a lot more clear cut.
Yes.
When he sees a flop. He's looking for two clubs. He's looking for a king X.
Absolutely.
Flop.
Two clubs, you have the nut draw. There it's the non-nut draw. You could already be dead. And Steve fired out quite a big bet as well. And Steve just has all the strong hands on that board. He has ace king. He has all the sets. And Dan has none of those hands. So that was a lot different from, a 10-7-3 board with two clubs.
Yeah, we talk a lot about range advantage when we analyse, when we take a deeper dive into a lot of these hands. That was clearly a spot where, despite the fact that he just had 6 high, Steve O'Dwyer had the range advantage, the nut advantage as well, and Dan Wilson, despite having a rather full of promise open-ender and backdoor second or flush draw with an overcard, decides that that is the battle he does not want to fight. He has chosen his battles very deftly so far this afternoon. That's why he is still in the mix to become 2-time Irish Open champion.
So just a quick recap, David, for viewers maybe who've just tuned in. What's the story of this week here in Dublin in the City West?
I think the broader story is the success of the event itself, the combined Norwegian and Irish Open together. This super festival that is put on every year we can have it has just been a huge success. The room is dressed better than I've ever seen it. The atmosphere is phenomenal, and boy did we sort of need it for morale reasons, if nothing else, as a poker population. I think the other story of this Irish Open is yet to be told.
Interesting. The build-up, of course, to the final table with several Irish live regs. Seamus Cahill. Then we had the online player Frank Lillis with Lucky Mo busting out in 11th. Clicky making the final table, and Dan Wilson, another Irish Open champ, still in contention, and what a performance from Dan Wilson. But this guy, this really for me is the story, David. This gentleman you see in the left hand side of your screen, he's been absolute different gravy, let's be honest.
Yeah, he is possibly in this room in a league of his own, and sometimes poker is a game full of variance. It doesn't end up that way in the final equation. It is ending up that way this weekend. Steve moved back to Ireland recently enough. About a year ago I spotted him around about Stephen's Green. He told me that he had just got an apartment close to Stephen's Green. He was back in Ireland. I think he'd been living in Amsterdam for a little while. He had lived in Ireland in the past. He loves Dublin. I think it is his favourite city in the world. Certainly the one he wants to live in the most.
Amsterdam, of course, renowned for beautiful teas and coffees.
I'm so glad you went there. I was very worried I was going to have to dive onto this master knob on the controller.
What are you calling a master knob?
It's one of my favourite festivals is the Master Classics. It's like,
it's great.
It's a lovely city, it really is. But Dublin is where it's happening this week. The turnout, 2,040 players for this 1K buy-in.
Extraordinary.
Now, Speedy, pocket fours in the button. He just rips here, David, surely.
No choice to do anything other. He is one of the shorter stacks. The ICM pressure is not on him in the same way. And yeah, he just needs a sort of a profitable situation. This is certainly one of those.
Ace 2-2. Steve has hit the ace. All players down for 8.
Dan Wilson, left-hand side of your screen, and that is Speedy on the right-hand side. Short stacked Speedy reg here on the Dublin poker scene. This is probably close as well, David, given that he is the shortest stack on the table.
Yeah, I think he can let this one go. I don't know, he might be considering an open, to be honest. He has that king blocker, he is suited, so it sort of makes for a light open if you want to get creative, a bit like what we saw from Dan earlier. Oh, well, we see now that it's certainly not going to work in this instance.
This is the second shortest stack on the table. Pocket tens for Chris Williams. Now, we've seen Chris make some extraordinary kind of tight folds, but surely tens, he can't fold tens here in this spot.
I don't think he can, but he will be a little bit spooked that Roos has opened off a 12 big blind stack. And I suppose that might just put the fear in him.
Yeah.
And if he's the kind of guy who maybe makes a big fold, that might be one he's capable of. But we see now, no.
Yeah, it's tens. I mean, what can you do?
You just got to...
And you're getting the fold now.
What's the great phrase of Doug Polk that we use from time to time, Dara? Sometimes it's your time to die.
Sometimes it's your time to die, yeah. Sometimes you look down and you don't like it. Clicky was on the wrong side of one of those right at the start where he looked down at ace-jack. Didn't feel great with it, but it was his time to die, unfortunately.
Well, it was not his time to die this time round. It was a light open off the 12 big blind stack. Roos, little wry smile there as he knows he tried to get one through. Didn't work this time. He's back down to 10 bigs now.
Matthew Bushell from Brighton. And this is local hero, former winner, Dan Wilson. Shout out to his dad. And Jonathan, his brother, on the rail. 7-5. Surely this just gets binned. What's going on, David?
I'm going to be honest, I don't know what's going on. I absolutely did not for one moment think this hand would be deliberated upon, but Dan Wilson is giving it some thought.
No, this has to be a reader error or something.
Yeah.
17 bigs.
If ever there was a reader error.
Off. Who's on the blinds? That's the question. I think Chris.
I wonder what. I would like to have been inside Dan Wilson's head for that one, assuming our graphics got it right.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he would tank the 7-5 there. Unless he's channeling Will Kassouf. Maybe the spirit of Will Kassouf is still in the building, but yeah. That was either, yeah. I mean, if I did it, it could be a senior moment, but Dan's a lot younger than I am, so.
Well, we see here Steve O'Dwyer suited ace in the small blind. Exactly this type of situation. We've seen him do that light 3-bet, maybe to. Oh no, he's just going to go for it. He's just going to put him in to the ultimate test now. Back on Williams. He's been put in the bin.
He's now has to. He's been put in the bin, and his hand has to go in the bin.
Well, wait a minute. I'm discounting the possibility of Mr. Spinks waking up with a hand here.
If Spinks,
6.8 million
if
behind.
Spinks has a hand, it's a better hand than ace-5.
That's for sure. Yeah, he's ahead of ace-5.
Yeah. But this is horrible. Like, I mean, oh my God! Like, how strong do you have to be here? Like,
if you're looking down at like pocket 9s or 10s, it's pretty gross.
Yeah.
So he snap folds kind of ace-10, ace-9 suited type hands, right?
Feels like it might be ace-queen or 9s or 10s. We don't know what the hand is yet. It's very exciting. Ace, queens, 9s, or 10s makes the most sense. That's when you're really feeling the pain right now.
Yeah. Yeah, ace, queen. Exactly, those are the hands. Ace, queen, I would absolutely hate in this spot. Oh, it's so gross.
It's probably gross with ace, king as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, you don't like it, but I think you have to get it in, though, because you're either flipping or you have the guy crushed. You're never.
But the ICM is pretty nasty.
The ICM is pretty nasty, but yeah, ace king. I think ace king's in a different class to the ace queen.
Is he going for a coin in his pocket?
Oh, he is.
He's the guy who did this yesterday.
This before.
He did this yesterday on the bubble.
This is brilliant.
He's
flipping a coin.
Steve O'Dwyer's like, oh Jesus! Second coin toss.
Please be heads. Please be heads. This is
Can you explain this, Sarah? This is a huge moment being decided by a coin right now. He's in.
No, they're cards.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Cards.
I thought they were chips.
Yeah.
He's let it go.
We're getting the feedback that was pocket 10.
It was 10.
Spot on,
pocket 10.
David.
It was pocket 9s he flipped the coin with last night and ended up calling. This was a very different situation. And this time the coin staved Steve O'Dwyer, getting it in very, very far behind.
And that could have changed the outlook of this tournament hugely. That would have brought him up to 13.5, 14 million, had he held, of course, and put Steve, back down to 17 or 18 million.
Yep.
What a moment decided by a coin flip.
Yeah, we often talk about flips in these spots, but that was one of the more unusual flips.
So that's what it's come down to, these poker tournaments, just flipping coins.
Yeah,
so we were right all along.
The reason for that is there are spots in poker where you have to do one action some of the time and the other action the rest of the time to avoid being exploited. And online players use what they call a randomizer. They have a number generated from 1 to 100, telling them, and if they look at it and it's 40, they fold, and if it's higher than 50, they'll call.
And the idea of this, of course, is to balance.
To balance, yeah. You sometimes have a hand which is right on the line, and if you always fold it, you can be exploited because the guys can shove on you more. And if you always call it, they can exploit you the other way. So you have to call some percentage of the time.
This is the Irish Open. This is the final table. This is Darragh O'Carney, and this is David Lapin. Fintan Gavin is my name. I'm going to be back in about 15 minutes, and we're going to bring back Emmett Kennedy, of course, and we'll set the scene again for what's happening here. It's really exciting. We've a real high-level final table. Do join us. Bye for now.
Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kickoff in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Fintan Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The heads-up crowned Anthony Blanor as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt, as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours, after lots of exciting play, but finally it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xanthopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am with a man who is still in with a fighting chance, Gary Spinks. And you're in on the satellite for his €115.
Yep, I've got through by satellite, which was a great achievement in itself. And now I'm in the main event, hoping to take it down for myself, obviously. But the main thing that I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be donating £100,000 towards the dealers in Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham.
That is insanely generous. That's like a third of the first place prize money if you win.
It's only money.
What have they done for you?
It's only money. I play there, and they're nice people, and you might say generous, but I don't know. At the end of the day, I woke up this morning and see the sunshine, and there's more pleasurable things in life as I've got older and I found out than money. I've got lots of friends. I've got a very lot of friends, in fact. I've got a good family, and I'm pleased. And like I say, if I can take this tournament down today, what an achievement that'll be for me. I won the Dusk Till Dawn Christmas Cup on the 27th of December in Nottingham, and this would be a massive achievement for me.
So was that your biggest live score so far?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I've been on a few final tables, if I'm honest, but I'm very proud of myself. The Dusk Till Dawn Christmas Cup, I know I keep saying it, but I'm chuffed a bit.
How much did you win for that one?
It was £10,000 first prize, bit of back pocket money.
Well, I mean, that's obviously, the dealers did you good in that comp, didn't you? So you
exactly.
owe them.
So I owe them, exactly. So likewise, but a couple of people have rung me on my phone and they said, Spinks, you won't believe it, everybody's rooting for you, and you're such a lovely guy. And I suppose I'm humbled in a way. I don't want to blow my own trumpet. I'm myself, and people say I'm a nice guy, but I'm just me, Mr. Spinks.
Bless you. So tell us about the tournament so far. How's it been going?
If you want the truth, very stressful. Last night I had no sleep, as you can see, the black eyes. I've had no sleep at all whatsoever last night. Lay in bed trying to sleep. Obviously,
just excited?
Well, it's excitement, adrenaline, and all the emotions mixed together. I just can't sleep. As an example, when I won the cup, the Christmas Cup, I don't want to keep mentioning it, but anyway, I didn't sleep for 2 days. The excitement and the achievement and the thank yous I got on Facebook. I'm on Facebook if anybody wants to look me up. But and the comments was incredible, and it's just such an achievement. You know, this is, I wouldn't say well, in a way, this competition, if you win, is life-changing because people are going to know you all around the world. You know, this is a massive, massive event. Yeah. You know, it's a yeah.
2,040 entrants.
Exactly, yeah, and you know, to get down to number 1, wow, what an achievement. You know, mind-blowing.
Well, you know what? We've only got to wait until tomorrow, and then you can sleep.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get through today anyway and get to the final 9 tomorrow and progress and, you know, hopefully take it down. If I can, wow, let's have it.
And you said you're going to give 100k to the dealers,
yes.
and you're going to give the rest to your daughter?
Yeah, 200 to my daughter, 100 to the dealers, and I think he's 18. One of the lads that's come with us, Ming, I said I'll give him 5%, so that works out 15, 18, if you know, give or take.
Are you not going to have
So
anything? You're not even going to go on holiday?
No, I'll probably have nothing left, but I am going on holiday actually. I'm going away in a few weeks, going to Malta.
Oh, I used to live there.
Oh, lovely. And then I think 5 weeks after that, Vegas for 3 weeks.
Oh.
Let's have it.
So you don't need any money, you've got it all sorted.
I don't need money. What's money for? It's only for spending, isn't it? And pleasures, you know. There's 4 great pleasures in life, like I said earlier on in the conversation. But long may it continue. I've been had a few good hands, few bad hands, few mistakes, made mistakes, learned from mistakes. But that's how poker is. It's ups and downs, and you know you got to keep going. You got to soldier on, and hopefully we'll get to the end.
Indeed. Well, I'm wishing you all of the best of luck. I'm really behind you on this because it will be amazing to see you do well and get to that final table.
Thank you. That's what I had a conversation shortly just before I spoke to you, and he's at Dust Till Dawn and he said, Spinks, everyone's rooting for you, and that was humbling, and I just thought, wow, you know, hopefully we can do it. Hopefully we can pull it off. We shall see. We shall see.
Let's do it. Thanks for chatting.
No, pleasure.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I'm joined by David Lapin. Now talk to us about your tournament. It was a bit swingy yesterday, is that right?
Very swingy, yeah. I did that thing where I spent an entire day 1 ending with 30k, which is the starting stack. So basically wasted a day of my life. Came into day 2, immediately got things going, got up to 90, fell back to 40, got up to 200, back to 50, back to 200, then got put on the feature table when I think I had about 100, survived the bubble, just skin of my teeth kind of stuff, really cockroached my way in, then got very fortunate right after the bubble to get a double up. I got it in with the worst hand against Pearl Dan Stacey, and then Dermot got me shortly after, so that was, it was fair. The run out was cruel, but it was fair. He had the best hand.
The bubble was pretty quick and painless, I thought.
Yeah, we lost 3 people on the hand that the bubble burst, so it sort of was like, it's not the bubble, oh, you're already through. Yeah, it was good that way, I suppose. Yeah, no pain. Although, if you're a tournament poker player, you kind of have to learn to love the pain. You have to be a masochist, I think. Yeah. So I kind of do like an excruciating bubble personally.
And how's the rest of the Irish Open going for you? You're jumping into something today?
Yeah, I'm going to jump in the mystery bounty today. That's sort of a unique one, or I guess the win have popularised it a little bit. I know the World Series wanted to do one of these a couple of years ago before the pandemic, but it's definitely going to be a fun tournament. Mystery bounty might win the big one. We're not all, Porrick O'Neill. We can't always pull out the 100k check, but I'm going to hopefully pull out one of those checks.
So what does mystery bounty actually mean?
Well, I actually had a word with the TD before this because I wanted to know how it's structured, because these things do get structured a little differently sometimes, and he said that everyone who makes the money pretty much, then the bounties will be in play. So they divide up 2/3 of the prize pool for the bounty pool, make one very big bounty, make a couple of good bounties, a couple of slightly not as good ones, and then everyone else who's in the field, there is a bounty attached, but it might be smaller. You obviously want to pull the big one, so that's sort of the lottery factor of it all.
Okay, it sounds quite fun, to be fair.
Yeah, no, it is. It definitely throws a bit of lottery into it, which I guess, we're in a room full of gamblers, so that makes sense.
And being back here after a few years, has it changed much? What's it like being in the room?
I think it's better than ever. You guys have obviously done, features at various different angles. We're pointing at the poker room here. You see the numbers in the room. Yeah. You see how beautifully dressed it is as well. So I think they've pulled out all the stops to make it a really great experience for everybody. We've missed live poker. It's been devastating having to do virtual felt stuff equivalents of these kind of great marquee tournaments. So I'm really happy to be back, and it's been a fun week.
And there was bit of controversy earlier as one of our players, well, Mr. Will Kassouf, I want to hear your opinions on him, because I think they're quite strong opinions.
Well, look, he has a scandal in his past. He did Palm Chips in the Grosvenor Casino several years ago. I would view him with suspicion, to be honest. When he's at my table, I'm keeping a close eye on my own stack. I think, he's deft with the palming, and, guys need to watch out. The genuine PSA out there, if you're at the table with him, you should be careful, because I don't trust the guy, and I had to play poker with him for 2 half days during this festival so far, and I had to keep my eye on my stack at all times.
I mean, he's putting on the bravado, though. He's still going at it like he always does.
Yeah, he's sort of a David Brentish character in poker at some level. When you go back to that World Series coverage from a few years ago, he was sort of a tragic figure at some level. I know people enjoyed the banter. I think most people who had to sit with him didn't. To see someone like Kenny Hallert, who's a great pal of mine and a very, even-keeled, steady guy, be as annoyed with the person as he was and as happy to see William Bust, that main event, as he was, I think speaks volumes for how much he was driving everyone crazy. He does. We were having a lovely day 1C, I think it was, before he arrived, and then the talk, which is not original. It's the same 7 catchphrases over and over again. He does your head in, but the worst part of it is he slows the game down terribly. We played half the hands once he arrived. It just creates a horrible atmosphere at the table. Nobody enjoys it. Nobody thinks he's funny. And I just, I wish he was blacklisted, to be honest.
I mean, we got to have a few bad boys, loudmouths in poker, or it'll be a bit boring, no?
Well, look, it certainly makes it interesting. It certainly creates controversy, and I'm sure people will write articles. I might write one myself about it. But at the end of the day, you'd rather be in a safer environment without people that you feel might, put their hand in your pocket.
All right. Okay. Moving on to the podcast. How's it all going?
It's been great. We've gone from strength to strength every year. We've been so lucky. Darren and I have put so much work into it, I suppose, over 7 years now. It actually started, not here. We were in the Burlington, of course. That was the first time we ever did the chip race, and it was, I think we were maybe week 3 of the show ever, so the 3rd episode was from the Burlington that week, and here we are 7 years later, still going. I think we've made maybe 120 episodes, and the show's gone from strength to strength. Big names, big audience these days. We probably go out to anything from 16 to 20,000 people in an average week, and that's great, just to have that sort of feedback and to walk around a poker room. In America, I walked through a parking garage in America, and a 50-year-old woman ran up to me and said, "Are you the podcast guys?" to me and Dara, and she was from like Wyoming or something, and she was like, "I listen to you guys, this is great." And you're like, okay, that's, we're delighted. That's the best feedback we can get, to be content creators. Really, while it might help pay the bills to some degree, we're sponsored pros and Unibet love us to make that content. The best thing is the feedback from audience members who like it, so it's great.
Who's been your most entertaining or surprisingly interesting guest on there?
Entertaining, but not surprising, because I knew she would be. Our 100th show went out about this time last year with Doug Polk, who is obviously fantastic, and he gave us a great interview. We had a strategy section with Ape Styles, Jonathan Van Fleet, one of the great poker minds, one of the OG poker online guys, and he was incredible. But our other guest on that show, and we wanted it to be special for us as well, was Annette O'Carroll, who's one of my favourite people in Irish poker, one of my favourite people in poker, full stop. And she gave us an absolutely majestic interview, as I knew she would. She'd been on the show once before, and we thought, well, no better person to have back to make the 100th show special than her. And yeah, she told some great stories. She has an incredible insight into the game. She's seen poker over, I don't want to give away her age, but 30 plus years for sure. And yeah, she just has amazing insights, a phenomenal character.
Okay, we'll have to catch up with it. We wish you all the best of luck
Thanks
going
so
into
much.
this mystery bounty and the rest of the Irish Open. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Laura. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open. I'm joined by another champion, Gavin Ryan. You won the PLO 6 Max. How are you feeling?
I feel really good now, yeah, really great. My first ever PLO tournament. Only started playing PLO during the recent lockdown, but really great game, really good tournament, tough battle all the way through. And final table, it was really good because 3 of the lads from the local club that we all play in were on the final table, so it was nice. Great experience, and as ever, always well run up here.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine You're going to be playing a lot more PLO now after this.
Yeah, I think I will. Yeah, I don't think I'll be going back to the 2-card tournaments anymore after this one. It's just a lot more exciting, a lot more action, and yeah, much better game to play altogether.
And it was a very nice payday of €8,300.
Yeah, that always helps with the World Series coming up in the summer now, to take a nice little bag of cash home with you on a Sunday. I'll have to tell the wife I won $2 grand though.
Well, I think she might know now. Sorry, I put you in it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Anything else you're going to be playing here?
I'm going to go and get a bit of dinner now, maybe a couple of pints, and I'll have a look and see what I'll pay later on.
Well deserved, I would say. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you
talking to
very
us.
much.
Congratulations.
Cheers.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I'm joined by Caitlin Kellner and Kelly Kellner all the way from Canada.
Absolutely.
Are you
Love
guys
this
having
trip.
fun?
Love this trip to Ireland. My first time, but her first time, my 5th time here. Fantastic.
Yeah, we see you regularly. Why do you like coming back here so much?
Well, I'm 1/4 Irish. We're still trying to figure out which quarter of me it is, and we're deep in research, but it just such amazingly run event and great people, and you're the best hostess of any poker tournament around, so it's always fun by getting interviewed by the best.
He's too nice. What's it like hanging out with Dad on the poker tour?
It's fun. It's fun. It's a really fun way to develop our father-daughter relationship.
We've developed a hashtag called Another Great Moment in Parenting, and so it's like next level parenting that we're into. So, but she asked to learn how to play poker over COVID, and so here we are.
And how is it going? We saw you in the ladies' event. Looked like you were doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's going well. This is my first tournament, so it's definitely a learning curve. But I'm learning a lot, and I'm having a really good time. So overall, really great.
And you're playing the mini Irish Open now, is that right?
Yes, yeah, I am. So that it's going well. It's going well. Yeah.
What are the secret little tricks you've taught her?
Oh, lots of, there's lots. Her intuition is amazing. We played a lot online. She almost won her seat to the main. So her instincts are incredible. We're just teaching her now about positioning and bet sizing. Hell, I'm still learning that myself. But just, just hanging out with the boys and the crew. It's such a great crew. The poker crew and industry is so amazing, so it's fun to get her embedded in. You should see her text messages now. Oh, I jammed Dave's queen. Guy went runner straight. I'm going, that's my girl. That's my girl. Yeah.
And talk to us about the Canadian Poker Tour.
Well, there's some new laws in Canada, so there's a lot of new things that are evolving. So potential hybrid events where you can start online, consolidate television. My company, Interactive Media, is going public. We're now in the sports betting, the poker, and the gaming business. So some really exciting things coming and happening. The world, after COVID, we've had a paradigm shift in the way everything's happening. So gaming and online gaming and that integration of this new business world is really, really exciting. So, we're talking to Paul and JP about maybe doing a little something together, maybe a cruise from Dublin to Montreal or something like that. I'd suggested we call it the Titanic, but they thought that was bad marketing.
I don't think you'll get many people wanting to get on
So
that.
we'll come up with some better marketing, but I just wanted to give a great shout out to Paul and JP and the whole crew, and especially Nick. The software that runs this tournament is seamless. It is absolutely incredible, the atmosphere, and having run events for many, many years, we see there's so much that happens behind the scenes. These guys are the top.
Irish Open 2022, you're very welcome back. On my right here is David Lapin, and on my left, no introduction needed, of course, Emmett Kennedy. This is the final table. Final table time. Final 7 players.
Have you had a stroke? Have you had an aneurysm?
What does that mean?
It's just like, but it's final. It's final table.
Positive it's final.
It's
well, it's day 24 in the Big Brother house, so.
Day 24. And the boys haven't killed each other yet. David Lapin, Fintan Gavin, and Emmett Kennedy with you for the final table of the Irish Poker Open. It's been a long road to get back here.
Is there something going on here, guys? Chip race, or is there someone all in?
Chip race is a good podcast. The fact that, is it possible they're introducing new chips?
It's not only possible, it's probable. There's a lot of, there's 60 million in play.
That's our tournament director, Nick O'Hara.
Yeah, it looks like we've taken the greens out of play. So we're now dealing with all chips none of which were out when play started 3 days ago. Entirely new chips out there. Those greens were very precious 4 days ago.
They were.
They're just being taken away.
No,
Like
they
they mean
mean
nothing.
nothing.
Valueless.
No, not a thing.
The lilac colour, of course, is the high value chip, which is worth 500,000. And the stack on the very left and the stack on the right, these are the two biggest stacks on the table. Steve O'Dwyer in seat 1. And on the right hand side, we have Kyle from Scotland, from Glasgow.
Question for both of you. How impressed have you been with Kyle, considering he's out of position against Steve O'Dwyer?
Very impressed, I got to say. I think he's, known when to, selectively take his spots, but he has been tighter, and tighter is right in this situation. He is in a difficult seat, and you have to adjust for that.
Down to 7. Ask this again as well, the whole face mask thing. I know that there are some people who are genuinely concerned about COVID, and that's absolutely fine, but is this a strategy from William, who has just moved all in, by the way, with the snowman, pocket 8s? Is this a strategy from him to try and not give away tells? Dara was of the view that I'm right. What about you, David?
I think, Emmett, there's going to be a call here. I think it's
oh my goodness.
It's 13 big blinds. Which, what do you think? I mean, it was interesting with 9s in the same sack size that Dan Wilson just min-raised.
Oh, and as if it couldn't get more spicy, Spinks, who had the pocket 10s the last time. I know our graphics didn't show it. I think it was the last hand before the break he had 10s up against an all-in from O'Dwyer.
I mean, this
He's
is
in the
just
same
crazy.
spot again.
Absolutely crazy. And similar, very similar situation.
Is the coin going to come out, Finton?
I mean, I don't know. Does he call here? Because, I mean, Williams. I mean, there's a very strong chance Williams goes bust here. This call from Steve is strong.
I love this. Steve O'Dwyer, nonchalant as you like. He has all his chips in the middle. He's looking at Mr. Spinks to his left.
Take your times, lads. I'm going to have a little break
I'm having my Sambo. I mean, it's only the Irish Poker Open. We're only all in.
A few crisps as well. I love this from Steve O'Dwyer. Absolutely nonplussed by the situation.
He's like a guy who's out of the hand. And he's on the brink of either doubling a player up or knocking somebody out. Is this actually genuinely a tactic to try and...
I don't think so.
I think he's just hungry.
Yeah. I mean, he's like... We look at his career, like, this is what he does. I mean, final tables, it's not... He's not going to, like... he's not out of place here. So... If he's hungry, he's going to eat.
But Finton, like we've talked about body language and the power of it throughout the whole week of the Irish Poker Open. I mean, this is a power play. I mean, David is literally in stitches, right? Lapin is in pieces here.
I just think, look at these two people on screen. Spinks is literally in agony right now, trying to figure out. And the person he needs to get a read on is eating a sandwich in the most nonchalant way possible. You couldn't get two more differing sort of body languages right now. One person in agony, one person thinking, I should have put cheese on this sandwich as well.
Why didn't I get the salt and vinegar?
And it's a fold. I expected that. And that's great.
How do you call when...
Well, it's good for... Look, Williams, this is perfect for Williams because he gets the hand that he's flipping against to call him. And the hand that he's crushed against folds. So he couldn't really get a better spot than this. But it is interesting the difference between Williams and Dan Wilson with similar stack sizes.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point.
So Steve O'Dwyer on 27 million. This is for Williams' tournament life. He is ahead, 7.1 million in the pot. We're about to find out if the snowman can hold up and Williams can double through. He obviously had shoved
Chris Williams is all in. 7 players remaining in our main event.
You
He shows pocket 8 pre-flop.
Here, our tournament director, Nick O'Hara,
calling
calling the action for the rail, which is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So here it comes. 2, ace, 2. Oh, Dwyer takes the lead straight away.
I mean, Steve is he's playing expertly, but he's running pure as well.
5 o'clock.
He's going to push out
2 outs.
All-in player Chris Williams from the United Kingdom needs to see an 8 on the river, or he will be eliminated in 7th place.
6, and that is it. We are down.
Our 7th place finisher will take home €46,600.
So a 7th finish for Chris Williams. It's a significant amount of prize money that he takes home as well, might I add. Finishing 60s, finishing 70s, walking away with 46,550. Clicky, when he was eliminated, walked away with 26,600, which is not bad. But now that we're six-handed and Steve O'Dwyer is just nonchalantly eating his sandwich, taking down players, do you think that there's an aspect of Spinks who's going, I'm very, very lucky that he was quite nonchalant there because it made it difficult for me to read, and I'm still in the tournament, because he'd have been gone as well.
Yeah, another just incredibly difficult decision put on the shoulders of Mr. Spinks. As co-commentator here, Fitton, just said, playing expertly and running pure is a wicked combination.
It certainly is.
And it is going to be very, very difficult for any of these guys to beat Steve O'Dwyer today.
I think Speedy has the 10s here. Wilson folding under the gun, the 10-4. And now Speedy counting out chips, big blind 250. This is a 500k min raise. I think I seen 10-10 flashed. Wilson has folded.
So he is going all in. So again, I suppose, the very point you made a moment ago, Dan Wilson sort of happy to navigate in those spots, maybe really trusting his read on the situation. Yeah. The other guy's much happier to just like get it in there with the hand that can't be
I think it's slightly different, Dave, in that Speedy's stack size is little bit smaller. You know, he was like nine bigs there, or what is it? It's 250.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. He was a bit shorter.
And that little bit stronger, hand ranking like 10s over the 9. So I guess there's a difference. But this guy, for me, is, I think he's a bit of a sleeping giant on this table, from what I hear. Speedy, very high-level online player. And that is Matthew Bushell, who's just debating where the button is, and is the button right or wrong. But the hand is over, so I mean, there's no possibility of Speedy surrendering back these chips.
Not a hope in hell.
Steve O'Dwyer, sort of maybe a tribute to the Sydney Opera House now in his stack. You can see sort of vaulting stacks. It's
it's good protection as well when you're looking at your hold cards. You know, he's no one on his right, and you know he has that wall on the left, so he can just bend his cards that little bit more.
He can see more. We have seen players get, actually, David, you and I saw this happen before. Someone built a tower with their chips. They'd accumulated so much of them at the Irish Open one year on a feature table. They did not go on to win, it should be pointed out, but it's insane. I mean, look, you got to run good to be able to win a tournament, but he's obviously playing exceptionally well, but he's also getting the best of it too.
Bit of a tip for any of you enthusiastic chip stackers out there. Also, the way that Steve O'Dwyer is stacking his chips is the best way to be able to count your own stack. So there is some method to it too, in that it makes it very easy.
Steve shoved all in, 30 million with 9-4 off in the hijack position.
Wow. So this is turning the screw in a big way right now. He's got half the chips in play, and he has a player to his immediate left who is the only stack he wouldn't really want to double up, the only meaningfully big stack, and he knows he's getting him to fold hands like 10s every day of the week.
That's amazing.
That's a huge bit of info that Steve's obviously gotten. I'd say he's had a quick check of the phone at the break. He's probably been told by someone at home, this guy's folding ace kings, ace queens, 10s to you here. So you could probably just, ship it in there with, a certain degree of liberty.
As the sandwich comes back out. Just for those of you who are joining us, we're on a 30-minute delay. It was 15 minutes for Finton and I for the previous 5 days, but for the final table we decided the decision was taken by the production team and by tournament director Nick O'Hara. No phones at the table. I think that was your shout.
Yeah, well, it was actually Nick's shout. There was a hand last night, when we're on the bubble, and I think it went on about 7.5, 8 minutes. And Nick just goes, look, it's just too close. And then literally in the next hand, they're getting information from the previous hand. Yeah. So, this half an hour kind of eliminates any of the risk factor,
Absolutely. And another great point made by Nick was that had the feature table gone on any longer, had play gone on much longer last night, he wanted to flip the tables in fairness to both players. That was sort of the sets of 6 on each table. He felt it was unfair that one group of them were having their cards revealed and the other weren't.
Yeah.
So it was only fair, even
interesting,
bringing us into the equation almost.
Yeah.
I thought that was a very fair point for him to make. Now, Dwyer has raised with the ace-jack, and Bushel is walking up with queens.
Because I think Steve goes, given the size of this 3-bet that's incoming from Matthew Bushel from Brighton, it's going to be a 2.8 million. I guess 3-bet all in here.
I was just about to ask you, is it gonna be a commitment?
For me, this is pretty standard. Queens.
Yeah, 11 big blinds. The question is, when it gets back to O'Dwyer, will he decide ace-jack is just good enough? I'm not sure. He's going to get a very, very compelling price. So that's going to be the interesting part of this. Now, O'Dwyer has done phenomenal work.
I think this
not
is
getting big lumps of chips in.
Wilson escapes with 6s into the bin. Could have been different
so
had O'Dwyer not been involved.
So 2.3 to win 6.2. That feels like around 40%. Yeah. Feels pretty compelling with a hand like ace-jack.
Yeah, makes sense.
He's done quick calculation.
Quick bit of maths.
Call.
Now, he's 3-1 dog here, which tells me there's some of his cards folded.
Has the overcard, dominates with the heart, ace heart in terms of flush possibilities. Has the spade as well.
I don't know how often David flush comes out here, 4-card flush. I'm guessing like 2% of the time.
Yeah, I'd say something between 1.5 and 2, yeah.
Although bizarrely enough, we have seen it quite a bit on the feature table, but you're right.
Every time I get it in ahead, my opponent gets a 4-card full.
1.6 million in tournament earnings, Finton Gavin. All right, here we go.
The short stacks hold their breath. They want to see an ace.
They really do, because
Steve needs a toothpick.
Well, this will tell you exactly how good he's running.
King 5. So the queens holds. Bushel all in for his tournament life. Increases to 89%. 2 of hearts on the turn. It's got to be an ace. 10 of hearts comes out, and that means the Bushel will indeed get a much needed double through, and is now gone from just about 3 million to 6.2. So that's a big swing for him. And he needed that, Lapin.
Oh, absolutely huge. If he's out the door there, no chance to accumulate more chips and maybe get into the top 3 of this. Winning that one puts him ahead of the other guys now, comfortably. And, yeah. Nothing Steve could do there. I think opening ace-jack, obviously he's conscious that these guys know he's opening pretty liberally. If they look down at a hand like ace-10, maybe even a weaker ace than that, maybe even a king-queen, a king-jack, those kind of hands may well get stuck in by these guys. Just feeling like, actually, if anyone's really light here, it's Steve. I can get a reshove through. Obviously, in this instance, we saw he had the goods, he had the queens, and they did a big hold.
So now that we're 6-handed, and Steve has done exactly as predicted by Finton, which is just increase his stack size. Obviously, we still have to take a lot of the players, particularly Kyle Maguire, very seriously. Dan's in a tricky spot, but how are you? I'll start with you, Dara. I'll start with you, David. It's been a long week. I'll start with you, David Lapin, and we'll get Finton's take on it then. How are you expecting this final table to unfold 6-handed now?
It's very hard to tell. I think, in a way, Steve O'Dwyer wanted to be a long, drawn-out, painful one because he will be able to chip away at everyone's stacks. He will be able to erode everybody down. He basically wants to create a race for second place if he can. If he can manipulate everybody to his will, maybe he'll get heads up with a 3-1 chip lead by then, in which case he has an enormous shot at taking this one down. What could happen also, and this is, you know, the nature of the beast here, the short stacks might collide, and then one of them isn't so short anymore. Maguire may get a rally going and be up there with Steve in the chip counts. There are a lot of different ways this can go.
And Finton is very much my main man. I absolutely love him working with you all week, by the way.
Thank you.
But the last time I did the Irish Open was with you, David, and that year Steve O'Dwyer was 15th in the Irish Open, and I remember chatting to you, Finton, in the bar about how buzz there was about Steve, that he was going to go all the way, and it didn't quite happen for him. He really, obviously as an American but now an Irish citizen, he loves the Irish Open. Like, this is something he's deeply attached to, and he'd love to take it down.
Yeah, of course he would. And he's probably quietly confident. Having said that, like, I mean, this guy understands tournament poker, and it's by no means a given that he's just going to go and steamroll.
Wow, look at this.
All in.
Look at
just
this
it's just
situation.
so big, so strong.
Okay, so
But that's against Kyle.
Yeah, well, you got to understand here, guys, and this is a huge moment in the tournament where basically Steve is putting down a marker. The ICM of that situation we've just seen, and people can run the analysis on this one. Kyle is in a bad spot with kings there.
How strong?
That is a painful spot with kings. It's like a satellite
say,
situation.
how strong does he have to fold?
He literally, if he's looking down at queens and kings, it is a really horrible spot if you run the maths. If Kyle goes out now, he gets what, 6th place money, and he's quids in to get 2nd or 3rd right now.
Yeah.
So it's a devastating ICM hit. It's almost like those, perfectly described satellite bubble situations where, you can actually fold aces sometimes. You can actually fold. He can't fold aces, obviously, we know that. Steve has the ace blocker, so he even removes combinatorically the possibilities of the aces being out there. But my God, if he's got queens or kings, it's not fun. I don't know if Kyle would fold the kings or queens there. I think he might go for it, but that is a miserable spot to be in.
It really is. It really is.
And Steve just kind of setting down the rules of blind be blind. He's saying, look, buddy, I'm the one that has you covered. So just stay away. It's crazy. I'm willing to put my stack in here.
Roos has gone all in, and this is for 2 million. And Steve has got king, queen, suited, and has moved all in himself.
It's just 8 bigs, so I think this is pretty standard from Steve.
Yeah,
he's going to blind, just one, and it's a pretty tight player in the big blind who's going to be folding as high as jacks, maybe,
Absolutely.
So, super standard here from Steve O'Dwyer with the king, queen suited versus the 8-7, and very close to a 50-50 here. Good spot for Speedy if he can
Absolutely. Tremendous spot for him. He also has the ace of spades if a flush possibility was to come along, but the ace leads right now. Let's see if the board is kind to him. Here comes the flop. It is Speedy's tournament life on the line. And it's 4-10-6.
Oh, 2 spades.
With 2 spades.
Very interesting.
So Steve O'Dwyer suddenly has 11 outs. You can see 5 and 2 spades were folded. 8 on the turn. Is the river going to be cruel or kind? 4 clubs. Double up for Speedy. 4.6 million.
That was a sweaty one.
That was a very sweaty one. But Steve O'Dwyer, who obviously picked up the kings against Clicky and took out Patrick Clark, had been fairly quiet up until that point.
And good point, Emmett. He's definitely, since the break, he's definitely gone up a gear. And
he's pressed sport mode, and he's just gone, let's go.
Yeah. But I think, as David alluded to it as well, but he's there's a tendency when you have the big chip lead, and you come to the table, you've got the experience, and you'd say, right, I'm just going to start playing any 2. I'm opening any 2. I'm going to apply maximum pressure in every spot. And the counter argument to that is it's quite easy to play against because people know your range. Your range is any 2. So it leaves your opponents in an easier position to play back at you. Steve was super smart when he came here today. You see, he sat back, he didn't play a hand. The first hand he played was that king hand, But now I think he's gone up to 5th gear, I think, at this stage.
And he's not going to mind the double up there because it was the right call. You're taking a player out, you're moving further up the ladder, you're just getting yourself closer to the getting heads up and possibly taking down the whole championship. But he also knows that he has to get himself involved in those flips as well, David Clinton.
Well, he made the right decision there. King, queen suited. It was against, I believe, an 8 big blind shove from a player like that's about to post blind. So I think it's pretty standard for Steve to make that call. And even if he's behind, he's got loads of potential to go ahead. And I think it's fairly standard. We could see even against an ace X, he was almost 50-50. But great for Speedy. Yep. To 4.5 million. That's a completely different scenario now. 8 bigs versus whatever he has. He's close to 20 bigs now,
So as
Maguire had raised pre-flop to 525, and O'Dwyer has decided to call. Again, these are the two big stacks in the room. 12 million against 26 million.
Two crucial things about this hand right now is, one, Steve O'Dwyer has position and he plans on using it. Two, he has the player who is in the biggest ICM conundrum, you know, on the hook right now. So Maguire has to proceed so carefully. He may have to surrender so many pots that he wouldn't alternatively do so, that Steve O'Dwyer is happy to call in position and target. Now, and this is literally, we've seen it now with the ace-5 the previous hand. He is targeting him. And there we see...
You can see check bet from Steve and fold, and he picks up another.
Now, it might seem like, well, of course he's folding there because it's got ace-high, but I think that's a very interesting point that David's just made, Fintan. It's like Steve is targeting him.
Dave is making like too many points, and they're all pretty interesting. Can we just
both of you
Dave,
are?
Have you anywhere to go? Are you getting a flight later on?
Nearly. How bad are those queues in Dublin Airport?
Yeah, it's
lads.
It's an absolute pleasure to have Dave and both Dara and himself. For me, anyways, and I mean, sometimes I hate saying this. They actually really give me great insights.
Why do you hate saying that? Why do you hate giving out a compliment?
I don't know.
We're rivals. We've been rivals at the table.
I tell you one thing. We were talking about the players, and David yesterday was going on about all these, how high level these players were, and they're in a different league to him. In fact, if I sat down at a table, right, and it was this table here, and David Lapin was on the table, I'd be every much bit afraid of David as any of the other guys. I hate David at the table. And I remember the last one we played, I don't know what it was.
The way you phrased that
I sat down.
He's teeing up the tournament he won. I remember this one.
No, I didn't win it. I didn't win that.
I remember us playing out in the airport hotel, and you did win that one.
Yeah,
but
I'm talking about more recent. A 1K in the Bonington. Okay. And I sat down, you were on my left, and I just thought, oh, God.
Steve has shoved all in again, this time with King 10, and Wilson's got ace-5. Now, it's not the most powerful ace, but the information is going to start to relay back to the lads as well. There is a 30-minute delay.
You have hit the nail on the head here, Emmett. Basically, what Dan now knows is the 9-4 suited got shoved a few moments ago.
Yep.
What Dan now knows is in this exact situation, when it gets to him in the cutoff, he's basically shoving any suited cards. He's shooting any Broadway card. And Dan is thinking, okay, well, I'm the short stack now. Maybe I have to make my stand with a hand as light as ace-5 suited. And that's what he's thinking about right now.
The only problem, Fintan, is shoving with the ace-5 suited is what you want to do, but calling with it is a different story entirely.
He's calling, and even if he gets it right and he's ahead, he's in a flip situation.
Yeah.
Even against so many of Steve's bluffs, it's just a coin flip, and that's kind of leaning him towards the fold. I'd love to see a call there, I'll be honest, you know. Given that he's the short stack, and given that he's probably has that couple of percentage edge, I would have loved to seen a call, but this guy Wilson has been pretty much perfect in picking his spots.
He really has.
I think the equation for Dan there is basically turn down this probably plus EV spot right here, right now. Because I think I can shove into the other guys if it gets round to me. Yeah. Although, how often will it get round to me?
But that's the thing, and the fact he's down like to 10 bigs and sub 10 bigs now posting small blind. I think that's why I would have liked to seen a call given the stack size. Maybe 12, 13 bigs, but given that now he's 10 or below.
No, I think that's a great read, and I think oh, here we go.
Yeah, he's gone into top gear, and
guys, what has happened?
Well,
He's
playing this perfectly.
Did he bump his head?
No, he has his foot on the accelerator, and he's
just
not
decided
up.
I'm in sport mode now, and this is it.
He's going to be up to 30 million after this pop because Gary Spinks won't be calling.
No, he can't call with that.
Not Queen High, and he's not closing the action. This doesn't make sense, the fact he's even tanking.
Yeah,
given that there's a very short stack still to act. So I think this is just not a legitimate tank time.
Got to agree with you. I think he had legitimate ones earlier. This one doesn't seem close at all.
This is not wanting to insult Mr. Spinks too much because Spinks is if he wins this, is going to be, I believe I'm correct about this, Laura Cornelius can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Mr. Spinks is going to donate 100k of the 300,000 plus that he wins to
I
the,
heard this, yeah.
to the
That's
dealers
brilliant, yeah.
at Dusk Till Dawn.
Wow, amazing.
Incredible, yeah.
What a
Which
gesture.
is
Yeah,
a
top guy.
pretty phenomenal thing to do.
Yeah, I think, but just in that situation, I mean, he's got Dan who's on 10 big blinds. So for like Spinks, I mean, there's huge money jumps here. Now we're talking really significant ladders. If he's closing the action and like it's blind on blind and Steve is doing it pretty much with any two, well then I think I think it could be still a fold, to be honest.
Yeah. Coming back to what you said as well, Fintan, about Dan turning down that ace-5 suited, he's probably not going to get it in first unless he's under the gun or under the gun one.
Yeah,
so now Dan is looking probably to basically decide, okay, this is my spot. I got a decent hand, maybe not a premium hand, but a decent hand, and I might have to go with it because Steve O'Dwyer is not going to let up.
And again,
Well,
Steve,
considering what
under
he's
the
been
gun.
doing this time, a $500,000 raise. Now Spinks with
I
the
think
ace jack.
does Gary go with this? It's a close one, ace jack, but I think I prefer a fold here, Dave. But he actually takes it, ace jack. I mean, the reason I'd like a fold is because of Dan Wilson's stack.
Yep.
I mean, just hold on. If you hold on, you win multiple of thousands of euro, and that's what it's all about. And plus, again, there's so many players still to act. It's not out of the question for one of these guys to wake up with an absolute monster, even though it's difficult to continue, I guess, with...
No,
Steve folded.
Yeah, Steve
okay,
strolled away. Yeah.
That was...
So I agree with you hugely there, Fintan. I think the combination of the fact that we saw him tank the Jack-Queen suited, a hand that none of us in the box here really thought was of interest, and the fact that he's gone with the ace-jack, and I agree with you again, I think he has to turn that one down in the bigger scheme of things.
Do you know what's happening, I think? The tens, he's got the info about the folds he's made.
Yeah.
That he was just a little... And this is actually a good adjustment when you take that into consideration, the backstory, that he knows he was over-folding. So now he's just loosening up and he's just going to put his money in.
He would have been busto though, because the ace did hit. Now, you
Yes,
can't fold
no,
every
absolutely.
time you get pocket tens, but
This is Matthew with queens. It's 5.6 million. Matthew, brother of Daniel, both two tournament players on the circuit at the moment from Brighton, and Matthew with pocket queens. Good situation here, 5.6 million, pretty straightforward. Big blind 250, and he just decides
he's going to make a raise.
to min raise, it looks like.
Yeah, spot on. Makes it $500,000 to play. So, in a way, Fintan, you're disguising the strength of your hand there.
Well, he's opening into the big blind of one Steve O'Dwyer, who we reckon will fight back with a decent range of hands. This might be the hand that he shoves on him. This could be a really interesting spot. Steve can go both ways here. A call makes sense. A shove would make sense. He would be applying max pressure on Bushel's range. I assume Bushel has decided, I'm just going to,
Absolutely. This min raise is to induce action from the very player we're looking at here, Steve O'Dwyer. And Steve, I mean, he's blocking quite a lot of premium hands, but how good is this guy? I mean, in really similar spots, we see him, 3-bet all in, and I'm getting it right, getting folds, but...
What a flop! Oh my God,
Mate,
utter
just get
carnage.
sicker. I mean, if you could dream up a more action flop, you couldn't.
Oh my God.
Absolute nuts for Steve.
Set for Bushel,
And Bushel
and then
top
not
set.
flush for O'Dwyer.
How long does it take to go in is the question.
Yeah, they've almost both
And the
got
check.
too much of it
The
that
check,
it
Dave.
may well not go in immediately. Bushel obviously will be worried about draws. 10 Jack beats him.
Look at the bet.
Flush
One
beats
big
him.
blind. One blind. Just...
Goading.
Please
It's
call
an
me.
interesting
Please call
one.
me. Little
Like Steve with the nuts could just flat here.
Yeah, Steve does.
And
do
you're
that.
spot on, Fintan. It's exactly what he's done. So, can the board pair?
So we're going to see another check, and then we're going to see Matthew size up, and then I think Steve pulls the trigger, announces himself, given that he's out of position. He doesn't want to miss out on any value on the river.
And he's also become so loosey-goosey that it's going to look as though... I mean, you're not getting away from the trip queens anyway, but it's going to look as though, it's just the chip leader trying to be at it again.
Yeah, he's been, like... Post flop, I mean, the best player I've seen post flop has been Steve O'Dwyer, and I guess that's because
110%.
he's the only one that can afford to play post flop, you know. But Matthew, yeah, he could have had with just one big blind call, and there's the size of 1.3 million, and I think this is where it goes in.
Now, what do you do faced with 1.3 million in O'Dwyer's position?
All O'Dwyer's thinking is, how do I get the rest of the money over the line? That's all he's thinking, and he's going to come up with the right answer. It could be a flat call and just, you know, hope his opponent goes again on the river, but I think that's too risky. He could lose out in value because he's getting called by the ace queen here. He's getting ace queen. He's getting called by king queen. But he just call. I find this unusual, Dave.
I guess he feels as though Bushell will value town himself on the river with all the premiums we've been thinking of, one of which we know he has. He also feels like, well, it's hard now. I have the flush made. I know my opponent can't have the flush draw. So
this is unbelievable how he's done this.
So it looks like Steve is going to let him hang himself here.
Yeah, this is pure. This is just pure reading your opponent.
It's end of tournament. No escape. Absolutely zero mistake. Matthew is just looking at the pot going, at last I've caught this guy.
Yeah.
I've got him. I've trapped him. But I mean, it's the exact opposite that's going on. I just can't believe how Steve O'Dwyer's played this hand. But he's played. I think he's always getting the max. But it's crazy. The check from Steve here, and now Matthew.
I mean, Matthew thinks he's
3.6.
He's for sure thinking he is the nuts. But how does he negotiate this? In his mind, he's trying to take as much as he can out of O'Dwyer. He wants O'Dwyer.
He's just sizing up in his mind how much to put in, and he's going to put the lot in, I expect.
You think he's going to shove all in?
I think so. On a snap call.
Wow, he just found the check.
Are you joking me?
How did he do that? How did he do that?
A soul read of Steve O'Dwyer, a man who gives away nothing. He has made the soul read. He has decided, I don't know what I can get to call. I'm afraid of making a small bet and maybe getting put in the bin by the ace of hearts. So I'm actually going to just check back.
Did he put him on Jack 10 or
Jack
a suited
10
ace?
Jack 10 or a flush. It's, you know, he also felt like he couldn't get value. So like the risk of trying to get more value versus the risk of going broke in a spot where he was coolered, and we see that he was coolered. It's an extraordinary check back.
I just find that absolutely incredible.
But how many times over the years have we seen players just, it's automatic?
I've never seen that. I'll be honest with you. I can't recall seeing a hand like that. I mean, in this kind of type of scenario against the monster stack, you know, versus you know, the shorter stack, top set versus the nuts, and it being played out like that. I have never actually seen that, David.
Especially with the fact that Steve has become so open and so aggressive as well, and that, as both of you quite rightly pointed out, has trickled back. Now, you know, we're on the half-hour delay, so they're starting to learn. Oh wait, he's been doing this, he's been doing that.
I'm just stunned.
He saved his tournament life.
I know this young guy is good. He's himself and his brother are on the circuit. I think Matthew is probably the more successful of himself and Daniel. Daniel's probably tuning in, and say hello to him. Both of the guys from Brighton.
Hello, Daniel. Hello, the whole family. You should be very proud of them there.
One interesting caveat to that last hand is with two queens in his hand, he is blocking a lot of the two-pair combos that would find the hero call. So King-Queen might find the hero call. Queen-9, Queen-8 might find the hero call, and those hands make sense. He's blocking them very heavily, so maybe he felt, well, I'm blocking the hands that I should be targeting for value. So is it worth risking going for value against a player as sneaky and capable of being sneaky as Steve O'Dwyer to literally, you know, trap check with the nuts?
He also knew that if he goes for the value bet, Steve is coming over the top.
If I'm Matthew there, right, and he's check calling me, I'm putting him on the ace of hearts, you know, and I'm going to probably put in a small bet on the river in the hope that he comes out. Absolutely, with my set, like absolutely.
That he's missed the flush, that he just had the one art in his hand. That's a good shout.
The only pushback of that line, but I do agree that he would do it some frequency, is I think with the ace of hearts in his hand and nothing else, he may well have just jammed the flop actually and just pour the pressure back on him again. because it would be the perfect hand to do so. It would have the perfect amount of equity. But he also would, I'm sure, do what you're saying as well, and maybe, alternate between those two possibilities. An extraordinary hand. And actually, do you know what? A hand that I'm going to have to leave you guys on.
David,
my taxi has arrived.
No, but look, just tell the guy. Just tell the guy you're staying. Cancel the flight.
I would love to stay and watch more of this. I have thoroughly enjoyed
book a private jet?
Fintan, can you get me a private jet?
Fintan can get you anything.
Definitely not the man for that.
No
Trust
problem
me,
at all.
my credit is not too
We need
good.
to find. Is Rob Young still in the building? He's the man with the private jets.
David, thanks a million for stepping
David, you've
in.
been
And
top
looking
class, my
forward.
man. Top
and
class.
a big shout. Any viewers who are not familiar, the stuff you're hearing here, that's continually pumped out on your podcast. Is that right, David? The strategy sections, etc.
Yeah, Dara takes the lead on those strategy segments. He is a phenomenal strategy mind. The Chip Race. Check it out, guys. If you don't subscribe already, check us out on all your good podcast providers. Also, we have a YouTube channel with some videos and the Lock-In web show where we shoot the shit about what's going on in the poker world on a fortnightly basis.
Yep.
On that note, guys, thank you so much. It's been so much fun.
David Lapin,
Bye-bye.
pleasure as always. Chip Race, get it alongside the Final Furlong podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Castbox, wherever you're listening to your podcast content.
Yeah,
I was just about to say
that was crazy.
We'll
stuff.
get Ian Simpson in. He's leaving as well. The two boys are heading off together in the limo. So we'll see if Tower wants to step on in. But just before,
just before Ian heads off, we're just going to have a quick chat with him.
Hello,
Ian,
everyone.
Irish Open winner, very closely connected to this event. What do you think? Okay, I know you only have like 30 seconds. What do you think of the difference between this event and the ones previously you've attended? What's the main difference?
Well, 9 years ago, it was a freeze out when I won it. Yeah, so nowadays it's a re-entry. So it changes the dynamic. It makes it more affordable because people can win a grand. They can win a seat for a grand, and that's a bit easier than winning a seat for $3.5 grand. At the same time, people with deep pockets can fire more bullets. So as we've seen, there's, what was it, 2,000 and something?
2,040
entries.
Yeah, incredible.
So it definitely changes the dynamic. You have less full equity on day one because people can fire a second bullet. Whereas back when it was a 3.5k freeze out,
different. Yeah,
very different.
Yeah, different format.
Yeah.
And
especially when people have so much pride in the event and they want to make day two and they want to tell the story of making day two or making in the money. Tightens them up a little bit. So
just before you escaped to your cab to the private jet and the trip to the Bahamas, saying to Andy Black yesterday about how 9 years ago, 10 years ago, there were players who just they were almost happy to be busted by Andy Black because they were then ringing their friends going, "You're never going to believe this, Andy Black knocked me out of the Irish Open." And I was saying that's changed. Like, do you still feel that? Or you still? And Andy was in top form yesterday, but he was talking about how just the level of standard of poker has just gone completely up in the last few years. Like, even recreational players are at a much higher level than they once were.
that's very true. I know COVID's probably been talked to death. COVID was very, very interesting because there was a lot of regs who didn't study over COVID, and there were a lot of regs who did study over COVID.
Good shout.
And you can tell.
Yeah, that's a very, very, very good shout.
You can really tell because some of the information that's come to light about poker and the mathematics behind it has been really stark in the past 2 years, specifically. And those keeping up with the curve are doing very well for themselves, and those who are still good players but haven't been studying recently, they're missing a few tricks.
And as somebody who made back-to-back final tables and, of course, won the Irish Open, sole survivor, previous sponsor, and Irish Open as well, the importance of it changed your life.
It changed my life massively, yeah.
Not only did you get married here, well, you got engaged.
I got engaged and got married and bought a house.
Yeah, but it made you more confident in your ability, and you are now a legit pro player and doing extremely well.
That was dangerous when I was there because I got the confidence that wasn't exactly justified because while I had there were things to my aspects to my strategy that were beneficial. There's counters to that people quickly cottoned onto in the few years after I won. So I had to study hard because I was very loose aggressive and relied on full deck heavily. But that's very easily countered by the call button.
Wasn't your winning hand 3-2?
3-4 suited. 3-4 diamonds.
3-4 suited. I'm trying to remember.
With a backdoor flush getting me the trophy.
I knew it was incredibly low, but I was like, because I still remember you posing with the winning hand. It's almost like, can we change this to like
No
aces
way.
or something? No,
Beautiful
it's gotta
hand.
be 3-4 suited.
Beautiful hand.
But to run deep in an event with 2,040 players
Yes.
in an Irish Poker Open, and also the fact that you've got such an association with it and you're so well recognized in it, what's your reaction to seeing the buzz that's been in the room, the amount of players that have come, and the fact that there were 2,040 in the main, but that there were actually 500, 600, 700 players here who didn't play the main, who decided
side events.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been fun. It's been great. The lottery that got put on. Did you guys talk about that?
Yeah, I put in a little punch. at the
Yeah,
very
of course. But that kind of epitomized the
bar staff were in
atmosphere
it.
here.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted a piece of the action. They could get it for a $5.
Yeah.
And the whole room was just excited to be having a gamble.
I love the tweet from Irish Poker Open yesterday, which is the guy who came out in second, got 13k in chips, and just went straight to the bar. It's like, you absolute degenerate. Well done. Have a great night. With the tweet. But yeah, the atmosphere has been incredible, and there isn't. Look, obviously Fintan and I are biased, so we can throw it to you. There is no atmosphere in another poker tournament other than the Irish Open. Like the
Not like this, no. There's atmosphere, but it's very different. This is unique.
Yeah. If you bust in a major UK tournament, US tournament, you're out.
Yeah.
That's it. You're leaving. Bye-bye. Cheerio.
Yeah.
Irish Open, you're hanging around.
You're hanging around. Yeah. The room is so much busier here on the final day of the festival than it would be at any other final day of a festival. Yeah. It helps that there's a good schedule, getting people through the door.
Absolutely.
But look at that rail. If you get a good camera shot of the rail, there's a whole lot of love for the competitors remaining, and they're all here to show that support.
And to be fair, Fintan called that the night of the ladies' main event. He said, well, if we have a rail of this size for the ladies' main event, what's it going to be like on the final table?
Yeah.
Who do you think is most likely to win?
I can see O'Dwyer's chip stack. It's going to be.
That's the answer.
It's hard to argue with that chip stack and that caliber of player. The chaps all have their chance. There's some fierce poker players there. O'Dwyer's a fierce player and has a stack.
What would you do if you're at this table? If you're out of position against Steve O'Dwyer?
In which year? 2013 or 2022?
Let's go right now.
I would be a little bit tighter than 2013. Yeah.
Brilliant.
I really do have to go, gents. Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, man.
Pleasure to
Take
talk
care.
to you.
I'll see
Pleasure
you
as
again.
always. By the way, Ian Simpson made a very, very generous donation to the Ukraine Foundation appeal, which Fergal is running. And that was a pretty remarkable thing for him to do.
So 6 players here, and Gary Spinks done 8 million. Looks like he's going to open here. Yeah, and we've seen this, Emmett. Garrett's he's increased, should I say, his
range?
His bet frequency.
Yeah.
He's widened his range and now playing a lot more pots. Obviously, the information being fed back to him. This is interesting. Kyle is in the small blind here with a hand. Now, the biggest problem Kyle has, of course, is
out of position against Steve O'Dwyer.
Yeah, well, Steve on his left, you're totally said it there. You got it right. That's his biggest problem is Steve O'Dwyer. Steve with all the chips. And Kyle second in chips. So the last thing really Kyle should be doing is going to war against Steve O'Dwyer. But this King-Queen is too big a hand to let go. So he comes in out of the small blind. Now the only thing is a flat call here in the small blind will probably induce. Well, Kyle has 3-bet. He's made it 850. Now what does Steve do?
Well, what do you do with that chip stack? And
I actually fold because I just wouldn't have the confidence to.
Nonsense.
Yeah, I think I do. I think I do fold.
No, that line that you wouldn't have the confidence. I'm not buying that at all.
Okay.
One of the most confident men, without being cocky, that I've ever met.
Yeah, well, look, what Steve has decided to do, Steve has decided to flat call and now action back with Gary Spinks. This is a crazy situation. This has been set up, this hand, because all these guys are blocking each other.
Yeah.
You know? And we have the 2 big stacks in the blinds and a very loose open under the gun. Now that's
Oh
ridiculous.
my God! King,
Ridiculous.
Queen, Jack, Jack 10.
Well, it's only a
King, Jack.
the only
for Dwyer,
question. The only
King,
question.
Queen from
Yeah.
McGuire.
The only question here really is how big this pot's going to get. Like, I mean, everyone has connected. Gary Spinks, who originally opened, he's flopped an open-ender to go along with bottom pair. Kyle McGuire has flopped best. He's flopped top 2, and he's the one that 3-bet pre. And Steve O'Dwyer has flopped top and bottom. It's crazy situation. Kyle betting 1.1 million, and now action with Steve O'Dwyer. I just wondering, like Steve, I think just calls here. I think. I mean, it's not out of the question, you know, that, like, well, what's happening here, right? Steve is considering either a 3-bet or a flat call. I mean, he's obviously never folding here. He just calls. He just calls, and now decision time for Gary Spinks.
There's a lot of money in this pot. It's already 5.1 million. 7.1 million in Spinks' stack, and it looks as though he's counting out the money to call.
Yeah, he's just going to call here. 1.1 million. Ooh, Gary Spinks.
And he does call. So we're going to see 4th Street. This is fascinating. 5 of spades changes nothing.
Yeah, it's a total blank. And now Kyle.
And McGuire is loving life right now because he has to know he has the best hand. I mean, the only thing that's stopping him is...
Ace 10 is a concern.
Ace 10, obviously my favorite hand.
Yeah.
So Ace 10 is probably in his mind.
He probably would hear from a set. Yeah, he hears from a set, I'm sure. Given that type of board, I mean, there is a chance, like, say, probably Spinks is more likely to have sets here, given that he opened under the gun. But I think on that kind of flop that he would hear back from Spinks if he was to flop something like a set of jacks. I think a set of jacks would raise there. So Spinks, as you called it, Emmett, he's very comfortable that he's ahead here. But there is that concern, the Ace 10, definitely. But he's going to continue here for 3.2 million. And now Steve O'Dwyer.
3.2 million.
And Steve is...
Top 2 against...
Top and bottom, basically.
Top and bottom.
And like, Spinks has a bunch of equity also with that open ender.
Do you think it's the Jack 10 is going to be done now? And also, what do you expect Steve to do here?
It depends what, like, the Jack 10 will make its decision after Steve has acted. I think Steve just calls again because, like, you got to remember, right? Kyle 3-betting here from the small blind with Steve still to act. That is a real sign of strength. So, okay, what are the strong hands? Well, pocket kings, pocket queens, pocket jacks. These are all the strong hands, do you know? So these make up that range of strong hands. So it's not out of the question for McGuire here to have something like a set of queens. That's going through Steve's mind. He could, like, Steve could be putting Kyle on Ace 10. It's possible. You know, he could 3-bet with Ace 10 suited. All this going through Steve's mind. He is considering pulling the trigger. It's huge, but he doesn't want to really go to war with Kyle. But Kyle just is 5.6 million behind.
Considering he was on 14 million.
Yeah.
It was 17 million and 14 million for
Kyle. We're speaking about
McGuire,
yeah. He started the hand with 11, and it looks like
9.4 million in the pot.
3.2 call, just a flat. This guy Steve O'Dwyer. I mean, I'm just really blown away with how he's playing. I really am. Most of these guys have impressed me, but Bushell, Dan Wilson, and this guy Steve O'Dwyer have really they've almost shocked me with some of the plays they've come out with. And now this is a big problem for Spinks. It's basically, does he go with it? 3.2 million to call. He's just got 6 million. It's so sick, and he has to let go.
Yeah,
he's not going to get to see
the
river.
The Ace King fold from Dan is absolutely one of the best plays we've seen. Jack.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Okay. So this is.
Oh boy. How does Kyle checks here? Of course he checks, because Jack is. It's a likely card that could be in Steve O'Dwyer's range. He could be calling here with a hand like Ace Jack, bottom pair, and the good shot.
Yep.
This is a real scare card for Kyle, and I mean Steve is just he's running pretty hot, like, you know. This is really sick. Steve O'Dwyer, he's going to win regardless of what happens here on the river. I mean, even if Kyle was to check fold, which is difficult to do, I mean, it's just another monster pot for Steve O'Dwyer. It's a real sick situation.
And look, you got to be good, but
there's the
it's
check,
a very
as
clever
expected.
check.
Yeah.
But what is the value bet going to be from Steve?
I think Steve goes for the lot. I think he does. He's full boat.
Can Kyle get away?
I mean, from what we've seen of Kyle, the answer is yes. He's top quality. I mean, I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if he folds, but maybe not too surprised, because I mean, Ace King goes ahead, but
all in. McGuire was.
Sorry, what am I talking about?
No, you're right. King Jack has gone ahead.
Yeah,
that's what you were. That's what you were alluding to.
Ace Jack goes ahead. Ace Jack goes ahead, and Steve does let rip.
Yeah. I mean, this is just torture chamber stuff for McGuire, and maybe he's now looking back at this and thinking, well, the pre-flop raise was 850.
Yeah, the three bet from Kyle.
It was a three-handed pot, and McGuire has bet out each point until the river where he checks. So he knows that there's. I mean, the check was either to get this. If it was, he snapped called. So he knows that the jack is a serious problem. He knows that he's in a. What a fold! What a fold! A 41 million pot on its way to O'Dwyer. And the question I have to ask you is, for as good as Kyle is, and he's an absolute gentleman, the mental effect of having had 13 million sitting down, now you're sitting at 5 million.
Yeah.
And in the back of your mind, you're not going to know for half an hour exactly what Steve had.
Yeah, he went up. He actually started with 13 million, but he actually went into
17.
He went into the chip lead at one stage.
Yeah.
You know? So, look, it's going to be interesting. I think he asked Steve. I don't know that Steve tell him. He asked Steve there. That's just world-class stuff there. Like, he's not up against aces, because he probably, 95% of the time will hear from aces pre-flop.
Yeah.
Okay? So his two pair isn't getting counterfeited. Okay? So he can eliminate that. So what he's doing is he's putting a jack. He's not up against queens. It's not really likely. Would have heard from queens pre, and he's blocking queens. He's not up against kings. He's blocking kings. So the only reasonable hand that he put Steve on was Ace Jack. That's the hand he's putting him on. It turns out Steve had King Jack. But I mean, it's class, absolute class. He's read it. He's really concise with how he's read it. And now we have the short stack moving all in for 10 big blinds, speedy in the cutoff. Super standard here. I notice his flag has changed.
Yeah,
his flag is now Romanian. Born in Romania, but
he's Irish. We're claiming him. He's ours.
Living in Dublin for
might I add,
life.
by the way, that Mr. Spinks may very well be kicking himself and saying, well, I stayed in for long enough and then dropped out at the wrong time with the jack hitting the river. But little does he know, his trip jacks were no good, because he had the jack 10. So
he'll find that information out himself, yeah.
But he won't know for another 28 minutes, 27 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if he calls on the turn there, he's putting in the rest when that jack comes. I guess he is. Look at this. This is just like
163
well,
big
there's
blinds.
60 million in play, and Steve has 2/3 of the chips. Look at this stack. It's outlandish,
oh my
really.
Goodness.
It's a mammoth chip lead, and it's one of the players. Like, I mean, he is the player on the table that can just go wire to wire here. He can just, he can cruise home.
Yeah.
Now, all of these guys, super experienced, all of these remaining players, top quality players, and a little bit like the feature table last night when we're down to 2 tables. Maguire with all the chips, and Wilson and Clicky and Speedy trying to just pick a spot and just trying to generate something, make a move at the right time, and
just trying
to survive. They're all trying to survive, and it's pretty much the same situation now that Kyle Maguire has been dragged down to like that kind of 20 big blind zone on the left of the screen. Dan Wilson short, straight in front of you, Speedy who's short, Kyle now down to 20 bigs on the right hand side, and of course down to 6 million on the very left hand side is the player Gary Spinks. I guess Matthew Bushell is second in chips.
I think you're right.
Steve O'Dwyer. Speedy folding under the gun, the Queen Jack. This really is interesting how this develops. I mean, it looks nailed on for O'Dwyer, certainly, to be getting heads up. Ace 4 in the cutoff. He lets loose. Bushell only has 2.4 million. I mean, this is just an insane chip advantage.
Wilson 1.5 million.
Yeah.
You know, Dan, like, considering, I know Dan was short.
Well,
perception-wise,
he's down
coming
to 6
in,
bigs,
but
yeah.
like to be down to 6 big,
6 big blinds. We've seen him play the short stack last night. Excellent. Was a master craftsman in play, and he was very hard working. Ran his stack up a little. The biggest problem here for these short stacks is just getting blinded out and getting so low that they're getting an auto call from the players in the blinds. That's kind of the biggest problem, biggest challenge. Now, Steve, under the gun, does he just open on a 2?
King 3
but
suited.
It looks like he folded the King 3. This is Kyle. He's second in chips, sitting on a 5.5 million. Well, actually, between him and Gary, they're pretty much the same. Kyle making it 500k. Steve O'Dwyer, King 3 of clubs. It's actually in the hijack.
So Ace Jack from Maguire, King 3 is going to be $500,000 to call. The blind's currently 100, 250,000 with the 250k big blind ante as well. And so far, so good, and Ace Jack will prevail for Maguire, who takes his chip stack back up to 6.2 million. It's been a real... he has played so well. The fact that he managed to get away from that is still something that impresses me. It's still something that just makes me go,
yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I'm astonished. Obviously, that set of queens versus the nut flush, which was Bushell versus Steve O'Dwyer. I can never do that. I mean, it's just really very high level stuff. I'm super impressed with that young guy, Matt Bushell. And I mean, every one of these guys are so deserving of their place here, six-handed, fighting
well
for that
said.
300k plus.
Well said, Fenton.
And O'Dwyer,
He's done it again.
Yeah, well, you might think, okay, what the hell is he doing going all in for 40 million? But he's not really. His biggest exposure here is 5 million.
Yeah, he's everybody covered.
And this King, well, I mean, you might go, look, King Rag, it's absolute muck. But really, if you think about it a bit more, this King is blocking quite a few premium hands, you know?
Yeah.
And even some premiums have to fold. But, I mean, this is just a race, really. All of these guys are just looking at each other going, what the heck?
What do we do? And also, there's a big jump in terms of money, because whoever comes out next gets 61,600. It then jumps to 81,550.
20 buy-ins. It's huge. Absolutely huge. So basically, like, by hanging in, like, say, the shortest stack at the moment, I believe, is Dan Wilson on about 6 bigs. So the likes of, like, Kyle Maguire and Gary Spinks, like, they just, like, just by hanging in and outlasting the very short stack of Dan Wilson, they can earn 20k.
Yeah.
You know, so what's the point in gambling? 20,000, that's 20 buy-ins. It's colossal.
But it just goes to show you that there is no such thing as folding your way to to heads up, because I was talking to a few people today, and they were expecting it to be Maguire against Dwyer. That they were like, oh, these guys have got so many chips. This is how it's going to go. And obviously, Patrick was going to have to get busy. He did. It didn't work out for him. And it's just hugely impressive to see how Steve has controlled this table once he has gotten into a position of where he is so far clear of everybody else that he's putting them under pressure and going, okay, you want to play this, it's for your tournament life. You want to see a flop, you can see it, it's for your life.
Dan Wilson all in here, Emmett, for 1.4 million. So it's like five and a half bigs, King 8, cut off. And again, you kind of go, well, what the hell, King 8 offsuit, what's he doing here? The last thing, you see, Dan can't afford that button to run through him again.
Yeah.
So he has to make a move in the next couple of hands. And he's picked up a premium card with that King of Hearts, which is blocking quite a lot of premium hands. So he moves in. Steve's not going to call in the big blind with 8-5, I don't think. I mean, Dan is just... It looks strong, you see. You see, this guy is... I mean, he's very clever, Dan Wilson.
Yeah.
Of all the players, I think I've been not surprised, because I always knew he was an elite player with his results, etc. But he really has... Like, he's actually opened my eyes to a new level of this game. He's been fantastic. And I guess he's thinking there, right, that Steve O'Dwyer's thinking, you know, he has to have something to move in against me, given that it's only a couple of blinds out of Steve O'Dwyer's stack to call. So he has to give him credit for something.
So if he's
I think
if he's going to make that move, he's going to be doing it with something of some level.
It just turned out he had Steve dominated with the King 8 versus the 8-5. Steve didn't show any interest.
It truly has been an absolutely stunning final table.
It's been really interesting, that's for sure. The last night as well, I mean, I was enthralled last night. It was the best poker I think I ever seen. And now at the start of the day, I thought it was very rigid. Steve kind of continued with the kind of strategy he had last night. He was selective. He was kind of, you know, he was playing really snug. He was only putting money in with strong holdings. And that's the way he started out. But in the last hour, he's just gone full throttle. He's playing brilliantly, but again, he's running pretty pure. That nut flush versus set, of course.
He's done it again. He shoved all in
again. Small blind versus big blind.
Now,
Spinks probably caught. I think now he's 4.8. This should be a fold, because he's going to earn himself 20k by just holding on.
Yeah.
And like that button, like Dan Wilson will be due to post blinds in a couple of hands, and Dan is sub 10 bigs, and like, I mean, Spinks here were close. Well,
at this point, though, he
15 big blinds here, so he should be. I think it is a fold.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think that makes sense. Again, to shove is one thing, to call is another, but he also knows how light Steve has been moving all in.
That's the problem.
And the control.
And that's the problem for him, because he's going to be getting the information back that he was over-folding. Yeah. But I think this is a fold. Given the pay jumps, given the fact that Dan Wilson is sitting on about 8 bigs, I think Gary needs to fold this, and that's a good fold.
Yeah.
It's tempting.
You've shown the wrong card there, son. You wanted to show the ace.
Yeah, I don't...
In the end, the ace came out.
Yeah, he showed both cards. I don't like the show, because...
I don't either.
What he's saying is, I'm folding an ace X to you here. So,
yeah.
I mean, Steve is... all this information Steve is acquiring, and the less information you give this guy, the better. He really is a different level.
But I mean, the less information for any of these players, the better. You know, you don't... Look, I'm not showing anything. I mean, I'm afraid to even touch my face when I'm involved in a hand. You know, that thing about where if one of the best reads is if you're on a draw, for example, on the flop, and you keep staring at the flop. Once the turn card comes out, you keep staring at the cards. It's telling your opponent you've missed. Whereas if you instantly look at your chips, it's telling your opponent that I'm already trying to figure out how much I'm going to bet. And someone like
that
Steve
sounds like a Mike Cairo story.
Mike Caro and the FBI fella with Helmuth. Jack 10 for Spinks, all in from Steve.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is
again,
just
you
standard
look
play
and
now.
you go, right, what the hell is he going all in for 42 million? It's not all in 42 million.
No.
His greatest exposure here is 4.5 million. And all of these guys, this is ICM considerations at their strongest now, with like all of these guys bunched together and like just huge pay jumps. Like it looks like a race to second, okay, with 6 left, okay, and like six to 60 grand, right? Second is 200 grand, so there's like 140k in the difference, you know, between second and sixth. So this is perfectly set up for Steve O'Dwyer.
You could see Steve O'Dwyer's chip stack from space. The International Space Station are watching the Irish Poker Open on YouTube, on Twitch, but all they have to do is just look out the port and they can see his stack from space. It's ridiculous.
It's pretty impressive.
And we knew if he could find, you know, if things could go his way, that he was going to boss this table. But I'm so blown away by how once he managed to, basically since he's taken out Clicky, since he took out Clark, he's just crushed. He's just bossed.
Now we have an interesting spot here. Like, for once, Steve gets out of the way, so Spinks looks like he enters the pot, and I mean, he limps in, and the idea of this limp is if it kicks off after him, he can just get away. This is a straightforward check bet fold. I expect Dan wouldn't have too many aces or kings in the big blind, and he does just snap, check, fold.
Which makes sense.
Spinks takes down a pot, and he's second in chips, 5.2 million, stacking chips. That is Gary Spinks on the right of your screen. I mean, what about that check back with the set for Matt Bushell? Just a master craftsman at work.
Look, it's tournament poker. Anything can happen. We're 6-handed. It's the Irish Poker Open final table. One of the best final tables I've ever commentated on. One of the best final tables I've ever seen, and you know how much poker I watch. I absolutely love the game. But this is exhibition stuff from O'Dwyer. So if it is a race for second, who in Fintan Gavin's mind is most likely to capitalize on that?
It's pretty much a coin flip.
9 deuce this time.
I don't think it's like, okay, I mean, I think it's pretty much nailed on. Steve gets to heads up, but the thing is, like what kind of chip advantage will he have? You know what I mean? I mean, you'd be crazy to bet against him, certainly for a podium finish, but...
Oh, he's long odds on favourite to win now.
Yeah, well, I mean, for heads up, but anything, it's like... I mean, one of these short stacks could double through and bust out all the other short stacks.
Yeah.
You know, and then maybe win a pot against Steve along the way, and they could be the chip leader, heads up versus Steve. But look, it's even crazy talking about a heads up situation with 6 players. There's so much poker to be played.
But that's almost how crazy it's been. That's the thing about it, is that, like, this has just been insane.
Yeah, I mean, he's just so solid, and I guess that's one of the reasons we're kind of like, you know, we're just assuming, but they know what they say about making assumptions.
There's two things. First of all, first rule of law: never assume. Second, assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups.
Yeah.
So either one you can go for.
And again, look at this, just scooping chips, and Steve can just keep doing this, and even if he does get called and take a hit, he's still going to be in profit because he's he's getting folds so often that it's going to be a more profitable play just putting all these shorties in. Of course, any hand that's containing an ace or a king he's going to be doing this with, and he's in the big blind here, and on the button is speedy. All of these guys are short. I think Dan Wilson is the shortest.
Yeah, I think he's seven big blinds maybe.
Yeah, Spinks just, I mean, he can't really get involved. Even with a very strong hand under the gun, he should be folding, given that he's second in chips. Let these shorter stacks go to war, and he can just make thousands and thousands of euro for himself.
Yeah.
Wilson, 1.2 million, it's crazy. That's like less than 5 bigs.
Shove, son.
Now,
Shove
here
with
we
the
go.
Ace-10. Come on. Ace-10, baby. Let's go. Yes, you've got
well,
the
it's
small blind,
300k big blind.
Come on, baby. Let's go.
8 big blinds.
Ace-10. 10-9 for Maguire. Now, does O'Dwyer decide? Nope, it doesn't. Interesting. Because that's the kind of hand that we've seen him shove with, but he's not going to just call off.
Yeah, I mean, no, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to gamble. He can just comfortably fold his big blind there. He's behind. He knows he's behind.
One of the things that's really impressed me about Steve is that he did double up a player, and yet he's managed to get himself right back up to 44 million within the space of only a few orbits.
He could double up everyone at the table here.
And still keep on going.
So I miscalculated Dan Wilson's stack. He's actually with 300. That's 4 big blinds in a stack.
Jesus.
So basically, what's going to happen, right? When he posts next, he's going to be putting in 50% of his stack blind. Out of 4 bigs, 2 blinds, big blind ante, is going to go over the line, and he's posting it blind. So he's pretty much compelled to call with any hand. This is Kyle Maguire with the Queen 8 suited. Well, here we go. Pressure will be applied once again.
I think we
Watch
know
this. He
what
just
Steve
grabs.
is going to do.
I mean, it's just pretty sick how strong this guy Steve
Maguire
O'Dwyer
has
is.
to get out of the way straight away.
And Kyle just has a little smirk on his face. I think he limped on the button there with the Queen 8, so he can just exactly get away from this scenario.
But again, a player who started with 13 million, as you rightly said, became chip leader and is now on 4.5. And it all comes back to just the dominance of Steve. And of course, there have been instances where Steve has gotten lucky. Kyle's fold.
Kyle's play did absolutely nothing wrong.
Where he had the trips was remarkable.
Steve has run pretty good against everyone at this table. Steve's played, like we've said it,
but his class just is shining through.
It's a lethal combination, playing so well and running pretty good.
Now Bushel's good. You got to call.
Yeah.
You got to call the Ace-10. Is that 415?
Yeah, he's compelled to call. He has to.
Yeah.
Matt Bushel. He's pretty much he was pretty much all in blind there.
Yeah.
He had posted 600. He just had 1.5 million or something like that. And Jack 7 suited. Steve decides to get it in. He's a dog here. Matthew Bushel, 2-1 favourite. But you see, Steve,
Steve is live.
Yeah, but even when Steve doubles up Matthew, if the Ace-10 holds and Steve doubles up Matthew, Steve is still in profit by so much. He's still sitting on 43.5 million or something crazy.
So diamonds for Steve O'Dwyer, as he is the Jack 7, Ace-10, of course, my favourite hand, preferred suited. And the 10 hits.
Yeah, good shot. Backdoor diamonds for Steve O'Dwyer. Jack is good also. So, Jack or 8 for clean out.
Turn card as a 4. It's going to have to be a Jack now for Steve. And it doesn't come. Because Ace-10 never loses.
Full house.
Full boat, baby.
So,
I'm telling you, Chapter 5 of the Gavin and Kennedy Book of Poker is all about Ace-10.
You see, this big blind ante is really interesting because the fact that Matt had to post out of a stack the big blind ante, Steve O'Dwyer just has to pay him what's left, the balance. So he actually doesn't even get a full double up.
Nah, that's the cruel thing about it, isn't it?
Pretty sick.
It was eventually it was 715,000 that he was throwing in there. That's essentially what it got
I'm
in.
not even sure, to be honest.
I think that was what the graphic was saying.
We're going to see the same situation now in this hand as well.
This is what you were teeing up with Dan. This is exactly what you were teeing up with Dan, and this is not how he expected his day to go. Obviously,
Speedy's just going to fold here. Has to snap fold the Queen Jack. And, I mean, Kyle, unless he has an absolute premium, he folds as well.
Yeah.
And we're probably going to see an all-in. Well, 5-3 is just not strong enough. He's going to fold the 5-3.
Much to the relief.
Yeah, I mean, it's close, but 5-3. Now, this is the 2 short stacks. Okay, this is just crazy.
All right, so Bushel's got 8-4. He's just doing a
limps.
flat call.
He limps in, yeah. Well, here we go. See, he could be limping here. He could be trapping here with a big hand.
Do you shove with any 2, or do you just
well,
see? Oh, he's got 7.
Dan does. He shoves, and he gets called because...
Called instantly. Now, Bushel does have an overcard. He's got the 8. Obviously, he's 4s.
2 shortest stacks on the table. Matt Bushel versus Dan Wilson.
It is a pot worth 2.1 million, so whoever wins is coming out with that. But just look at Dan's all in for 910. It's a 610k call. It's just wow. But this is Dan Wilson's tournament life on the line at the Irish Poker Open. We are currently 6-handed.
I see, this is the problem when you get super short. That, like, you can't even get someone to fold 8-4 offsuit. Do you know what I mean? That's the problem.
5-2-2. Deuces. So the 7s hold. It's only 3 outs now for Bushel. Just have to avoid an 8. King on 4th straight, so we head to the river. And the 6, and Dan Wilson will get a much-needed double up.
Now, Matthew and Dan are almost even in chips now. 2.1 million for Dan Wilson after that double, and Matthew, well, Dan is going to have to post the small blind, so he's going to have less than 2 million behind and 1.9 million behind for Matthew Bushel from Brighton.
It really has been sensational stuff, but it's just remarkable about... It's almost like a class system. You've got this billionaire, and then you've got the middle class. That's what this table has become. You know, you've got Steve O'Dwyer shoving it all in there with the King 5
Did we see
in the hijack position.
We've seen A7 suited folded.
Yep. Because they know what's going to happen.
Well, this is close. This is close, but I think... Oh, it's close. No, it's a fold. King 10.
Is it because there's a player tap behind you?
Yeah, he's not the shortest stack, but Dan is... I mean, this guy is... He's just amazed me, a lot of his decision-making. He's going to... He might... I mean, he's thinking about it, but I'm sure he's going to fold.
The ace-king fold.
See, Speedy's probably amazing. Committed here. He just has a couple of million behind.
Speedy with 10-9 and just throws it into the muck.
Oh, well, he's 2.6. He's still got some breathing space. But you see, that button is going to... You see, Matt Bushel is going to be posting before Dan. The big blind will reach Matt Bushel first, so Matt's going to be putting in a big percentage of his stack before Dan is. He's going to be forced to. And Dan folding. I think it's a different decision. If Dan is in the big blind there, I think he snaps with that King 10. And it's just becoming a bit of a joke, really, Emmett, what's happening here, to be honest.
And we mean that with all the sincerity in the world.
You double up one of these two guys.
All in again. Look at this. 10-9 under the gun.
See, there's so much money out there as well. There's 7.75 million out there pre-flop. And he's targeting Kyle here in the big blind, who just has to fold an ace. Just has to. This is ICM. It's a great display of ICM considerations by players who are just trying to hang in there and go up the ladder and earn themselves money.
Fergal Nealon and Max Silver hanging out in the background behind the ever-growing stack of Steve O'Dwyer, which now stands at 46 million chips. You can actually start to see a bit of frustration developing from the other players. The way one of them, I don't want to say who it was, but the way one of them folded after another all-in from Steve was just pure frustration. Just like, oh, come on.
It's super tough. I mean, this is just really tough. It's like they're all prisoners, in Steve O'Dwyer's prison. That's the story.
It's Steve O'Dwyer's world.
Yeah,
they're just living in it.
They're just waiting for just some kind of...
The Great Escape.
Yeah, some kind of, like, I don't know, someone to leave a window or door open or something so that they can get it. They can escape.
Vinton, there's a gate unlocked. Quick.
Yeah. And like all these hands, they're completely shackled. I don't think I've ever seen it quite like this before.
I've never seen an Irish Open final table like this before.
Speedy has to fold, and now Kyle. I mean, Kyle's having a chuckle to himself because there's so many strong hands he has to fold, and he's laughing because he just has to surrender everything, and just he's scooping chips, and it's pretty crazy what's happening. Like when you look at the amount of chips in play, there's 60 million chips in play, and Steve O'Dwyer has 46.5 million.
Oh God!
So the other 13.5 million is just spread out between like 5 players. So the average stack, if you just take Steve out and the average stack, like the average stack is only like the average stack is about 2.2 million or something crazy.
Yeah, and actually what the statistics will tell you is that the average chip stack is 15 million. But of course, that's not the case at all. It's just the computer trying to compute. Wait, what's going on?
Yeah, well, it's with 6 left, 60 million. It's 10 million. 10 million should be the average stack right now,
Yeah.
With 6 players, 60 million in play. But instead of these guys having 10 million, they all have like 2.5 million or thereabouts. So they're playing like 25% of the average stack. But that's average for all them if you take Steve out of the equation. It's crazy. On the button.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now, if Spinks has anything here, and he doesn't.
That chip nearly fell over the line.
It did, which would have been a call.
I don't think
by
so.
accident.
I don't know.
Technically speaking, depending on certain casino rules.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we have one of the best TDs in the world here, Nick O'Hara.
Nick could be
He's not going to force in a situation like that where it's a clear accident if a chip falls. I think it'll be fine.
Right, so look at this: 6 big blinds left for Bushell and for Wilson.
It's
8 bigs for Roos, 12 for Spinks and McGuire, and then you've just got a man who is steamrolling everybody. Steve O'Dwyer, 156 big blinds. It's almost not fair.
So like, there's less than 50 bigs between 5 players, and then the other player has 150 bigs. So he is more to if you combine all the stacks, Steve O'Dwyer has a 3-to-1 chip advantage against that combination, which is just phenomenal. Now, Speedy. But look, this is the beauty about tournament poker. Like, it's like anything can happen. Everything is possible.
Yeah.
Speedy, ace-6 suited, he's decided to move in, and looks like he's getting...
Now, Bushell's got
a fold all round. Oh, look how short Bushell is. 1.3 million behind. Big blind is 300k. He's going to have 4 blinds, and it's going to be the same situation for Dan Wilson. These are the 2 super short stacks. That's only a couple of blinds that Speedy has won, but it puts him in a completely different level to Bushell and Dan Wilson. Gives him extra breathing space. Just a little bit of comfort over the 3 million mark, giving him about 10.5 big blinds.
I gotta say, only a little. This has been absolutely extraordinary stuff.
Well, there's no prizes for guessing what's going to happen here, Emmett.
All in. Now the question is, does anybody wake up with anything to take him on with? Dan is...
He's nodding his head, he's shaking his head. It's tough. Fair play to these guys. He folds there with like just under 5 bigs. I don't know. I mean, I don't understand. Like, I wouldn't have the knowledge to know what to call here in this situation. I really wouldn't.
No. I'm not having that at all.
Well, I mean, not many players would. That's the truth, Emmett. Like, this is an unusual dynamic. It really is.
Yeah.
You have a guy with 160 big blinds, and like between the other 5 players at the table, there's not even 50 bigs.
So when we spoke off air in the production meeting beforehand, when it was yourself, myself, Paul, look at Steve picking up 10s.
That's a great
shoving
situation.
Paul in as well.
I mean, nice situation.
We were all in agreement that the most likely winner was Steve because of his experience, because of his talents. But Dan was a real danger. We thought Patrick could be someone who, if he got the double up, could be a real
Kyle
danger.
Maguire for sure was a lot of people's pick for this.
Kyle, both of us were talking of Kyle as well. And just how this has played out has been nothing short of extraordinary. And the only place that main event champion trophy is on its way to right now, with the way things are playing out, is one destination and one destination only, and that is Steve O'Dwyer. But it's tournament poker and anything can happen, so stick with us, folks. It's not like golf where you have a player who's so far out in front none of them can catch. Now, Spinks has got a call here, surely.
Not in a hijack, no, because of the other players still to act. I'm guessing he folds here, because there's 2 players shorter than him that have to move in. He's double the stack of Bushell and Dan Wilson, and he's not closing the action. If he's in the big blind here, I think, yeah, absolutely. But I'm guessing he folds this. I don't see the benefits of calling here. Well, of course, the benefits of calling is you could double up. But, I mean, even if you're ahead, you're probably racing. Now, he is in good shape. Steve O'Dwyer applying max pressure.
As you correctly point out, though, we've yet to see the small blind and the big blind. And he knows that they're... Steve is under the gun. He's in the hijack position. There are players still to act. But I just wonder how is Spinks feeling about the fact that every player feels like they're being tossed around by the schoolyard bully.
Well, they absolutely are. That's the reality of the situation. There's nothing they can do. The bully has got the strength. It's like an army. It's like one person fighting an army here.
And
I
don't blame him. King 7 suited goes into the muck.
Yeah, on the big blind is Kyle. Kyle is going to have to fold some really strong hands here. No decision for Speedy. And Kyle with 10-6 just snap folds.
Bye-bye.
And this is, I mean, I genuinely haven't seen this before. 50 million stack versus 10 million. I haven't seen it.
This is insane stuff. This is absolutely insane. Now, you can probably hear some roaring. And just bear in mind that in the previous Irish Open main event coverage and our coverage of the high roller, the ladies main event final table, the high stakes poker cash game, and the Irish Poker Open as well, it's been a 15-minute delay. That's been extended today to half an hour. But it really, at this point, doesn't matter what information everyone now has on Steve, because they can't risk it. Unless they've got a premium hand, they know he's going to call him. So they have to have something decent.
It's the money jump. The money jumps here are pretty sick.
We're talking a 20k jump here for the next out. And there's our director doing exactly what we needed him to do. So 61k to the next one out, then the 20k jump, then another 20k jump, then another one. Here's a question for you. How long do you think this final table is going to go for?
Well, in theory, this could last several hours because there's so many big blinds in play. There's 200 bigs out there. So with 200 big blinds, this is and it's a 1 hour clock. So, I mean, there could be several hours in this. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case because it's a real unusual situation. You have an absolute massive stack. You have 50 million now.
Spinks calls here, surely.
I mean, if Spinks doesn't call it here, I'd be absolutely shocked.
In the big?
He calls. Spinks has to call.
Has to call, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry,
it's like 10
misheard you.
bigs.
Apologies, my man.
Yeah, no, he has to call. Because like Steve is just... No, there is a case for folding and just wait until the other short stacks bust out. But
No, he's doing it. Let's go. Here we go. All right, so Spinks in a good spot to double up here.
Steve has a bit of a laugh at last. Steve just... Well, he couldn't believe how much... Like, you remember, Steve has made about like 12 or 13 million just by stealing blinds.
Yeah.
So, okay, he might double up someone 3. He's still 10 million in profit, like, you know?
I mean, he's all he's going to be doing is handing over 3.4 million.
What a rail. Isn't that great to see? This
Fantastic.
is the Irish Open. That is Steve O'Dwyer, small blind, big stack, ace deuce.
Look at the amount of people behind him, including the great Fergal Nealon, one of the Tierney and Lapin mob in there as well, with Dara Davey. So here we go. 6, king, jack, 2 diamonds and a heart.
And the turn card, please.
10 of diamonds. This should be.
No, that's a good card because it kills.
And the river card.
And 7, and a much needed. Much needed double up
Kill the deuce of
for
diamonds.
Spinks. So he now sits on 7.2 million. And, well, there's just a sense of relief, really, that he got that one through.
Yeah, but like the mathematics are, Emmett, that if Steve just continues on what he's doing, just playing any 2, blind pressure, picking up the blinds, even when he does double up these short stacks, he's still in big profit. Like, I mean, that's the situation.
Yeah. It's extraordinary stuff. Fintan Gavin alongside Emmett Kennedy as we bring you live and exclusive coverage of the final table of the oldest and most prestigious tournament in European poker, the Irish Open, in association with Party Poker, 2,040 players, and these are our final 6. But to be completely honest about it, it's been a one-man show so far, with the greatest of respect to everybody, and that man is Steve O'Dwyer, who is just absolutely crushing. Can he maintain the gallop as he shoves all in with ace deuce? Bushel suited jack. And he's down to 540k with the big blind in.
Yeah, I think he has to call here. I mean, he has to call. It's just compelling. It's like, I mean, look
And
at
he's
the price.
dominated.
The price he's getting is crazy.
He'll have diamond.
Wow. What? Yeah. But perhaps it's correct. I mean, my money's just over the line there. It's less than 2 big blinds, and he's going to have to post half a blind next hand. So he's going to have like just 1.5, less than 1.5. He's going to have 1 big blind behind next hand.
He's essentially hoping that what happens is Wilson is that Dan ends up having to go all in here in the big.
Yeah, well, he's hoping for, like, obviously is, you know, higher hand strength. Like the jack deuce, very low, like bottom 10% of starting hands. So, I mean, that's definitely a factor when he's so much of a stack committed. I mean, I'd just go with the jack 2 suited. But perhaps, I mean, these guys are absolute experts. So I am for sure not going to be critiquing anyone's decision making. O'Dwyer with the queen 5.
Well, I mean, they must feel like they're in a ring, they're in the octagon, and they're just getting pummeled. Bushel now ace 3. Maybe it's going to work out in his favor.
Yeah, has to
because he's got the ace this time. So 625, it'll still be.
Yeah, he's just considering his options. The fact Dan on the left is super short in the big blind. That's what he's looking at.
Yeah.
You can see he's seeing how committed Dan is.
But this is
big difference, you see. 20k, if he can just hold on, if he folds here and Dan Wilson goes bust in this hand, you know, like it's 20,000 euro.
Yeah.
You know, and then of course not only the 20,000 euro, you still have a shot at the 300k. So this is all going through his mind, but surely he puts it in with ace 3.
I think
he
you
does,
have to.
yeah, puts it in, and Dan
Yeah.
does snap folds. Dan's going to fold all kinds of big hand. Look at Dan Wilson's stack, like 2 bigs.
My God!
And he just lets the 2 boys at it. He's thinking.
Oh, he
okay,
hasn't folded yet. to be
Yeah,
fair.
he's thinking right. Yeah,
Yeah, he gets out of the way.
So all in for Matt Bushell with ace 3, and Steve O'Dwyer with the queen 5. Now it's incredible to look at the percentage.
48-52.
I mean, this is always amazes me. These equities. You would think that ace 3 would be dominant against the queen 5, but there's absolutely nothing in it. Of course, this takes into account the hands folded from the other players.
Yeah, which is one of the great benefits of the new toys that we have here at the Irish Poker Open from our Estonian colleagues, our production team. Is a king, jack, ace.
Wow,
So
top pair for Matt, it's great, but there is that redraw to the straight. So
yeah,
3 outs
10
for
was
Steve
to hit would be
O'Dwyer.
pretty sick.
Steve O'Dwyer with 3 outs. Now he has trip draw, 2 pair draw, 2 pair. He wins it. No, double up. The
Yeah,
3.
Bushell-
I missed
Bushell
the
gets the
3.
double
Yeah,
up.
Bushell actually hit the 2 pair.
Oh, you're okay. So Bushell gets a much needed double up, but again, it's cost O'Dwyer nothing. You know, he was all in for 47. He's still got 46.
Yeah, this is it.
You know, it's not like 10 million has just been lost.
Yeah, well, he's
shipped across.
He's doubled up 2 players in the last 3 hands, and it hasn't even dented his stack.
And you'd added up that he'd made 12 million just stealing blinds.
I mean, he's still 10 million in profit. So, I mean, this is just the mathematics are compelling. It's just a dream scenario for him.
This is
absolute dream. And like, okay, now that was significant enough at Gary Spinks, because Gary's now up to 7 million. Do you know what I mean? Which is like.
So you know, which card is which?
He's
They seem happy enough
sitting
to
on
go
about 22, 23 big blinds. So that's a kind of stack that, you know, would affect him, like getting it all in against him and Gary doubling up against through him again. Now, Steve, simple. I mean, it's just so easy, isn't it?
Hijack position,
Ace,
yeah, just
deuce,
shoves it all in.
Gary
Spinks
Spinks.
Bushell's
nice,
walking up with
nice.
jacks.
Hello.
Beautiful. You don't have to think. Now, the fact that he's thinking tells me exactly what you were alluding to earlier on. It's the 20Ks in the back of the mind.
He's always calling here, I think.
He has to.
Yeah, he's always putting.
What's your ambition? You want to win this thing? Like, you've got pocket jacks against a guy who's just going to free range raise any 2, basically.
Yeah, you can see the camera moving too. Like the camera's picking up Dan Wilson there. Dan super short. You can see Matt just looking, and you can see him shaking his head because it's actually a consideration folding this, but he's not going to. It's too big a hand. I mean, it's just too big. He's looking at a stack. He's counting his chips.
He's also looking at Dan's stack.
Yeah, he's 7 bigs behind, so he knows he still has a couple of rounds before he's forced in, and it's highly likely someone will go bust, probably Dan Wilson. He's asking, it's like he's getting counts from the players.
Yeah.
He's seeing what kind of, what position he's in at the table. That's what he's doing.
I mean, this is just a basic case of laddering. So, I mean, you picked up a premium hand. We've kind of already stated, look, it's tournament poker, anything can happen, but essentially this is becoming very clearly a race for second place on what we're seeing so far. The question that you have to ask yourself is, the longer you delay to call, the more that Dan Wilson considers, I mean, you've got to do it. But the more that Dan thinks, well, he's been in the tank for so long, maybe my 10-9 suited is actually a good one.
Listen, I mean, there's a case here for Dan Wilson. There really is. I think he's calling this certainly if Matt Bushell is not in the hand. But now he's thinking, okay, Bushell has a premium here, and that he's live, he's connected, he's suited.
Is he
and
thinking?
he's getting
is he
massive.
thinking that Bushell is on 8s, 7s?
No, he's putting Bushell on a big hand, but like he has got the hand to crack a premium pair. Like,
Yeah.
a 9-10 suited is more likely to crack aces or kings than, like, you know, jacks or tens.
That's
you know
right,
what I mean?
yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's a percentage stat on that.
So, like, yeah, and that's what's going through Dan Wilson's mind. He's getting such a good price here. He's getting, I'm not sure exactly what the price is. I think he's getting 7-1 or something like that on his $500,000. If he was to win, and you can see him doing the calculations, if he was to win this pot with 9-10 suited, he'd be like, he would have a chance. He'd be back up to $3.5 million.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, he's just, I mean, there's so many factors here. Okay, if he folds here, there is a chance Bushell goes bust, but it's more likely that Bushell doubles through O'Dwyer. That's really the most probable scenario, and that's why you see. Well, Wilson, that was pretty close.
Wow.
Speedy, 1.8 million. This is just crazy.
So
this table, it really is. Matt Bushell getting it in good. Now this is a great situation for Matt Bushell.
Yeah.
5.1 million. This would really take a lot of pressure off him. It would put him in great shape. And Steve O'Dwyer, of course, still a ton of equity here.
5-2.
It's a wheel draw.
The club draw was there for Dan. Had he called?
Good. And now this is interesting. Straight draw, diamond draw, and his ace is good.
Oh, 13 outs for Steve O'Dwyer.
Diamonds, he got
Diamonds,
there.
he gets it. And that is it. Bushell is out. To be fair, look, it shouldn't be a results-based analysis. It should be you make the right move that you think is correct. But Bushell had pocket jacks. It's a premium hand. O'Dwyer's just been steamrolling the table. He ends up getting there with runner for his flush, but it was the right call.
Well, you can see why Matt was in the tank with the jacks, because this is always this is the reality of making the call here. That, I mean, you can easily go broke, and you're out, you're gone. You're getting your 61k, but you're missing that 20k pay jump, and you're missing the opportunity for that 300k plus first place. So that's why he was kind of. I mean, when the camera was on him, you could see him almost laugh to himself, as if to say, you know what, I kind of have to fold the jacks here. That's what he was thinking, like, you know. And I'm wondering what Dan Wilson would have done with like 1.5 blinds with the 9-10 suited. It would have been
had he come out?
Yeah, well, had Bushell folded there, would I don't think he does call.
In a move that has truly stunned and shocked me, Steve O'Dwyer's all in.
Yeah, good one. And back now to 49 million, and will be 50 million after this hand cut off. This is an absolute fold here from, given the situation. And Wilson, well, Dan has to put his money in the next few hands. He's going to be actually all in blind in just a couple of hands. So it's just a matter of which hand he gets his money in. Obviously, he'd be loving life if someone like Speedy, who's posting the small blind in this hand, if Speedy could get into a tangle with Kyle here, or call an all in. Sorry, it's Steve. Steve has put them all in, of course. But he'd love to see Speedy or Kyle call here, but it's highly unlikely. I can't believe how short these guys have got.
It's unbelievable.
It's crazy.
It's
Absolutely
unbelievable.
crazy. And now we're going to see
Kyle.
I mean, Jack 3 has to win the bin.
You've got no choice. But the blinds being 150, 300, with the 300k big blind ante on top of that as well. As you're saying, there's Danny Maxwell, by the way, in the background, one of the best poker photographers in the business. Great to see him here. But it just goes to show you that, I mean, we both were saying earlier on that we thought that Steve was the most likely player to win it. There wasn't even a consideration for, in the production meeting, from you, Paul, JP, from Nick, Dara, or from David, and our excellent blogging team as well, Jen and Gareth, that this was going to be a case of, well, it's going to be the Steve O'Dwyer show, and everybody else is just going to be bit par players. Yeah,
it's just one of these unique, unusual situations where we see the chip leader just, win his flips. He's playing absolutely perfectly. I mean, it's almost robotic. He's playing so well.
Unbelievable stuff.
And we're going to see him, again, no one's going to get a prize here for guessing what happens with Steve O'Dwyer. It looks like Gary limped. This is unusual, actually. Gary limped under the gun. So Steve might be suspicious here and could check back. But I think it's more likely that he puts Gary Spinks in. But Gary is second in chips.
Yeah, he's on close to 7
He's the
million.
only one really that will dent Steve O'Dwyer's stack. And I say dent, it wouldn't be much damage, but it would hurt. This is an unusual one.
We also don't know exactly what Spinks has, which is one of the rare occasions where the graphics haven't told us. So we're playing. Yeah, we're playing the blind game.
Steve
along.
Checks his option.
Steve misses.
Very suspicious.
Yeah.
And depending on the bet size, Steve might 400k. I think Steve will continue for one straight because he does have the possibility of a backdoor straight, and he's 2 overs, which he feels would probably be good if he hits. So
and you're spot on. He has calls.
Check bet now. This is an open ender and 2 overs. So we're going to see. We're going to see, and it goes check check. Now Steve could try and steal this, and target something like ace 9, ace 8 type hand. Well, Steve checks with king high. He thinks he's showdown value at king high, and he chuckles. I'm not sure what Gary is shown.
Hopefully we'll cut.
Ace 9, yeah.
Ace 9.
Yeah, it's the one hand I think he probably could get Gary Spinks
I like
off.
the fact that Spinks actually shakes his hand. It's almost like, thank you.
Thanks for checking.
Thanks for not betting. Thanks so much.
And Steve O'Dwyer. That's the rail there. You can see Ferg O'Neill.
Look at this. Dan Wilson, one big blind. One big blind. And exactly what you were talking about and alluding to.
One and a half bigs.
And what can you say? It just hasn't gone his way. There's nothing you can say about it.
It's super interesting watching this. Big blind now, Gary posting big blind under the gun. Well, I mean, this is the nut low, this 3-2. It's just absolutely horrible. And Dan Wilson just has a laugh because he knows his time is up. The moment of truth is coming because he's going to be all in blind pretty much next hand. And Steve applying pressure, and Steve back up to 49 million.
It's mad, isn't it? Considering the fact that he's doubled the player up, that he's gone right back to 49 million. It just goes to show you the strength
he's
of these blinds.
He doubled 2, and just in the last orbit he doubled 2 players up.
And how folding has affected the other players in the fact that their stacks have just dwindled down.
Yeah. Now you can see.
The all-in is there already.
Yeah.
All in blind, as you said.
Dan Wilson, all in blind, and Speedy, super short himself, with less than 6 bigs. It's just obviously folding pretty much any 2 there unless he picks up a super premium. I think 9-8 is good enough here to enter the pot. Steve O'Dwyer.
Poor Dan on 6-2. The only thing he's got going for him is that he's live.
Interesting. Steve could just limp here and invite Gary Spinks into the pot.
Yeah.
And, play 2 versus 1 type of thing. This is an interesting scenario. I mean, this is complicated. I really have no idea what the right play is here. Do you want Spinks in the pot? That's the question. Or do you just isolate? And it looks like O'Dwyer's gone with the min raise, which will just clear off Gary Spinks. And we're going to go heads up on the backs. It's Dan Wilson, Irish Open champion
2016.
All in. 6 deuce. He is suited. He's live. And Steve O'Dwyer 70% equity here with the 9-8.
Oh, here we go. Here comes the flop.
Dan shows 6 of clubs, 2 of clubs against Steve's 9 of clubs.
The one thing that Dan has going for him, former Irish Open champion in 2016, is the fact that he is live and he's got a backdoor club draw. But
Dwyer,
big straight draw there for Dwyer.
He needs 6 or deuce or running clubs.
Turn card, please.
Board's not going to do it. Needs to be a 6. Needs to be a deuce. 7 outs for Wilson. Or we're going to lose our second former Irish Open champion. Queen of Hearts and Dan Wilson.
9 high.
Yeah, 9 high is the hand that ends up winning it. And that's the power of Steve O'Dwyer's stack. The fact that he's sitting there on 50 million. But that's 2 Irish Open champions who managed to make the final table. Both eliminated. Patrick Clark going out first, leaving us in 6th place. The 5th, I should say, now at this point is an absolute gentleman and an extremely high-class player as well in Dan Wilson. Dan had an incredible rail, both online and live as well.
Yeah, really popular figure at the Irish Open, Dan Wilson. And a shout out to his dad who arrived down, his brother Jonathan, and of course all the Irish rakes shouting him on. And really, I mean, this is just bizarre situation what's happening.
81,550 is the payday for him. The intriguing thing for the 4 players left is, I mean, Steve O'Dwyer's only got one thing on his mind, and that's taking out the trophy. But the others now know they've got 100k to their name.
That's right. You're spot on. 4 players. Oh, look at this. This
Spinks
is
has
huge.
picked up Ace King.
Yeah, well, this is huge.
Ace King versus King Queen.
Cut off open from the big stack. He puts Spinks all in, but Spinks has to call an absolute monster. Ace King suited.
Yep. So Ace King
There
suited.
is a case actually for folding here, I think, but I'm not sure.
Oh, I don't. Think.
Yeah, I think you've got to go with it.
Especially when you're now in the 100k bracket.
Yeah, that's true. They're all guaranteed 6 figures, so ICM probably starting to become less of a factor. I think you're dead right. Good call there, Emmett. Oh, boy.
Oh my goodness.
He hasn't drawn dead to running.
As
ace.
As we say that, look, it is about the maths. You do have to make that call, but it's Steve O'Dwyer's world. They're all just living in it. And
it's over. Absolutely over. Steve O'Dwyer.
9 of spades. That was it. I think there might have been there's absolutely zilch you can do about that except applaud Gary Spinks because this really is the Steve O'Dwyer show. Remember, we sat down with 9 players and we're down to 3-handed.
I mean, there's 200 bigs in play. 10 bigs between Maguire.
My God.
10 bigs between Maguire and Speedy. It's just phenomenal stuff. Everyone's just like, crazy.
192 big blinds for Steve O'Dwyer. 7 and 3 bigs for the other players respectively. Whoever goes out next will walk away with 138,000, which is a damn nice payday. But not quite what they had in mind when this day began.
We're 3-handed. Irish Open final table.
It's flowing, isn't it?
It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's brilliant to watch.
So we're on a half-hour delay. So we started at 1:30, and we're 3-handed at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's really good to watch. And this guy, Steve O'Dwyer, has provided most of the entertainment. He's trying to figure out what the right play is here. Which
Under the gun with 4-3.
I mean,
this
will tell you what the situation is.
All in.
I think it's chip counts, right? I guess they have to be.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It seems ridiculous that, like,
ironically enough,
60.5 million. They've 2.5 million between them.
Ironically
Speedy
enough,
with 4-3.
Yeah.
Speedy has played
the exact
super.
same hand as Steve, of course. What do you do in Speedy's position here? Do you just try for another over? He's going to go for it. He's going to go for it with 4 high all in. And Maguire's called. Oh, big slick. Ace King. Now, the one thing for Speedy is that he's live with the 4-3. He's got
absolutely
flush draw, straight draw possibilities, but he's run into Ace King. And does this mean we're on the brink of being heads up?
We could very well be, and it's interesting. It could be Kyle Maguire and Steve O'Dwyer, which is probably what we would have said at the start of day.
True, but nowhere near the chip stack. So Ace King holds for the moment. Speedy needs some help. He's fallen to 19%. Oh, he's hit the 4!
It's the turn. Nice.
So suddenly it's Maguire who needs the outs, and he's only got 6 of them. Ace or a king to knock out Speedy, and Speedy holds with the 4-3. And I could have understood him folding, but given the situation that they're in, he needed to shove, and he got rewarded.
He's suited, he's connected, probably gets a few folds there. And if he does get called, he knows that he's live, and he gets the double. It's just crazy here. Like, they're getting the shorties, like super short stacks, are getting chips off each other, not off Steve Dwyer. It's just absolutely crazy situation.
Yeah, that's a very good point to make, is that they're taking from each other, but rarely are they taking from Steve. Yes, he's doubled up 1 or 2 players, but the players he doubled up are now gone. They're out of the tournament. It's
now 8-3 offsuit, 2.5 million. This is a fold.
Queen 4, Maguire moves all in. And O'Dwyer's got King 5. Steve wants a count. This is a call, isn't it? And it is. Here we go. Colin Maguire, who's played brilliantly throughout this tournament, but is behind. Now he's live. He's 2 live cards, but this is all in for his tournament life. This is the second opportunity in a row for us to end up in a heads-up situation. King 5 versus Queen 4, 2-5-3.
That's a open ender for Kyle Maguire. So
any ace, any 6, 11 outs now. But it's O'Dwyer who's lead, and there's the 6. There's the 6.
Now there's a chop pop potential.
Ah, look at the dancing.
You can see Speedy just stand up, totally stoic. Obviously, he increases his payday quite significantly.
And the fist bump as well. Oh, look at the rail going absolutely ballistic. That is absolutely tremendous stuff.
You can see Ludo in the background.
Harsh, by the way,
Kevin Allen
from the IrishPokerOpen.com blog, which I have to say has been absolutely excellent. The stuff that Jen Mason and the Gareth Chandler and the team have been producing. But look at what they had to say, Finton. Patrick Clark busted so fast we had to use a photo from yesterday.
No.
Harsh. Harsh. That's a 10-8 suited for Kyle, having just doubled through. Steve with jacks. Well, we know what's going to happen here. And ace 4. This is an all-in. 1.9 million left.
I think he has to go with this ace 4. Speedy. I mean, it's not ideal.
Yeah.
And it's going to be
Oh, he hates it.
pretty harsh when he looks down that Steve actually has a premium here, blind versus blind.
He's got an overcard. He's got an ace. He can have the possibility for the wheel draw as well. He's got him covered with the club flush draw if that were to come with the ace.
31% equity. Still decent equity, but of course, O'Dwyer, massive favourite to eliminate
huge
Speedy here and get heads up against the Scotsman.
So here we go. Ace on the top 2 pair, if you don't mind. So Roos takes a significant lead. 6 on the turn. And another 6. So 2 pair, aces and 6s. Means that we remain 3-handed. 4.6 million. There would be some, who would apologize for the foul language being used in the background. I'm not going to do that, though. It's the Irish Poker Open. What do you expect is going to happen? I'm going to ask you a question, Fintan. It's quite a difficult one to answer. Who is going to be heads up against Steve O'Dwyer?
I mean, it's a flip of a coin between Kyle and Speedy, but after that double, Speedy obviously favourite, but you don't know. They're so short. You can see Steve O'Dwyer with such a commanding chip advantage. It's pretty bizarre what's going on here, what's unfolding here at the Irish Open final table. But it's highly entertaining. It really is. Dwyer, of course, just going to be putting both his opponents all in with this shove on the button, and he's going to be collecting, adding to his stack 55 million. Looks like we're on break now. We're going to be back, I believe, in 15 minutes. Do join us in 15 minutes.
Hey, where else are you going? Stay tuned. 15 minutes time. We'll be back with you live. Final table. 3-handed. Who's going to face Steve O'Dwyer in the heads up? We'll find out in a few minutes' time. Stay right here. Irish Poker Open with Party Poker. Fintan Gavin and Emmett Kennedy watching the Steve O'Dwyer Show.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I'm joined by Caitlin Kellner and Kelly Kellner all the way from Canada.
Absolutely.
Are you guys having fun?
Love this trip to Ireland, my first time, but her first time, my 5th time here. Fantastic.
Yeah, we see you regularly. Why do you like coming back here so much?
Well, I'm 1/4 Irish. We're still trying to figure out which quarter of me it is, and we're deep in research, but it just such amazingly run event and great people, and you're the best hostess of any poker tournament around, so it's always fun by getting interviewed by the best.
He's too nice. What's it like hanging out with Dad on the poker tour?
It's fun. It's fun. It's a really fun way to develop our father-daughter relationship.
We've developed a hashtag called Another Great Moment in Parenting, and so it's like next level parenting that we're into. So, but she asked to learn how to play poker over COVID, and so here we are.
And how's it going? We saw you in the ladies' event. Looked like you were doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's going well. This is my first tournament, so it's definitely a learning curve. But I'm learning a lot, and I'm having a really good time. So overall, really great.
And you're playing the mini Irish Open now, is that right?
Yes, yeah, I am. So that it's going well. It's going well. Yeah.
What are the secret little tricks you've taught her?
Oh, lots of, there's lots. Her intuition is amazing. We played a lot online. She almost won her seat to the main. So her instincts are incredible. We're just teaching her now about positioning and bet sizing. Hell, I'm still learning that myself. But just, just hanging out with the boys and the crew. It's such a great crew. The poker crew and industry is so amazing, so it's fun to get her embedded in. You should see her text messages now. Oh, I jammed Dave's queen, guy went runner straight. I'm going, that's my girl. That's my girl. Yeah.
And talk to us about the Canadian Poker Tour.
Well, there's some new laws in Canada, so there's a lot of new things that are evolving. So potential hybrid events where you can start online, consolidate television. My company, Interactive Media, is going public. We're now in the sports betting, the poker, and the gaming business. So some really exciting things coming and happening. The world you know, after COVID, we've had a paradigm shift in the way everything's happening. So gaming and online gaming and that integration of this new business world is really, really exciting. So, you know, we're talking to Paul and JP about maybe doing a little something together, maybe a cruise from Dublin to Montreal or something like that. I'd suggested we call it the Titanic, but they thought that was bad marketing. So.
Yeah, I don't think you'll get many people wanting to get on
So
that.
we'll come up with some better marketing, but I just wanted to give a great shout out to Paul and JP and the whole crew, and especially Nick. The software that runs this tournament is seamless. It is absolutely incredible, the atmosphere, and you know, having run events for many, many years, we see there's so much that happens behind the scenes. These guys are the top. This is the best poker tournament in the world that I've traveled to. I've traveled all over the world. She's coming with me now. We're going to Barcelona this summer. We're going all over the place, but we're, you know, just well done to this whole crew. This has been an amazing experience. If you haven't been to the Irish Open, you are not living life to its fullest. I highly encourage you to attend.
Get here now. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
Laura.
Good luck in any other tournaments, and probably see you at the bar later.
Oh, yes.
Definitely.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here at the Irish Open 2022. I'm joined by yet another champion, Martin Noonan, this time of the €550 JP Masters, a payday of just over €27,000. How are you feeling?
Tired. Tired, yeah.
Was it a long slog?
It was, yeah, it was grand, like, you know, it's better than going home empty-handed, you know. So,
Definitely.
yeah.
Was it a tough table as you went through the journey, or?
Yeah, it was very tough. I think he had the guy that came second. I can't remember his name, like, but he's very good player, like, you know. And I had him to my right nearly all night, like, so it was tough getting past him, like, you know.
Yeah.
I ended up getting very lucky with him all in the end, like, you know. So I'd say I needed it against him.
And this trophy, is it got somewhere nice to go, a nice mantelpiece?
Yeah, we're going to have the mantelpiece, yeah, it's really, yeah.
And can you celebrate now? Are you going to do some drinking this night, or you're too tired you're going to go to bed?
No, if I go drinking, I'll end up in Las Vegas, so I'm not going to go drinking. Could end up in Las Vegas, so, so I won't, like, no.
All right, well, thank you so much for chatting with us. Congratulations once again.
Day 5 of the Irish Open saw flights Day 1C and a last chance 1D Turbo attract more players into the tournament room than we've possibly ever seen. The buzz and fun of the Irish Open was well and truly at a peak, as these tournament players put everything into their arsenal of making it to Day 2. Satellites for the main were still going strong in the upstairs tournament room for the ultimate last chance to make it through for just €115. The live stream and commentary kept viewers informed, and it was Stuart McNally who made it through as Day 1C chip leader on 299,500 chips. 820 entries were counted just for Day 1C, 313 of which made it through, and Guy Johnson leads the Turbo 1D field, meaning that 724 players remain going into Day 2. With the last chance to buy in on Day 2, this could mean we see entries break records and go past 2,000. Another monster field here in Dublin as players fight for the all-important title of 2022 Irish Open champion.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I am here with Ross Boatman. Sadly, it is no longer in the tournament.
Just busted, just literally 5 minutes ago. But that's okay. I busted before. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. It's a shame because I love this tournament so much. And it's the first tournament I played for 3 years because I've been busy doing EastEnders.
Yeah. Well, I was leading on to that. We see your face, not just on EastEnders, we've seen your face on loads of different TV stuff lately.
Yeah, it seems to be popping up all over the place at the moment, which is great. I did a thing for Netflix, series for Netflix, and series of Grantchester, and something for Sky, all sorts of stuff. I've been very lucky.
Yeah, so obviously you used to do London's Burning, right?
I did.
And then did you sort of just go dry for a little while and then it all just happened again?
Well, I never really stopped it. I've been working all, you know, maybe stuff that wasn't quite so high profile or wasn't, you know, didn't have such an impact as London's Burning did, because right back then there was only 4 channels, so we had a bit of a captive audience, you know. But no, I never stopped working, but poker really kind of took over for a long time with the Hendon mob and stuff. And I was busy travelling the world playing, and you know, my agent would call me up and say, episode of the bill, 1,500 quid, and I'll be in the final of a tournament that was sort of for 2 million first prize. Nah, I don't think I'll bother with that. But about 7 years ago, I sort of put the cards down, really, and started to focus on acting again, which is my first love. I mean, I love poker, obviously. But, you know, fortunately, it's been really good to me, the acting over the last 7 years, and I haven't stopped, really.
No. Can you tell us any secrets from the set of Albert Square?
No. You know,
Oh, there must be some dirt.
There's plenty of dirt, but I can't give you any of it. More than my job's worth.
Who's your favourite actor to work with?
Me? Oh, my favourite actor to work with. Well, I'm working with Lacey at the moment quite a lot, who plays Stacey, and Jilly, who plays Jean Slater, and they're both amazing. But I mean, they're all really. Everybody in there is great to work with. Everybody that I've worked with so far. There's still a couple that I haven't. I've been there a year, but still waiting to work with my old mate Steve McFadden, who plays Phil Mitchell.
Yeah.
We go back about 40 years. We know each other very well. I've never crossed paths on the set yet. But yeah, but everyone's wonderful and good to work with.
They're all pretty down to earth on EastEnders because it's like a full-time job essentially, isn't it? Like they're in every day.
It's not like it is a full time.
Yeah,
I mean, when you're in the thick of it, when you've got heavy storylines, which I have had over the last sort of 8 months, it's non-stop. It's relentless. You're on the set 12 hours a day, and there's an hour each way travelling. I get home, I've got to look after the kids, wash their clothes for school, and cook their dinner, learn my lines, and then get 3 hours sleep and back to work. So it's busy.
It's full on, yeah. And back to the poker, obviously your bro Barney is in as well.
Yes, yeah.
What's the sibling rivalry like there with the poker? Who's the better player?
Oh, he is, absolutely. We both had our share of success, I suppose, over the years. Barney's continued to play when I sort of really, about 10 years ago, I stopped playing internationally. And Barney's continued with a lot of success. So he's always my hero. He's the best player in our house, that's for sure.
That's nice to hear. Are you going to jump into anything now?
I'm going to give it a little break. It's hard when you come out of the main event to go into something smaller, but so I'm just going to go and kick out my room for a bit and watch a bit of TV, watch a bit of EastEnders maybe.
I mean, you're not doing the Irish credit. You're drinking a coffee. You should be on the booze by now.
There's a whiskey in there.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. That's all right. That's allowed. Okay. Hopefully, we'll see you back on the felt soon, winning something big.
For sure.
Thank you so much for chatting with us.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I'm with a man that needs no introduction. It's Mr. Emmett Kennedy. How's it going?
Let me just get the COVID gut in there. Let me just try and get the chin in the right position. No, I'm good. I'm good. It's fantastic to be back. Great to be working with you again, by the way, Laura. Laurie Corrie, as it was saying, for the first day and a half on the Chiron. But no, to be honest about it, I missed doing it. And when Paul got in touch with me about Paul O'Reilly and JP are the main men behind the Irish Open now. When they got in touch about, do you want to do it, which was last year originally because of bloody Rona, I was like, yeah, let's go back. And it's great to be here. Finton's an absolute legend. The field size that we got and the quality of the players is amazing. It's great because you were with me when the kind of UK interest and the American interest kind of died off just a little bit and the numbers started to die off as well. So to see the Irish Open bounce right back up to such a huge amount, 2,040 players, my mouth words, 2,040 players in the main event, the ladies' main event, which was of the highest standard. That was like, that's not like woke feminism bull. Like, that was the highest caliber, and I still butcher.
And I wasn't in it.
And for some reason, Laura Cornelius bubbled the final table. I don't know how. But when you've got two sisters making that final table, and one sister takes the other one out, and when I genuinely asked her during the break, Gracie, was that tough? Sure, someone had to go. But then the next day, she's like, oh God, I took my sister out, I killed her. But the girl who won it, Groshenikova, Fina.
Don't ask me to say her name again.
She just burst out laughing when I pronounced her name. Like, she was amazing, super aggro, but at the same time, she could just pull the handbrake up. We had the high roller main event, which was excellent. Alex Peffley. His wife is not impressed with me for the pronunciation of his name. And then we got to do high stakes poker as well last night too. So it's been brilliant on the live stream. Coverage has been fantastic. But I mean, can you do me a favor and just do a quick swing around the room? Because it's never been like this, Laura. You've done loads of Irish Opens with me. We've never had this amount of tech. The flop cams are obviously massively important for us, the fact that we get to see that. And the largest LED screen, indoor LED screen in the country is there over the final table as well. So
is it? Wow.
Fantastic. Brilliant.
Yeah, the tech is pretty special. Everywhere you look, there's a screen. Sometimes with my face on, it's a bit scary.
Mostly your face.
Or something else, or other things going on. But yeah, everywhere you look, there's a screen with something different on. It's pretty impressive, isn't it? The TV stream has been fun to work on so far?
Yeah, very much so. No, I really enjoyed it. We had the last partner in crime that I did the Irish Open with, David Lapin, and yourself. So David came in last night. David's always an interesting character, never afraid to just drop a few truth bombs. William Kassouf, if you're watching this, you mightn't want to watch that YouTube video. You definitely don't want to watch that one back. Fintan, as I said, is 90% of the time he's just nailing it. I mean, Fintan is a great character and he's very well known on the Irish poker scene, but his commentary analysis is just superb. He's fantastic. We've had Dara Kearney in, Andy Black's coming in later on, and the standard of players who were left in the main event, like Dan Wilson is a top-class player, Dermot Blaine, Clicky, Patrick Clark, shout out to Patrick. Patrick won the Irish Open in 2013.
And you are welcome back to our final table coverage of the Irish Poker Open in association with Party Poker. Emmett Kennedy alongside Fintan Gavin. And this has been one of the most insane final tables I've ever seen. We knew Steve O'Dwyer was going to be hard to beat. It's three-handed. Steve O'Dwyer was responsible for 181 big blinds to 16 and 9 respectively.
You just don't see this, Emmett. It's quite bizarre, to be honest.
It's the Steve O'Dwyer show.
He's just going wire to wire, and you do see that, but not in the way it's unfolded. It's like with 60 million chips in play, 6 players left, he'd over 50 million. It's just bizarre, and the play, I mean, players were all playing like 2-3 big blinds. It was just crazy. But now we're down three-handed. Merch is there. What a performance young Speedy put in. Really top
terrific
class
stuff from him so far.
And I'm getting the feeling that Kyle really is the fan favourite.
Yeah, Kyle, I have to say, the rail, and Fintan called this the other night when we had the ladies' main event. There was a terrific rail for that, and it's a beautiful setup here, which the cameras can catch for you as well. But the rail that Kyle has, like Steve is one of the most popular players in the room. But there's some amount of fans here for Kyle, and they are going absolutely bananas. He's a very likable character as well. He really plays.
Steve, I mean, everybody knows, as you say, like Steve is world-renowned, one of the top regs in the world. Just as we're saying that, it's Steve here with the ace-queen versus Kyle Maguire ace-queen, and we're going to see a chop pot, you'd imagine.
Yeah, unless some bizarre flush possibility comes out for Maguire's favour.
They're both blocking each other's flushes.
That's right. So Kyle has the best of it with the spades, but Dwyer has the best of it with the clubs. So Kyle, who got up to 17 million at one point, is all in for 2.2 in his tournament life. He has stood up and walked away from the table. It comes down 2-5-8. This is going to be a chop pot. That'll do it. So the boys will chop up to 4.8 million between them. But in putting it in context and trying to work out exactly what it is you and I are witnessing here, I mean, this is a stream. I was just saying to our director, who is one of the best in the game, by the way, Imar, that this is a live stream that coaches are going to look back on and use as a demonstration of how you boss a final table.
He's been very impressive, Steve. It was not too dissimilar last night when we had 2 tables in play.
Yeah.
And Steve had all the chips on our feature table. And it was like, 5-handed for so long, other 4 players short. And I mean, he played it perfectly. Darrow Carney summed it up. He said, he wasn't raising any 2 in every position. He did mix it up pretty much perfectly. And I mean, it's an unbelievable performance. I've learned so much just from watching this guy in the last 2 days. Of course, all of these players, I mean, I'm really super impressed with Matt Bushell. What a player. Dan Wilson, of course, he was top class.
Yeah,
Justin
Clicky.
Yeah, Clicky, of course, but Clicky got it in pretty quickly, and we didn't even see him get going today.
Call, all in, ace-5. We don't know what Speedy has. The graphic has missed it, but we're about to find out. He's got ace. Oh, he's behind. He's got ace-3. Now, his tournament life isn't on the line, but this is not going to help him if he can't get out of this.
Yeah, it's going to be a chop pot most of the time here. Ace-3 versus ace-5.
With overcards, but we'll see if a 5 hits the flop. Turn or river. Kyle is at risk. This is his tournament life on the line. We're on a 30-minute delay. Fintan Gavin and Dennis Kennedy bringing you exclusive live coverage of the Irish Poker Open, the oldest and most prestigious tournament in all of Europe, where the blinds are now 2 and 400,000. Level 36.
2 hearts there. Kyle does have 1 heart in his hand.
He does.
A heart on the turn will make it interesting.
Give us the heart to make it interesting. You can even hear them calling for it. He's hit the 5!
Well, this is tough. Murcha, Roos.
4. And only a 4 will save him. It doesn't come. And that now knocks him down to 1.9 million. And we get the chant that oi, oi, oi. It's got to be done.
I mean, that mostly ends in a chop pot, so a little bit unlucky there for Murcha.
I do quite like how there's roaring there from Kyle. Game on! It's just 55 million that you're trying to make up with your 5. But hey, it is tournament poker. Anything can happen. Tough on Speedy. And he's basically, with the way this blind structure is now set, he's basically going to be...
Yeah, he's about 4.5 bigs. He's posting small blind, which is equivalent to 200,000. And Kyle in the big blind will post 400 big, 400 big blind ante. It's interesting, like these guys, just like before the break, they're taking chips off each other and they're not taking them off Steve O'Dwyer, who's sitting there like just an incredibly comfortable situation with like 55 million. Queen Jack is an auto shove for the chippy and Kyle has to fold. Massive difference between first and second. Well,
yeah, you're talking
huge.
about
It's
195 to 318,000, but one of the nice things is that whoever finishes third knows they're going to be walking away with at least 138,000. No talk of deals.
Yeah, it's nice little bit of assurance. No matter what happens here, you're going to be cashing out for close to 140,000 euro.
And that, of course, the trophy, the main event Irish Poker Open trophy. I think we know whose name is going to be on it, but it is tournament poker and anything can happen. On the button, 8-6 gets folded into the muck. McGuire with Queen 9. This could be a shoving hand.
Yeah, well, given the dynamic that the player to his right is super short, I think he could let this go, Kyle. And
well,
because next hand, Murcha is posting. Well, you're spot on. You got it. He's going to shove. He's going to take advantage.
And Dwyer folds. He's not going to...
Well,
he can't wake up with a hand every time.
This is a good indication of Kyle's ambition here.
Yeah.
A lot of players just fold there because, well, the situation here is Murcha Roos, a.k.a. Speedy, is just 4 bigs, and half a stack will need to go in blind now. So there's a high probability of Murcha just going with whatever hand he has.
Yeah.
That's why I would have thought maybe Kyle might have given up the Queen 9, but he doesn't want to miss any opportunity. He wants to get to heads up, obviously, but he doesn't want to get to heads up with just a handful of blinds. He wants to be able to fight back against the real dominant force here that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, Steve O'Dwyer.
And listen, a couple of double ups, and suddenly it's game on. Snowman for O'Dwyer. I mean, we know what's going to happen here, and I don't even look. I don't even look. I just call.
Murcha goes 8-7 suited. He has to go with this. Of course he does. I don't blame him. It's pretty much the worst spot possible. Like, I mean, it just doesn't get worse than this.
Now he's got the hearts.
I think he's even better shape against aces.
Draw potential. Yeah, that's a good shout actually. The fact that you've got one of the cards that you need, 2 of them are in your opponent's hand, but hearts or straight possibility. If that doesn't come, if we don't get a flush or straight sevens, running sevens, then it's a case of we are heads up. So let's find out how this goes. A lot of help needed. 10-4 deuce. No help. No Speedy on the flop. He's doing the fill lock. He's already halfway out the door. 3 of hearts. That's of no use. It's gotta be.
It's over.
That's it. That is it. We are heads up, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Speedy can be very proud of his efforts, not only today, because it's been an incredibly difficult final table, but throughout the entire tournament. And each time we saw him, Clinton, he was absolutely first class. But just look at the expression on this man's face.
Yeah,
this is a man who is stone cold, and he knows he's on the brink of history. Steve O'Dwyer has wanted the Irish Open title for so long, and it's this close. It's within touching distance of him now.
It's a good name you came up with there, Emmett. Stone Cold Steve. That's Kyle O'Dwyer.
Who'd have thought?
Great rail, really popular figure, not only in Scottish poker, but all over. He's been around, Kyle has been around as long as Steve O'Dwyer has been. I mean, we've got to mention Murcha there, Murcha Roos, third place, Speedy. He's been short stacked for like a day and a half, and he played, he really gave us a master class in how to play the different short stack sizes. I mean, I was really impressed with him over the last 2 days. Really proud, should be really proud of his finish here. Almost 140k, and he was unlucky in the hand before, I think, against Kyle with the ace-3 versus the ace-5, and Kyle doubled through him. But Steve with the goods there, pocket eights, and I don't blame Murcha for calling off.
I wouldn't even have looked at it. I'd have shoved in blind. I think you have to.
Called off blind with he was in the blinds and he called off with 8-7 suited. So I mean, what can you do?
You're going to have the small blind then next as well, and when it's when the blind level is as big as it is currently, you're not really in a position where you have the luxury of being able to just go, actually, I'll just fold. You don't have much of a choice when the blinds are 200 and 400,000. So they've repositioned the players. One thing that hasn't changed is that gigantic chip stack. We're on a 30-minute delay from the main event final table of the Irish Poker Open. Hard to believe that it's been 820 plus days since there was an Irish Poker Open, but this one has been explosive, and this final table, electric. And the table talk, that's the fact that he got heads up, and you can kind of see the emotion in Steve. You know what this means to him. and with the advantage he has, how long do you think this goes for?
Well, Kyle is not going to get blinded out, that's for sure. He's going to gamble. He has to. He's going to stick it in. He has to make a stand. Steve is going to be applying pressure in all kinds of spots. Looks like Steve has limped here with the 9-6, but Kyle is going to let rip with the ace-10.
Over the top, my son. That's it. Ace-10 never loses.
Steve O'Dwyer just has an easy fold. Now, the thing about...
Hear the roar. Hear the roar from the rail. Come bananas. Yes! We got one back.
Pretty cool graphic there, showing both players.
That's excellent.
Split screen and... But I mean, this is basically 10-1 chip lead.
But look at this. I mean, 140. Look, he's showing the guns as well. But 140 big blinds to 14. I mean, my goodness, this is absolutely extraordinary stuff. Like you and I were saying it on the stream, but off the stream as well. We were chatting with Aymar too, our director. Like, never seen anything like this.
10-1 chip advantage is pretty crazy. But I mean, double, then it's a different situation.
True.
I mean, okay, 10-1, that means just narrow it down. There's 11, just say 11 big blinds. So if he doubles, okay, he's up to 2. If he doubles again, he's up to 4 against 7. Just,
yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, I mean, it's these heads-ups are like pretty crazy. Even a massive chip advantage, it's by no means a done deal. However, the one guy you were to back with a big chip advantage, it would be Steve O'Dwyer, the Irish American.
Yeah.
Who would definitely know all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some presentations to make for other championship.
Brace yourself for another roar as Kyle takes down another pot. Look at that rail. That's terrific camera work. Because as you've said several times, I mean, Steve, Irish American, very much Irish now, an Irish citizen, Irish passport.
Yeah, he lives in Ireland, Steve O'Dwyer.
Loves Ireland, loves the Irish Open. But Kyle's got some rail, he's got some support for him online as well. It's a tremendous thing to see. But this man, Steve, is absolutely sensational.
There's a presentation on in the background there. You can just
for
hear
some of the
Phil.
This is for some of the
side
events. 42 side events in total, 14 of them championship events. That's the Liam Flood Memorial. God rest him. Ace in the hand, heads up. That's going to be an all-in. And the roar from the rail again as he gets one through. So this puts him now on 7 million. Look, it's still a gigantic advantage for Steve, but if he does get the double up, suddenly you're on 14 mil, and things start to get a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, like Steve, even with his big chip advantage, he's not going to be giving Kyle a soft double, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He'll be familiar with Kyle. Kyle, obviously, a reg on the Irish, UK, European poker scene for, like, I mean, he's been around pretty much as long as Steve has. He's hugely experienced, and I mean, that crazy hand we've seen when both these guys flopped 2 pair, top 2 for Kyle and top and bottom pair for Steve, and then Steve got lucky. He made a full boat on the river, and Kyle got away from it. Crazy hand, absolutely crazy hand, and that kind of dragged Kyle down with all the other kind of 20 big blind stacks, and then from then on, like, Steve O'Dwyer just hammer crushed the table, and I mean, it was a crazy scenario where he had like 50 out of 60 million chips in play with six players. In sixth, we got to make a mention to Matt Bushell from Brighton. How he folded that set was incredible. It really was. I was so impressed with Matt Bushell, and a shout out to his brother Daniel. Then in fifth place, I mean, for me, the real star of the show, Dan Wilson. I mean, he was just unbelievable, particularly last night when he was short stacked.
His ace king fold today as well was absolutely exceptional.
Missed that, I think. Ace King.
He had he makes a call on the flop, gets his ace on the turn, but Steve had two pair, and he manages to find the fold somehow. Somehow he finds.
That's
the fold.
right. That was crazy.
How he found it, I don't
crazy.
know.
Yes.
Because in that particular scenario, well, that's why you've called. That's like you're looking for that. As Dara said, maybe you're looking for the jack, but you're not calling for just one specific card. The fact that you managed to hit top pair and get away from it.
I mean, it's almost bizarre to me how accurate these hands that we're talking about, where the players actually they define their opponent's holdings right to exactly what they are.
Yeah,
it's just really super stuff, and that's the way it's been for pretty much the last 2 days. I mean, early streams were a little bit different, but the last 2 days probably the best poker content I've certainly seen.
I think we've been incredibly lucky that we've been able to have the standard of play and standard of quality that we've had between, and it was a great decision from the production team to mix it up with the high roller, with the ladies main event final table, with the high stakes cash game, and then having the main event itself. Normally, as you know, Vincent, it's the main event we cover, and that's it. We'll mention the side events, we'll talk to the winners of the side events, but the fact that we've been able to, over the last 5 days, mix it up and bring in other tournaments as well is something that's been a lot of fun. And the quality has been superb. The high roller final table was brilliant. Ladies main event final table was brilliant. And the rail goes bananas again. They're going berserk. They're going berserk. It's like an atmosphere at the darts. It's like the Ali Pali.
It's like the Ali Pali World Final. It's pretty cool. And the player you see in your screen, that is Kyle Maguire from Glasgow, Scotland. Hugely popular figure. Really is. The rail shouting and roaring him on. It's heads up here in City West at the Irish Open final table. Both of these guys, they've secured themselves a massive payday, €200,000 almost. Of course, the difference between second and first, almost 120. Oh wow, yeah, 120,000 is the difference between second and first. It's 120k heads up here.
I mean, there's no messing about here. We are playing for big bucks, but we're also playing for an extremely prestigious trophy, one that will mean an awful lot to either player, but particularly to Steve O'Dwyer. And that's a nice thing. That look, he's Irish now, he's ours, but technically speaking, he's American. And for years has been coming here, and for years wanted this. And the last time that I commentated on the Irish Open was 2015, and he finished 15th that year. Ace-5 here for O'Dwyer.
Yeah, this is pretty much slam dunk all in. These hands contain an A. Oh, wow. Okay.
Pocket nine.
Big opportunity for Kyle Maguire.
This is where we were talking about possibly getting to 14.4, and he's all in.
Automatically shoves his chips over the line.
Auto call? Heads
Absolutely.
up with the ace?
100%. These pairs go right up in value heads up. Pocket nines, he's in great shape. 8.4 million. And, I mean, this is exciting because, I mean, if Kyle holds here, we could have a game on our hands.
Yep, absolutely.
Steve, of course, I mean, this is standard all in on the button here with the ace. And Kyle looks down, pocket nines, all in a call. It's 8.4 million in the pot. There's a total amount of 60 million in play. We're just going to wait for the TV director. Well, actually, sorry,
he hasn't called it.
Yeah, this.
He's actually.
I thought
contemplating it.
Steve shipped on the button.
Well, it looked as though he had. I think what he did was he limped in. So he's called.
Okay, well, he limped to call a bit of raise, and that's, yeah.
And
okay.
he has called. And here we go.
To call. He doesn't like it.
Well,
nines versus ace five. I thought Steve just put Kyle all in, but he limped with the intention of calling a raise. He wasn't expecting an all-in rip, that's for sure, but he's ahead of some all-in rips here.
Yeah.
He could be doing this with like king queen, king jack, queen jack suited, these type of hands. So pretty standard situation here. Steve O'Dwyer with the ace five, and he's behind, but I mean, we've seen Steve O'Dwyer behind before, come back from the dead. Ace five versus the nines.
He has the wheel draw. He has the overcard, the ace. He's got heart for flush possibilities, but right now, Colin Maguire is looking to double up and make a game of this. Four, Jack, ace.
Not good.
Ace on the flop.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty brutal stuff.
Maguire's not even looking at the table, he's looking at the screen.
He's with his rail looking at the screen, and he's hoping there's a mistake with the graphics, but it's no mistake.
Board pairs with a jack.
So pair for Steve O'Dwyer, who's about to become the Irish Poker Champion 2022, unless, Emmett, we see one of two cards appearing on the river. It doesn't happen for
10
Kyle.
of diamonds, and that is it, baby. We have a champion. Kyle Maguire can be incredibly proud of his efforts, his achievement.
Great display.
Being runner-up in the Irish Open is no mean feat. Getting €196,000 in prize money. But there is the man who dominated wire to wire, as Finton has said. He was the one we picked out as the most likely champion. Kyle,
brilliant.
I think, is going to have an interesting night in the bar. There's JP, one of the main men behind the Irish Open. There's Paul Riley, who both men deserve an enormous amount of credit. Paul O'Reilly and JP have injected so much love and energy into this. They've had to wait 2 years to get back to have a live Irish Open. That patience has been rewarded. Let's hear Phil chat to our runner-up, Kyle.
I'll translate. They said they're going to get Steve outside.
We'll get Steve outside.
I think with 380 grand, he could afford a security. I think he's okay now. Ladies and gentlemen.
That's your host, Phil Baker.
Phil's fantastic.
That's your runner-up.
Give it up for our runner-up here in the Irish Open, Kyle Maguire.
From Glasgow, Scotland.
And he's been terrific. He's been tremendous since we started. He's been
Ladies and gentlemen, we talked about
absolutely superb.
But we must talk about our winner.
This man,
a lot of you might not
well,
know him in the poker world. He hasn't really won anything or performed in any high-end events whatsoever in the world.
Complete unknown.
Will you please put your hand together for the 2022 Irish Open champion, Steve O'Dwyer.
Steve O'Dwyer. Let's hear what he has to say.
Steve, we're not going to keep it too long. Steve, the whole experience here all week and your experience of dominating our final table, how is everything? How do you feel about your win here today?
Look box! Look box, someone yell.
That's brilliant.
Well, Steve,
Such
I
a
know I
humble
speak
guy
for
as well,
everybody
you know.
here.
Oh, yeah.
You've always been a champion on the felt. You proved it again here today. And a
That's
very
Phil Baker,
worthy winner
the Irish
of the title
Open
this year.
host.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2022
Most
Irish
recent guest in the final furlong as well.
We have a top quality winner. Really have.
This
Real
is
class act.
There's some great names,
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
some fantastic names.
we're going to ask Mr. J.P. McCann and Mr. Paul O'Reilly.
Here's exactly the men I was referring to, the two main men behind the Irish Open, the two main men who've taken it over
and of course the Irish Open
and restored it to its former glory. I think that's fair to say.
This is it's a runaway success, this event. It's by far the best ever Irish Open. Over 2,000 players.
Biggest ever Irish Poker Open.
2 million prize pool, and you have like a super winner, one of the most elite poker players on the planet.
Paul on the
Steve
left,
O'Dwyer.
JP on the right.
I'm sure I speak for the event hosts here.
It's been absolutely spectacular stuff. It's been an exhibition of poker. Fintan, I have to say, I've loved every single second of commentating alongside you. Between dinner with you, chatting with you about ideas for what we're going to do in the show, the crack we've had, but your analysis has been absolutely spot on. It's one thing about having the crack, but you also need to be informative, and you nailed it the whole way through. I've loved every second
You're
of it.
so kind. Thank you so much, Emmett. I really do appreciate
that's 100%
that. They're very
genuine.
kind words. We have to give a shout out also to our guest commentators. Darragh Carney was top class.
David Lapin.
They're top guys, and get on to their podcast, The Chip Race. And
Andy Black giving us his time last night, over an hour of content.
Fergal Nealon and The Tower from the UK, we have to have a shout out to. But
Simon?
Yes, Simon also, class. But for me, this is by far the best Irish Open ever. And I don't think anyone, even on paper, no one can argue with that. They smashed everything. Thank you so much. It's bye from me, Fintan Gavin.
And it's bye from me, Emmett Kennedy. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you've enjoyed it. If you haven't, then I don't know what to say to you, because we've come away with a world-class winner and some world-class poker. Fintan, a pleasure once again, my friend. Looking forward to doing it with you again. Our production team from Estonia, absolutely first class. Let's get to the winner interview. This will be the final line of the 2022 Irish Poker Open. The last words go to Laura Cornelius and your winner, Steve O'Dwyer. Thanks for watching. God bless.
Hello, welcome back to the Irish Open 2022. I am here with our champion, Mr. Steve O'Dwyer, €318,700. And of course, this trophy. We know Ireland means a lot to you. You are Irish. Talk us through what you're feeling right now.
I'm just really happy. Like this was a tournament I always really wanted to win, and I mean, it's a little emotional. Like, I'm really happy to win this one, like more than almost any poker tournament I've ever played. Like, especially after not being able to play live for such a long time, and I did play a little bit back in September, but otherwise haven't played any poker at all in 6 months. Just took a long break, and
I don't think you lost your touch, by the way. I know everyone here on this table is obviously fearful of you. You have by far the most experience out of everybody, but you were still having fun with everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it helped. I ran really, really good this tournament. I put some heinous bad beats on people. I had the one-outer at the final table to win a giant pot to put Kyle back with everybody else's stack. And day one, day two, day three, same story. I mean, to win a tournament with 2,000 players, you have to run really good. And
well, you talked about your lucky chair, right?
Yeah, I'm going to ask if I can keep the chair. Yeah. Kyle had the chair when he was here from 32 to 24 players, and then he moved to another seat, and I took his old seat, and he told me, oh, this is a really lucky chair. And I was like, wait, you didn't keep the chair and move from 5-seat to 8-seat and switch the two chairs? And he's like, no, you're in it now. And so I've kept the chair from 24 on down. And ever since I sat in that chair, my stack just skyrocketed the whole time. I barely lost any pots.
Well, amazing.
I'm going to ask the organizers if I can keep the chair.
Yeah.
I put a piece of tape on it last night to make sure I knew which chair it was coming back today.
So you are actually,
Yeah, I haven't spoken to Nick and JP yet, but I'm going to see if I can bring it home with me tonight.
Because we wonder, with you guys, the high rollers, whether you actually think about luck like that. Surely, this is a skill game. Yeah.
I am very, very superstitious, so any little edge.
Okay, well, you're going to need some extra baggage for the trophy and the chair now. And hopefully we're going to see you at the bar. You're going to have a few drinks. It's Ireland. We finished early.
Yeah, maybe I've had a really bad headache the last day and a half, but I'll have one for sure. Haven't been getting much sleep. It's a long ride back for me every night. So, haven't slept much, but I'll for sure make an appearance.
Yeah. Are we going to see you anywhere sometime soon? Where are you going to next?
Monte Carlo.
Well, good luck. I mean, that lucky chair, hopefully you can bring it to Monte Carlo and crush there as well.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I'll think about it.
Well, our champion, Steve O'Dwyer of the Irish Open 2022. Well done.